and welcome to the second season of eFootball.Pro. First shot, first goal.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match day 2 of eFootball.Pro. This is the first time I'm here on the show because unfortunately I couldn't be here last week, but what an amazing week it was of action. My name is Adam Butcher, I'm going to be your host today. We also have our wonderful panel. We have Harry Channon, who's going to be our main commentator, and Mr. Stuart Wesley, or Wezzer, or the Wes Dog, or the Wesmeister General, whatever you want to call him. Just thought I'd throw that in there. Lovely to have you on board again this week, guys. You did an okay job in my absence, I have to say.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
Biggest point from match day 1. What was your favourite moment, Harry?
For me, it would have to be that Barcelona last grasp 3-point winner against Juventus. I mean, very last ditch, and the emotion that we saw out of Guifera was one of the standout moments for me, certainly of match day 1.
Yeah, I mean, for me, looking at performances and from a tactical standpoint, to see how Schalke kind of locked down Celtic, that was my performance. To see them be clinical, to be composed, and to really finish off the game in the way they did, brilliant for me.
Yeah, it was an amazing match day 1. Some incredible new teams as well, I have to add. Huge clubs that have joined this year and players as well. We're actually going to take a look at some of those results from match day 1 on your screen right now. We should be getting some graphics which we're going to go over. Of course, we have FC Nantes with a 4-0 victory in that first game. And then it was 2-1 to Boavista FC in that second game. So it was 3 points apiece. 6 points to Schalke 04 in that game. 1-0 both games there against Celtic FC. Couldn't quite get off the mark. And then match 3 was AS Monaco 6, Arsenal 1. An absolute drumming there in that first game after Arsenal took the lead as well. Game 2, of course, 3-2, a bit closer, but again 3 points going to the French side. 6 points there, not for Arsenal. And then in match 4, Bayern Munich 2, Manchester United 3 in that first game, so 3 points there for Manchester United, and then a 0-0 stalemate, making it 4 points for United and 1 for Bayern München. And then match 5, Juventus 1-1 with Barcelona, and then a 1-0 victory in that second game, so 4 points there. I mean, it was, as I said, an incredible day's action. Is there any standout moments, guys, starting with you, Wes, from that first match day that you think that was a moment that changed the proceedings in the day?
Yeah, I think looking at Man United's goal to clinch it 3-2, I think that was massive for them. Takes the pressure off a little bit going into match day 2, gives them 4 points, gives them a platform to build upon. I think that was pretty key for them, especially against a pretty strong Bayern Munich team.
Harry?
For me, I'm most surprised, I think, about the Schalke result. I mean, when you look at Schalke last season, didn't have the best of results, certainly not where they wanted to be. They come out match day 1, get all 6 points, propel them right up the league. It's a great result.
Yeah, I mean, they've had possibly extra time to train as well because they've played together last season. They certainly showed that chemistry and it did help them. Of course, remember, we do have our MVP awards, our top goal scorer and best defence maker and assist maker as well throughout the season. At the end of it, we'll have a big prize, of course, but we're also going to have individual matchday prizes as well. So we're going to take a look at matchday 1 action because we've got our MVP and top goal or best goal for that day. Let's take a look.
They're really, really battling down the hatches.
Oh, wow.
Lovely bit of interchange. Onside as well. Oh, it's a great goal.
I'm trying to find player in the box here as well. Oh, that's absolutely lovely.
It's super play for the Schalke boys. Ricocheting
Pinball
everywhere.
Around. Slimani Koeman, but only finds a Manchester United man. Long ball for Rashford.
Oh, bit of improvisation. Is it going to go in?
To PK playing as a striker! Suarez!
Oh, wow! Wow!
They steal it at the death!
The drama at the death!
So that was some action from Matchday 1, and we're joined on stage by the very beautiful Mr. Jordi Ortier, the Executive Director of EMR. Are going to first look at the best goal, and of course the winner for that goes to Osterbuch. So let's take a look at that.
For Koeman, but only finds a Manchester United man. Long ball for Rashford.
Oh, bit of improvisation. Is it going to go in? Wow!
So what lovely goal that was. And of course, like I said, the winner was Osterbuch. Congratulations, great goal there. And a small amount of prize money there as well. How did it feel to get that amount of money? And what was going through your head when the ball came over the top? Did you just think instinctive, just hit it first time?
It's great, first ever game in eFootball.Pro. Scoring a late winner, and it was crazy. We were just looking at the ball until it goes into the net. It was just nice to see the reaction and what it means to the players when you score.
Yeah, it was agonising as it trickled over the line, of course. But yeah, and a massive game, massive goal, of course, for you. And yeah, now we're going to take a look at the MVP from Matchday 1 as well.
Wonderful work for the Monaco man, and that's going to completely change the tide of the attack. Augustin Tusila,
it's a
lovely,
great finish.
Absolutely lovely.
So the MVP from Matchday 1 was ASM Kills You. Congratulations. Well done. So how does it feel receiving that MVP?
I feel very, very happy, but the most important thing was to take the 6 points against Arsenal. But for sure, I'm very, very, very happy.
Yeah, indeed, it was a massive 6 points, like you said. Why do you think you chose for MVP? Why do you think you won the award? What was your best moment, do you think?
Best moment, I think that was the third goal in the second match. It was very, very important.
Indeed it was. Again, congratulations, and let's take a look at some of the best bits right now. Yep, so that was last game day, but now we turn our attention, of course, to match day 2. Harry, what have we got in store today? What are the matchups?
Well, I mean, the first match of the day, I would say, is probably the biggest one. It's an all-English affair in terms of clubs. We have Manchester United taking on Arsenal FC. Arsenal down the bottom of the league last match day. They didn't get the results they wanted to, have yet to score a point, went up against a very tricky AS Monaco team. On the other side, we have Manchester United, who are just... They're tremendously happy with how quickly they've gelled. As soon as that team came together, they performed, and last week managed to get themselves 4 points. So that, for me, is the match to look out for today.
Yeah, what else have we got? What are the other matchups?
We have some tremendous games all throughout today. We have Bayern Munich versus Barcelona. That's, I mean, again, Bayern Munich, 7th in the league, just the 1 point for them. They're certainly not exactly where they want to be. On the other side, we saw Barcelona last week against Juventus get a 1-1 draw. They left it late in both games, actually. Guifera scoring the 87th minute equaliser in that draw against Juventus, and then in the second game, leaving it until the 5th minute added on for Henriquinho to put that one in. So match 2 is going to be great as well.
Indeed, it is. And yeah, so just have a rundown of the final remaining fixtures that we're expecting in match day 2.
Of course, match 3 is going to be Juventus versus Schalke. Schalke, as we mentioned before, 2-1-0 wins in match day number 1.
Big game for Juventus, of course.
Absolutely. 8th in the league at the moment, just the 1 point, negative 1 goal difference for them. Boavista versus AS Monaco will be our 4th match of the day. Monaco, reigning champions, sitting pretty first in the league. Boavista, newcomers in terms of a squad. Again, a very tricky result for them to try and get against AS Monaco. And then in the 5th and final match of today, Celtic FC, yet to score a goal in the eFootball.Pro 2020 season, go up against FC Nantes.
Yeah, some big games coming up. We are going to go live to some of the training room activities shortly. Wes, anything that stands out for you in terms of the matchups?
I think it's Juve and Schalke is a pretty interesting one for me to watch, to see whether Juve are able to actually use the players that they have at their disposal and whether they can break down quite a resilient Schalke backline. So that's probably the one that I'm most interested to watch. Of course, Arsenal Man United, of course, is, you know, as a Brit,
great British rivalry. Yeah,
it's, as a Brit, it's the one you're most excited to see. But I think in terms of a general aspect, Juve versus Schalke is the one to watch for me.
Sounds good to me. We are going to go live upstairs to the training room to see what the players are doing right now, because it's an intriguing time. Let's go. So this is live footage of the training facilities upstairs as the players go through a few last-minute bits and pieces before the action kicks off. Wes, obviously a big player on the scene. You are yourself the expert here for us. What's going through their heads right now? Are they nervous? Are they excited? Are they a bit of both? What's going on?
Well, I think the nerves, having played in match day 1, now the nerves should be a lot less than what they were. So you can focus a little bit more on your game plan. You can focus more on your tactics. You can focus more on the chemistry within your team. And I think that's what they'll kind of be doing. You know, I went up there earlier on today, and you know, players are still practicing even at this point. So they're trying to refine those tactics to a point where they know that they can be executed.
And you have to remember as well, they have had that winter break since match day 1 to try and fix the issues they had in match day 1 here in match day 2. So hopefully they're putting that into practice, really putting the fine tweaks up there in the training room.
Yeah, you mentioned that break because, of course, some of these teams, like we mentioned, Schalke and 04, for example, who do have that history of playing together, but some of these teams literally got sort of thrown together, you know, not so long ago, so they've had that little bit of an extra break. Do you think that will help them in match day 2?
Yeah, I think so, especially when you look at teams like the 2 teams playing in our first match of today, Arsenal FC and Manchester United, 2 teams that I suppose you could say put together at the last minute, may not have benefited from, like you say, Schalke's lineup, been playing together for years. So there's still a lot of time throughout the season, but realistically that winter break is where you want to start hitting your stride and hit the ground running going into the rest of the season.
Indeed, so we turn our attention to the first match of the second match day, and it is, of course, Arsenal versus Manchester United, and we're going to look at some of the players. So, of course, for Arsenal, we have Alex Giardi, we have Christopher, and we have S. Venom as well. So 3 top players, as you would expect, but they didn't have the best start. Hopefully they can change that today. Manchester United, on the other hand, had a pretty decent afternoon in match day 1, and they are, of course, Mr. Eldridge O'Neill, Cams, and Osterbuch as well. And I think we're going to go to possibly a live interview, not a live interview, but we have an interview with some of the players and hear what they've got to say about match day 2.
Today you are prepared, you are here to play for the 6 points. You will play a very difficult opponent that you respect with great players. But you are ready. You work a lot since the first match day, and so you will do our best. You will play our life on the pitch to take 6 points.
I think it will be a tough game. Arsenal got 0 points against Monaco, but yeah, Monaco is very strong. So it will be tough, and Christopher as their coach, as their captain, it will be difficult because it's hard to prepare against them. As I said before, they will change tactics probably during the game a lot. We have to be ready and be at our best to get 6 points.
Very interesting hearing some of the words of wisdom there from the guys. Anything that stands out in terms of, from either team, that you think might, their plan of action for today, do you think?
It's interesting that Eldridge thinks that Arsenal are going to switch things up. I feel like that's one of the reasons that we didn't see Arsenal take anything away from that Monaco game. Yes, they were able to score 3 goals across the 2 games that they played, but having that plan B is something that we said Arsenal in Matchday 1 just didn't have. So it's interesting to see that their opponent, Eldridge, captain of Manchester United, of course, is expecting, I should say, some changes. He's certainly thinking that Arsenal would have learned from their mistakes.
Yeah, and Wes, as we stated, that Manchester United had a pretty decent afternoon. Do you see them changing things? Do you think they're going to go again exactly the same, even though they're playing against a different opposition? And also, for Arsenal's point of view, do you think they're going to change tactics, or do you just think they came up against a very strong Monaco team and they just kind of go again and see what happens?
Well, I think with Arsenal, it's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. It's them needing to maybe change their tactics up a little bit, but then also they need to find out exactly what tactic they need to change to. I think with Man United, I think you'll definitely see more of the same. They have weaponry across the pitch that they know how to utilise. We saw it with the super subs they use with Martial and McTominay. They know the way that this team works, which is a great advantage for them because, like we said, if they've been thrown together, you know how the team functions. You're halfway there already. It's just the team chemistry you need to work on, which they should easily be working on.
Yep, indeed. Words of wisdom again from Wes. Now we are ready for our first match of Matchday 2. It is Arsenal FC versus Manchester United FC. Let's go. So we are just minutes away now from the start of the first game. We of course have Harry Channon, who will be our main commentator for proceedings. I'll be throwing my 2 cents in as well, and of course Wes will be giving us his expert punditry for all of the tactical stuff that's going on that possibly people who don't quite know the game as well, you can enlighten them, Wes. Harry, take us away.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, delighted to have you here for Matchday 2. Your presence was most certainly
It was missed, wasn't it? Let's be honest.
It really was. There was
as great a show as it was missed.
There was a gap in my soul and a gap in the show as well. But you're here for Matchday 2, and what a matchup we have for our very first game of the day. For me, certainly the match to watch. We can see the 2 teams, how they're going to be lining up here. Where's anything you're seeing at the moment? You mentioned about Manchester United, how they've learnt their squad, learnt the appropriate traits. You mentioned the fighting spirit, the captaincy, when talking to me this morning about them. Anything that you're seeing immediately that jumps out from these 2 lineups?
Well, from a United standpoint, it looked like more of the same. They have a tactic for being in possession, being out of possession. From kickoff, they have a multiple formation style, very similarly to Arsenal. Christopher being captain. Christopher's tactics generally is a fluid formation, and he will always try and keep his opponents guessing, and it looks to be the approach that Arsenal are approaching. So it's there for either team at this point. They've set up in similar ways, but there'll be little intricacies that they'll have picked up for either teams.
Yeah, and obviously during the actual match, of course, you'll have different changes and tactics that'll happen, and obviously you'll enlighten them at home as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's all good.
Tough old week last week did Arsenal. 0 points, as we mentioned before, had to go up against the reigning champions AS Monaco losing 6-1 and 3-2. No points. They're going to try and put that right this week. They are dead last in the eFootball.Pro on goal difference. Only Celtic joining them on 0 points. Their opponents, though, last week, 3-2 win and a 0-0 draw against a Bayern München team that a lot of us had pegged to be a lot further up in the table than where they sit here on match day 2. We will see how they line up and if they can continue their amazing form. I don't think any of us really expected them to get that result that they did against Bayern München in match day 1, whereas it was a tremendous showing, really.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to have a bit of resiliency, as we mentioned, through some of these teams, for United to be able to show that, you know, coming back from a deflected free kick that, you know, had made it 2-2, for them to be able to show that resolve and to show that, you know, clinical mindset to kind of take it 3-2. It was great. It was great to see, and it was unexpected.
We have, of course, in the middle of that Manchester United lineup, Osterbuch, who won the €10,000 prize for the best goal, scoring the winner in the 82nd minute against Bayern München with Marcus Rashford, made his debut, I mean, less than a year ago. 2 goals last week, Adam, a tremendous showing from the young man.
It really was, and one thing that's coming to my mind, firstly, just to remind people at home, we have a 3v3 going on right now in case you missed match day 1, and some of the teams have more than those players, but they select the 3. But also what's interesting is how split the teams have been, because we've had players playing with each other and now this season they're against each other. How do you think that's going to play out, Wes?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it will probably play into some teams' hands, because you'll have one person within that team will go, okay, well, I know what I'm expecting from this team, so be interested.
So, kickoff approaches. Match 1 of match day 2, the eFootball.Pro 2020 season. Arsenal versus Manchester United. As we said before, Arsenal not where they want to be, and they're going to try and put that right here on match day 2. It is their opponents, though, with an early chance, looking for Greenwood in the middle, but Leno gratefully will gobble that one up. It's certainly going to be interesting to see the adjustments that Arsenal have made here, Wes, as they are able to grab the ball in midfield, but certainly going to need to be on fine scoring form if they want to try and get more points here on match day 2.
What's going to be interesting is if Arsenal, if they do go a goal ahead like they did against Monaco in that first game, whether they can sort of, you know, hold it out a bit better than, because they conceded 6, didn't they, without reply?
Yeah, it was 6-1 actually. They were able to open the scoring, but 6 in a row, as you say, without reply is not what Arsenal are going to be looking for here on match day 2. Bit of an early runner there. What have you seen so far, Wes? I mean, not too much to go on. We're still within the first 10 in-game minutes, but a couple of attacks from both teams. Anything really standing out for you? Who are they trying to target here, Arsenal?
Yeah, I mean, looking at Arsenal, they're looking through Aubameyang, and they were looking a lot more positive than they did on match day 1. As you can see, United made their way through. Oh.
I think that was David Luiz there. Sorry to cut you off, Wes, but David Luiz just getting back for Arsenal and making that clearance.
First real chance, and what a stunning block it was, as you said, from the Brazilian. Otherwise, that would have been a certain goal for Manchester United. They do have a corner, though. And there's the first pause in play, Wes. What are they doing?
Well, it'll be a tinker to try and figure out what they've done. Oh, actually, right now, I think it might have been to change the corner taker.
Pogba
Sometimes
then.
as simple as that.
Yeah.
Pogba is going to whip this one in for the Manchester club. Looking for Harry Maguire in the middle. Cleared away, but only as far as McTominay. Guendouzi will lift that one out of play. Throw in to United. Let's see again how these two teams are going to settle in here to match day 2. They've had that extended winter break. Lively interception from Eldridge O'Neill there, unable to grasp the ball away. Here is Pogba now.
Certainly Manchester United, who have been on the front foot so far. Can Arsenal hit them on the counter now? 15 minutes gone, still 0-0 stalemate.
McTominay finds Greenwood. There is Damani Mellor ahead of him, but Greenwood just blasts it against an Arsenal player. Here is Mellor. Greenwood still in and amongst it. Just tackled there. Good clearance as well by Alex Giardi for Arsenal. Gets that ball away, and now maybe a chance to counter as they finally get a hold of the ball here, Wes.
Yeah, so looking at it, I can see that there's some interesting changes. Man United have actually made. They've actually started McTominay to maybe counteract some physicality in midfield with Guendouzi and players like that. But Aubameyang's through.
Aubameyang is through here for Arsenal. Is this the first chance? And it's a goal. Beats the goalkeeper at the near post. Lovely goal from Arsenal. And that's the perfect start from them.
And they've soaked up all of the pressure early doors. And on the counter-attack, that is where Aubameyang and co are so dangerous. And advantage Arsenal. Wes, can they keep it? That's the question.
Well, you can see there they're using Aubameyang. As we mentioned, they have a lot of threats going forward. You've got Pepe, you've got Aubameyang, you've got Lacazette. But it's as quick and as easy as a give and go. It's one or two passes and you're through.
Just to remember, or to remind people at home, you mentioned Scott McTominay to even things up in midfield. It's stat balanced, isn't it, in this tournament? How does that work, Wes?
Yeah, well, in terms of stat balancing, you'll have some players that will get better ratings, and then you'll get some players that will have lesser ratings. And as we've figured out from Matchday 1 and from previous match days, is that physicality is a massively important stat, and McTominay has that in buckets. So it's looking at the individual stats and playing off against them.
So then, 1-0 to Arsenal. The London club starting how they mean to go on. Here is the man we were just talking about, Scott McTominay, a focal point so far for Manchester United's midfield. You can see the two clubs' stats so far in the eFootball.Pro season here in 2020. I must admit it was a bit of a mistake. I believe it was by Cams, the Manchester United defence, just allowing Aubameyang to be onside for that goal. So he's going to try and make amends. Here is Greenwood though. And Rashford tussling for it, trying to maybe get a bit of the rub of the green, but well done by Guendouzi. Nicola Pepe tries to feed Aubameyang, but that one will be cleared by De Gea.
Of course, Christopher played 1v1 for many years, and 1-0 to the Arsenal, so to say. As he just breaks down there. He was famed for those sort of victories, wasn't he, Wes? Obviously now he's part of a co-op. Do you think they're going to try the same tactics and try and get that sort of 1-0 sniff?
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, it would probably be the most sensible option at this point. See it out to half-time, stay at 1-0 and control the play from there. But the onrush of United is powerful enough as it is. You don't need to give them any more invites than what they're giving them right now.
Nelson clears the danger for Arsenal. Aubameyang again. Going to be one of the focal points to Arsenal's attack. Better though from Cams that time around, marking the Arsenal striker, getting that one clear. Here is Damani Mellor on the ball. Rashford making a great run through. Is this the equaliser? No, Leno smartly out. Good call there by the captain, Christopher, bringing out Leno. He will gratefully gather that one up as we are 5 minutes away from half-time.
Yeah, it was a good attack there from United, but just a little bit overhit on the pass, and they've been struggling a little bit so far in the opening 40 minutes with that. A lot of great approach play, Wes, but that final ball just lacking at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what they're trying to do, but it's just those little moments where it's just slightly overhit or it's slightly underhit.
Greenwood now looking for Damani Mellor again.
Underhit again.
Yeah, you can see the ideas are there. Is
that nerves or is that just good defending?
It's just good defending at this point.
Pogba, looking for Maguire. Went for the spectacular. Marcus Rojo, though, is here again. Looking for Greenwood.
Great turn.
Into Damani Mellor, is offside.
Offside flag is raised.
Manchester United thought they got the equaliser. Damani Mellor, though, running a little bit too eager. And the score stays 1-0. That was a great chance, though, for United.
I mean, on paper, Wes, you'd say before the game, Manchester United went into this as slight favourites, or am I just giving Arsenal not enough credit here?
Well, I think a lot of it would have been, if you were looking at match day 1, you would say they're favourites. However, as we said, they've had the festive period. They've been able to go away and look at their team. And Arsenal seem to be bang at it today.
There will be one more chance of the first half. Don't forget, we play 2 different matches here. Each match day, each club plays each other. 2 90-minute games of PES. Corner swung in. Cleared away by Lindelof. Only as far as Aubameyang, though. Might still be a chance here for Arsenal. That will be hoofed away.
Anywhere will do.
And into the half we go. Arsenal looking good. A 1-0 lead for them.
Yeah, so 1-0 to the Arsenal, a very famous phrase over the years. Of course, again, reminding people at home, if you miss match day 1, we have 2 games here, so this will count for a maximum of 3 points for the victor, or 1 for a draw, 0 for a loss, and then there'll be another game, so the potential is for 6 points, Harry.
Absolutely. Only 2 clubs were able to do that on match day 1. AS Monaco defeating Arsenal were one of those clubs. The other club, Schalke, beating Celtic 1-0 in both of those games. We have so many more matches to come here on match day 2. All of the aforementioned clubs will be in action once again, and all will be looking for the maximum 6 points.
And remember, you can follow us on all of the social medias for all of the latest information, and to get involved today, let us know how you're seeing the game so far, and throughout the day, let us know who your favourite teams are, who your favourite players are, best moments, etc.
Guendouzi intercepts. Failed pass though from Christopher is going to allow O'Neill with Pogba to try and feed Rashford. Cleared away, that will be hoofed in again out of the pitch.
It's all much of the same, isn't it, so far?
It really is. Anywhere will do for Arsenal. They've certainly adopted a bit more of a no-nonsense defensive approach and are trying to target Aubameyang there on the counter again. Just can't quite hold his run enough.
If I may say so, first cliche of the day, the next goal is all important.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Mustafi. Clear for Arsenal. Once again looking for Aubameyang. The problem is, though, for the London club is that they are pinned back in their own half. That's a nice snatch, though. Oh, the judge the other way for the referee. By the referee, I should say. But, I mean, looking at the defensive records of the 2 teams, I mean, in terms of defence points, you have 2 Arsenal players within the top 10 throughout all 30 players in the eFootball.Pro. You have Christopher, who was 5th best. Alex Giardi, 7th best. So, you should think they have the defensive capabilities to try and maintain this 1-0 lead. Here is Aubameyang, tackled by Maguire. Kolasinac looking for Nelson. Surely he's offside.
How impressed! Oh, chance here. It's got to Nelson.
Nelson. Just saved.
Save.
I'm surprised that wasn't offside, but it will be a corner.
How impressed are you, Wes, with the defending from Arsenal so far?
Well, it's a more pragmatic approach. You know, you saw they were a little bit more careless, a little bit more cavalier in match day 1. They seem to have gone away, really refined it, and are showing a really good defensive display here.
Half an hour remaining, Harry. Can we get an equalising goal?
Swung in. Looking for David Luiz. Wins the header. Puts it down to Aubameyang, but gratefully, David De Gea will silence the chance of come on Arsenal. You can see the updated goals table. The AS Monaco boys up the top thanks to their drubbing of Arsenal last week. So many goals scored. Alex Giardi scoring his 3rd goal in this game. Cleared up to Greenwood. Will he just get back to that? No, he won't settle for the throw in here, Wes.
Yeah, it's just an interesting point that you can see here is that Arsenal are trying to negate that physical advantage that Man United have. They're playing it on the deck. They're not playing aerial balls. They're trying to play in around the players. And I think Man United are kind of playing into Arsenal's strengths.
Naughty. That is a naughty challenge.
What colour card will we see? If any. Will just be the yellow card, I think, there for Nelson, as the tactical changes will come in.
Yeah, I was literally just going to say, Wes, it's around that 60-70 minute mark when we see all those changes, if they need to, you know, alter the proceedings of play. What do they need to do here, Manchester United?
Well, Man United, they need to get fresh legs in at the top end of the pitch. We've seen that they've gone the physical route by starting McTominay and Pogba. They need to maybe look at that for even the next game and even for the rest of this game to go, is that the right approach? You can see that substitutions have come on. You can see that Lacazette's come on for Arsenal to give them fresher legs. You can see that Arsenal are looking to try and employ some man marking as well to stop Man United from coming any further into the game.
You can see them just comparing the statistics, comparing those traits as you were talking about earlier this morning off air, Wes. I mean, it's something I hadn't even really considered, all the different traits of all the different players. That's why it's so important here in the eFootball Pro League to know your squad and know your strengths. You looking for Damani Miller. Lingard's here, wins the header. Rashford in the middle, gratefully cut out. Mustafi, I think it is in the end.
Looked a painful blow there for Aubameyang. That's going to be sore in the morning.
Back to De Gea. What can Manchester United build from here? 1-0 down, time ticking away. 72nd minute, that's again a poor mistake. But both teams really losing it in midfield. Bit of a scrappy affair here. Lacazette is through if he can find him. But Aubameyang's pass goes wanting. Manchester United, just 15 in-game minutes left to try and snatch a result away from Arsenal. Here is Martial.
It's been such a tight game, hasn't it, so far? Just you know, one moment really that's changed proceedings. But I've been impressed with Arsenal defensively, but also a little bit disappointed, should I say, from United going forwards.
Yeah, I mean, looking at them, it's Arsenal who have attacked in the way that they they've attacked the weaknesses of Man United, and I think Man United haven't really attacked the weaknesses of Arsenal.
So do you think they've gone away, Wes, and actually looked at this game and planned especially to play Manchester United and not just play a game of PES?
I think so. I think if you look at it, they're looking at the height of Maguire, but the lack of pace with Maguire at the back, and immediately gone, right, well, we'll employ Pepe, we'll employ Aubameyang, and now obviously they've got Lacazette on the pitch, makes it a lot, makes it a lot easier to get around that Man United back line. You can see they've got quite a tight four at the back. Traditionally, they play with 4 centre-backs, which stops the 2 additional players going forward. It gives you a lot more of a defensive base. Employing Kolasinac at defensive midfield, again, it's an additional defender that's in there that has physicality, that has the ability to tackle. So you can see that they've really set up to really kind of disorientate this United team.
Do you think maybe they might miss out on some counter-attacking opportunities playing Kolasinac in that midfield?
At this point, yes, but at this point during the game, you've only got 10 in-game minutes left. From Arsenal's standpoint, it's game management. You're looking to close out the game, and that's it.
Let's see if they can do just that.
You saw close-ups there of the players. It seems like they need some sort of G-up here. The guys from United look very quiet for such, I mean, especially Eldridge and Cams. They're both very, very loud players as the ball gets played in. Oh, Arsenal could have made it 2-0 off the woodwork. What a chance.
Remember that one. If Manchester United somehow managed to get a goal, because that was really the chance to put this game to bed for Arsenal. Looking for Rashford here. Controlled by captain Eldridge. He's taken out though, and here is Kolasinac, as you said, Wes, playing as that defensive midfielder, and now it's all about game management. Get this ball to the corner. Aubameyang, a country mile offside.
That could come back to cost them there, because like you said, they should have gone to the corner really there, Harry. And they've given possession completely away with that offside. Yeah, what I was saying about the players, you know, looking at Eldridge and Cams, especially from years gone by, very loud, exuberant, excitable players. They look quite down in the dumps at the moment. Do they need that little G up?
They need something to latch onto. As we know traditionally, Cams and Eldridge, both emotional players. We saw from Matchday 1, Austria is kind of the calming influence of the three. But I think they need to employ or get something out of this game to at least latch onto for the second.
4 minutes to go. Matic here for United. Martial, Lingard in support here as well. Maguire up to Rashford. Blocked though. Absolutely tremendous there from Christopher, believe it was. But Manchester United come again. Looking for Lingard out there on the left, but that's a naughty one.
Here's a chance.
That will gift a free kick to Manchester United.
Yeah, and looking at Man United, they've gone all-out attack, which means that you've got an additional centre-back forward. So Maguire's in and around the box at the moment, so it's adding an extra player that Arsenal have got to watch out for.
The decibels are raising inside the stadium with just 1 minute to go. Chance for a late equaliser. Would be a priceless point here for Manchester United.
Matic trying to clash against an Arsenal player, but Mustafi will bring this one away. Do you hack him down here? He's just hoofing it up the pitch.
Anywhere.
Is that far enough, though? You can see Alex Giardi in the player cams, not happy with himself.
This would be a huge result, wouldn't it, for Arsenal?
Absolutely it would. Yet to score a point here in the eFootball.Pro, but United aren't just done yet. That one hoofed up the pitch. I think we're all out of time. And the first 3 points of the eFootball.Pro 2020 season go to Arsenal.
That is a massive, massive result for Arsenal Football Club in the eFootball.Pro season. it was just a case, Wes, of get your nose in front and just see the game out. And it wasn't like they were being necessarily negative, just very resolute performance. Impressive.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to steal a line from El Matador from Matchday 1-0 is the greatest result in football, and they've gone and got.
You can't just copy people.
Oh, well, I have to. I have to. You know, I have to steal somebody's lines.
But it's a great.
But if you look at the way that they did it, like you said, they weren't overly negative with how they were playing. They were in the opponent's half. They were trying to push the issue. I think once it got to the last 5 minutes of that game, I think Arsenal realised, okay, we just get the ball. We get the ball gone now. Yeah. You know, and like I say, they controlled the game without looking like they were controlling the game. They played in their tactics played into the hands of countering Man United's weaknesses, and don't think Man United are equipped, or were equipped, at least in that game, to counter Arsenal's weaknesses.
So, with that Game 1 result, Arsenal scored their first points of the eFootball.Pro season, lifting them off the bottom of the table. And honestly, they looked very, very well oiled in that first game, as you two have both touched on already, countering the strengths of the Manchester United team. I have to ask you now, Wes, at what point do Manchester United maybe throw a curveball at Arsenal? If you think Arsenal have, you know, designed their whole team lineup to counter yours, at what point do you maybe throw a curveball, throw a different player in there, maybe switch on the formation?
I think you have to do it from minute one of this game. I think this game plan screen down will determine whether United get a result out of this game or not.
Yeah, my question was going to be exactly the same, to be honest, because looking at that game, you would expect Arsenal to play pretty much identical, try and, you know, because let's be honest, even a 0-0 for them now, they'd be very happy with the 4 points.
Oh yeah, no.
So they will sit there, they'll try and grab a goal, exactly the same. The key change that's needed here is from the opposition. Manchester United need to do something, and like you said, possibly they may play them at their own game. They might try and just sit there, but then you're playing into Arsenal's hands. They're happy with the 0-0, like they said.
Well, it's what we said in Matchday 1. Christopher has a tactic for all occasions. So if you go and try and press the game on them, he's got a tactic for that. If you hold off and play backwards, he will have a tactic for that. And that is a real key trait that Arsenal have in their squad.
So, indeed. How do Manchester United break down the enigma that is Christopher's Arsenal team? We head into the second match of this tie between these two teams. Manchester United attacking Arsenal.
Quick start needed.
Rashford.
A few shouts for a penalty there.
I don't think that one will ever be given, as long as the referee has eyes.
VAR.
Let's not get into it. That's a bit of a touchy subject. McTominay, though, can find Greenwood here on the left. Rashford waiting in the centre. Can Greenwood find a man? He only finds David Luiz, and that one will sail out for a corner. Good early start, though, from Manchester United. Early corner for Pogba to whip in, and looks like we're actually going to be seeing some changes, perhaps. Maybe a little bit of tactical switching going on here for Arsenal, maybe a bit of gamesmanship.
Same formations as we saw in the first game, Wes. Are you surprised by that from Manchester United point of view?
A little bit surprised. I mean, granted, you know, knowing these players personally, they'll trust in their own game plans, but I think still there needs to be some type of change somewhere.
This is where Arsenal are dangerous.
Great steal from Pepe. As we have Aubameyang again ahead of him. Great little skill there, finds Aubameyang. Lindelof, though, covering behind. That is cleared by Eldridge. And I think the worst thing for Manchester United's confidence here in this game would be to concede first. So important to be solid at the back. Matic trying to find Damani Mella. Here is Rashford in the Arsenal penalty box, snuffed out though by Alex GRD. Controlling Mustafi, and now he can bring the ball forward.
Why is the defense?
Kolasinac just a little bit wayward there, doesn't find a man at all, and now Manchester United have the ball back. And one thing that Christopher of Arsenal fame is so renowned for in the PES League is controlling the ball, playing possession football, something we haven't seen so far out of Arsenal here in this second match. David Luiz finds Aubameyang. Nelson here in support. Pepe is through here as well. Can Venom get anything on the board?
Should have shot.
I was going to say, a little bit indecisive there from Venom.
Had to pull the trigger there. The far post was gaping.
Aubameyang. Nelson. Again, just a little bit lacklustre here from Arsenal, and as long as they let these chances go, they're still going to allow Manchester United into the game. 20 minutes into the first half. As Arsenal attack down the right-hand side, looking for Aubameyang, but Lindelof again covering, and again, it's Cam's doing really well. As Arsenal lose the ball in midfield. Damani Mella again the target, but that will be a foul.
You feel Manchester United really needed an early goal here, because this game is playing out exactly like the first so far, Wes, and Arsenal will be very, very happy with proceeding so far, unless Marcus Rashford can grab a goal here. It's another wayward final third pass again.
Well, if you look at the way that Arsenal set up defensively, they're swarming that box. They have loads of players that are in that box that are stopping these little intricate passes they're attempting. And there's nothing that Man United have really at this point to counteract that. You know, it's interesting to see that Man United haven't switched their approach.
Bit of a fluff piece from me, but it's interesting to see
Manchester
United actually change where they're sitting. Last week we had Cams in the middle. This week it's actually Osterbuch. I don't know whether or not that might be changing their mentality a little bit, potentially.
Vice-captain stepped up today.
Rashford finds Greenwood for United. Rashford again on that left-hand side is the target, but smartly cleared by Alex Giardi, and Venom, I believe, saves the corner. Will just be a throw-in here to United. Matic is in support. Surely will be the target. No, one throw comes in. Aim for Rashford, but Mustafi gets that one away, and now another chance for Arsenal to counter. They don't have the bodies up just yet, so some hold-up play or some trickery will have to come into effect. Rojo, though, snuffs that one out. Now United maybe can come forward again.
Half an hour gone, business as usual, Wes. 0-0, stalemate, Arsenal closing in on 4 points.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they're not really having to push the issue. Having won the first game, they haven't really got to push it and try and go for another win. They're in a completely different environment than what they were on the first match day, where they just felt they were constantly chasing their tails.
And of course, you know, a lot of the time we see in eFootball PES 2020, we see a lot of, you know, high-scoring affairs, but there is this occasion where, you know, these great players are so tactically gifted that they can produce these moments of stalemates.
Yeah, 100%. And we made the comment on Matchday 1 is that the games are won or lost in the game plan screen. Like it's not you know, something that, you know, you really think that it makes that much of an impact. But you need to be set out from minute one. You need to be set out pinpoint.
Manchester United really struggling to break down the brick wall that is Arsenal, but again, the London club really a little bit sloppy in midfield. Damani Mella trying to find Rashford, but this has gotten very scrappy. Certainly not the possession football that we've known of Christopher so far.
Now, just seeing some stats on the screen there. Alex Giardi with 3 goals. He mentioned last season when he was playing for FC Nantes that, of course, he was lightning in front of goal and absolutely ruthless, and he's proving that again, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly took that class and that quality from last season. He's very much employed it this season, and, you know, I don't know where this game's going to go, this second game. I really don't.
7th best in the league in terms of defence points entering match day 2 was Alex Giardi. 3 goals to his name after that first goal in the first game.
How do you not know where the game's going, Wes? You're meant to be our expert.
Well,
come on.
At a 0-0 and a stalemate, it's going to be based on that magical 60-minute to 70-minute period. If you get the right subs on at the right time, the game can change.
Damani Mella for United. He's been really, really strong in midfield. He's certainly been a focal point for them. Here is McTominay. Damani Mella again has Greenwood waiting. Hounded by 2 Arsenal men. Make it 3.
Brilliant defending again.
Socrates comes in, and that will be the final kick of the half.
Yeah, and I'm going to use my second cliche of the day, Wes. It's going to be, of course, by the looks of things, either a moment of magic, pure magic, or a defensive mistake that's going to change this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the pressure that you would say that United are putting Arsenal under, Arsenal are able to answer everything. They're hunting in packs, they're going in 2s or 3s to go and get the ball back. They've got nothing really to counteract it at this point.
So then, Second half underway. Arsenal and Manchester United in this second match. Still goalless. Just the one goal in the first game going in Arsenal's favour. Alex GRD, the goal scorer. Punted forward to Rashford. United certainly chasing the game. Haven't really seen a lot attacking-wise out of Arsenal here in this second game. Let's see if they can conjure up something here. Aubameyang tackles Maguire, and that's going to allow potentially Arsenal through, and that's a cynical one.
50-50 possession. It's been very, very even. 49 minutes, it's a real chance. Oh, what a terrible touch. Because he was in there, Wes.
Yeah, he was. That was one of those gilt-edged chances. If it takes the right touch, you can get it under control, but it's just not to be that time.
Well, could this bounce through to Greenwood? He is still
He's
through.
In, he's in. It's Rashford, surely.
Rashford.
He's done it.
And that's the goal. Handshakes are, I mean, they're leaving a lot to be desired, but United won't care. Rashford through, and it's the first goal.
Well, Wes, I said moment of magic, moment or a defensive error, and it's come as a defensive error, really. Miscontrol right in the danger area. They broke on them very quickly with that high press, and the rest was history. Marcus Rashford, 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at the way that this ball breaks down, Greenwood makes the run there, but you can see that they're banking on a bad touch, and they've managed to take advantage of it and take the lead.
So United find the goal they were looking for. As you said, Adam, Rashford was through, and Arsenal are very, very disappointed. That's going to mean the lead going to the Manchester club. I must say, though, disappointing to see the handshakes. Arsenal looking for an immediate reply here. Aubameyang will only find himself a corner.
Yeah, instant reply needed, because I think Manchester United are going to do what Arsenal did to them in the opening fixture, because they'll be very happy just to sit on this now and hit them on the counter.
Guendouzi for Arsenal, who are searching for an equaliser. Whipping this corner in. 53 in-game minutes have elapsed. David Luiz finds Aubameyang, great save. Rojo trying to clear it. Pogba surely will. And it's moved up the pitch. That was a close one, though, for Arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, it's their resiliency at the back. Is it going to break at any point? You're looking at, Arsenal now. They're in a totally different scenario than what they were in the first game, and now we're going to kind of see what type of attacking mentality that they've got. Whether they go and push for an additional goal to try and get it to 1-1, or do they just try and take the loss on the chin? I mean, I know what I'd be doing. I'd be throwing the kitchen sink at it.
Lindelof here for United. Pogba with a lot of space, not an Arsenal man pressuring. That allows him to pick his pass. Here is McTominay to Rashford, looking for Damani Mello again. The clearance is a bit wayward there from Arsenal, allowing United to retain and recycle the attack. Pogba hounded, but maintains possession. Rashford through ahead of Greenwood here, but Nelson's doing such a great job. Just pushing him back, but United will be happy with this. They'll just be continuing to maintain possession, clear the midfield a little bit, and we will see if United maybe can get through here, but play back to the keeper here from Arsenal.
Yeah, half an hour remaining here for Arsenal to salvage something. It's hard to see, like the first game, on the opposite foot, where it's going to come from, because in such tight games, they're not creating either side, really. So, Wes, what are they going to do now to change this?
Well, if you're Arsenal, you need to be looking at bringing on offensive players. You need some additional energy. It looks like they've gone that route with employing Lacazette up top. Of course, United kind of defaulting to their regular type of changes, which is Martial comes on, who has a super sub card, which allows him to perform at a better level. And then you've got Jesse Lingard, who comes in again as a fresh number 10 to reinforce that midfield.
And also, because we mentioned about the stat balancing, that physicality slightly different though across the players. Do you think that'll come into?
Yeah, I mean, if you're United, you'll continue to play the way that you are. You're just trying to challenge for each ball. You're not trying to win it. You're just trying to disrupt. With Arsenal, they're going to need to utilise that pace and find a way around Lindelof and Maguire, who are both physically strong in stat balance mode.
So then, 65 minutes elapsed as Ozil will be coming on here for Arsenal, who are chasing a point out of this game. Do not forget, we play 2 games per match here every match day. So Arsenal already with 3 points in the bank. They're looking to see if they can snatch at least 1 more. They're going to need a goal to do that, though. They've won themselves a corner. Guendouzi to swing this one in, or rather swing it out with the right boot. David Luiz, the target here at the front post. Trying to flick it onto Aubameyang. Nothing doing, though. It's Mavropanos now. Will recycle, wins the first ball. Ozil here. Looking for Aubameyang again. Guendouzi challenging for it, but United's come away with it.
Just looking at the screen, we saw some stats there. The top assist maker, 6 assists for Usmakabal, who hasn't even played yet. And the next down is 2. So in terms of the overall season for assists, must be he must be pretty odds on right now. But time running out here in this match for Arsenal. Just 20 minutes as Mesut Ozil takes the free kick short.
Aubameyang. Stolen by Rojo, and you might have been able to hear there on the player audio Eldridge O'Neill saying, "Oh my days." He's certainly feeling like United not getting the luck that they want right now. What is missing for them? Good defensive work there from Camps.
Many people, of course, billed this as the game of the day, didn't they? And I mean, such that the 2 teams were so good. Maybe that's the reason why we've had such a stalemate.
Yeah, well, this is it. We had a similar situation last week, didn't we? Where we played out not several, but a few draws and some nil-nils here and there. Can often be the case, Wes, when 2 teams are so evenly matched that they do almost cancel each other out.
Yeah, I mean, you have quality players all over this league. It's not just Arsenal, Man United. It's it's through all of the teams, and the way they play against each other a lot. They play with each other a lot, so they know a lot of their game plans and a lot of their gameplay. It's going to be hard for players to surprise each other in this league, and results like this may become probably more frequent than what we realise.
Arsenal now with possession, but time running down. They need to get the ball up the pitch and try and find a man in a goal-scoring position. Lingard with some nice control, though, from United. You can see how many players Arsenal are committing to their attacks, as leaving gaps in midfield and gaps in front of the defence. David Luiz, though, coming away with the ball. Referee plays advantage.
Oh.
United being very cynical here. Advantage
Filthy.
still being played. Lacazette just about gets a deflection, but it is cleared in the end by Ostrobach.
I think the term pure filth comes into mind there. But of course, again, is that part of game management as well?
I think its frustration is a little bit of it, but I think trying to get the game to be stopped, so at least then you can get your team back and formed up. Because if you notice from that goal kick, Man United were pushing their line forward, where the goalkeeper was executing a high punt. A high punt, as opposed to just a regular goal kick, will give your player enough time and enough energy, enough of an opportunity to head that ball down. If you're playing a high line and you're timing it just right, you'll always be offside from a goal kick. So it's these little tactics where they're trying to get the ball back and try and get it under their own control.
Moving around of the front 3 for Manchester United, and as you can see down the bottom of your screen, the 3 players from each team. Alex Giardi in the middle for Arsenal. Boy, they need his goal-scoring attributes now.
Absolutely they do. I feel like the United shift around up the top, certainly to try and counter-attack Arsenal and really drive the stake through the heart as they try and chase an equaliser.
I mean, if it stays like this, a fair result across the 2 games, one goal apiece, 3 points apiece.
Yeah, I would say so. I think both games we've seen similar game plans of get a goal and then manage the game. And I think both teams, I think if you ask them before the game, I think they both would be happy with 3 points.
Yeah.
Crunch
8 minutes
time.
to go, Harry.
Crunch time for Arsenal, Adam. Can they conjure up a moment of magic to steal a point away from Manchester United? Ozil. Took a deflection there, I think. Maitland-Niles wins the header. Ozil there, scrapping, but cleared by Eldridge. Ball will come right back at them though. Ozil has Lacazette through.
Chance.
Aubameyang. Oh, that's a foul from Eldridge.
Oh.
You heard him say it might be offside. Hacked him down anyway, and now
it's got to be a red. Yeah.
It's a red for Rojo. Ozil with the quick one. Aubameyang. Just a little bit rushed there maybe from Arsenal.
Can they utilise that extra player now? They've got 5 minutes to do it. That was that was some challenge, wasn't it?
Certainly going to be feeling that one in the morning, but the foul on the United man will allow possession to go back into their favour, and with a 1-0 lead here in game 2, they're looking good for the 3 points, Wes.
Yeah, even with the sending off, I don't think that United will be too rattled by that. I think, if anything, that stopped.
He had to do it. He was going to score.
Yeah,
wasn't he?
he was going to score. He was 1v1. You know, you could have argued that potentially Aubameyang may have been offside, but the foul had to be executed. There was no way about it. It's cynical. It's professional. It's whichever way you want to slice it, but it needed to be done. It needed to be done.
It was Wes Dog-esque.
Yeah, me in my prime.
I mean, you would argue the same thing would happen in real-world football if it was a clear goal-scoring opportunity that late in the game. You've got to take one for the team, and that's something that happened to Manchester United.
But you can see here, Man United now really trying to shore this up. They've deployed Matic as an auxiliary CB.
I was going to say slightly defensive there, Wes.
Yeah, just slightly, ever so slightly, but they're very much parking the bus at this point, switching to 4-4-1.
I've also noticed that for Manchester United, for Arsenal, how narrow their back four are. Is there a reason for that?
Ideally, it's to focus all of your players to be in the line in the box, so that way then it makes the little passes in the box far easier to defend rather than having players that are kind of quite far away from each other.
United, 1-0 lead, time in their favour. Martial here with the ball. Oh, looking for Damani Mella, that's going to gift possession over to the London club. Ozil here in midfield. Pepe running on beyond. Can't quite dribble through to him, and that's cleared once again. Ball will come back at Manchester United. Siege mentality now for the club playing out of Old Trafford. Ozil looking for Aubameyang. Oh, will this just land for him? Keeper grabs. 5 minutes added on. Is this one all over, Wes?
Well, you can see there De Gea taking his time with the goal kick. And to be honest, if you're looking at the way that United fouled, they need to be careful. They give away a free kick, but they're in possession of the ball now. It's exactly where they need to be.
Lingard.
You can see Lingard
on the right. Yeah, hacked down there by Maitland-Niles. Had to be done, otherwise this one would have been all over. Free kick to United, but they will probably take as much time off the clock here as they possibly can. Damani Mella. You can hear on the audio they're trying to decide who's going to take this free kick. It's into Matic. Back to Maguire. Oh, dilly-dallying there on the ball, but doesn't matter. Referee's final whistle comes in. Points are shared across the two games. Both teams getting a 1-0 win. Game 2 ends Manchester United 1, Arsenal 0.
Yeah, a great 3 points apiece for both of the two clubs. Rashford in the 51st minute there in a game that really offered not a lot in terms of attacking intent. It was a very, very cagey start to the day. But like we said, Wes, that's generally because the two teams were at such a high calibre.
Yeah, I think, in terms of, if you looked at the pre-match video where Eldred made mention of Christopher and his tactics and his tactical switches, they anticipated tactical switches, but I don't really think they anticipated them to that degree. I think if you looked at the way that Arsenal set up in that first game, it was exactly what they needed. They needed something to give themselves a bit of confidence. Although they didn't come away with a full 6 points or 4 points, they can at least go away from today going, do you know what, we've got the monkey off our back, we've won one game, now we can press on.
And then likewise for Manchester United, who, let's be honest, didn't play or didn't turn up really for large parts of today, but they've come away with 3 points. They'll be very happy sitting with 7 now.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at their first game, they were nullified by Arsenal, and I think second game they finally found their feet. It took them 51 minutes in the second game, but they at least found their feet.
They did indeed. We will shortly hopefully be going to the mix zone to have a chat with some of the players. But is there any, outside of the, it's hard to pick standout moments in such a stalemated kind of two fixtures, but were there any moments that you think, or certainly going forwards, that you think you've seen a pattern of play that either side are going to adopt going forwards?
Well, I think it's more Arsenal. It's the way that they've now set out. They seem to have found their identity, and hopefully they stick to it, because as we've seen from today, although they didn't come away with 6 points, they're starting to come away with points now, and that will give them some more confidence going into future match days. Yeah,
of course, Alex Giardi with the first goal for Arsenal in that first game, and then Ostrovic, who scored the goal with Marcus Rashford in that second game, so stalemate apiece. Obviously, we're going to get to going forwards, the games to come, but do you feel that you've seen anything, because how good Man United were really in that first match day, have you seen anything today that's made you question a little bit what they need to work on, possibly?
I think it was just surprising that they were sticking to their game plan. They stuck to it almost to a fault. They were almost too proud of their own game plan to make a switch. I think if going forward they have a bit more of a pragmatic approach where they say, look, this isn't working, at least then they can make a change rather than just stick vehemently to one.
Absolutely. Now we are going to go to the mix zone with Harry and some of the players, I think, for Arsenal first.
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. I'm here with the Arsenal team. I'm going to speak to you, Venom, first. 3 points across both games. Is that the result that you guys wanted?
We surely want to do 2 victories, but we worked a lot during the holidays. We spent a lot of time to improving our game. You know, we are playing together from not that much time, so we need to improve on the chemistry. But we are on the good road. So I'm confident. I'm confident for the season. We are playing good, and we can only improve and working on the details.
You won 1-0 in the first game, but that second game, obviously you lost 1-0. What changed between those 2 games? Did they change up any tactics, or was it more you guys just not performing as well as maybe you could have?
When you play at this level, their play style is pretty similar to us. So the one that go ahead probably will win, because we spent a lot of time on the defense, so also on handling the results. But anyway, we did good.
Christopher, I'm going to come to you. The final question. You played Barcelona in Matchday 3. Anything you're expecting out of that game? Maybe some weaknesses you're planning to exploit for the Barcelona team?
Not especially. We will try to continue to play on this way. Today we play really well. I'm very proud really of my players. I have to congratulate United. They play well. I think you deserve maybe more, 4 or 6 points, but it's game. You have to congratulate them. And now about Barcelona, it will be a tie game. They have the World Champion on Cup, so you have to show how is the World Champion. He's playing home, but we will be ready for sure. And we will work a lot again to improve. It's only a question of work.
Can I have something? Yeah, I just want to dedicate this performance to my grandma that just passed away some days ago. So, ti voglio bene, nonna.
Rest in peace. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations, Arsenal. 3 points out of match day 2.
Yeah, thanks, Harry, and commiserations, of course, to S Venom there. All of our thoughts, obviously, with the family. Going forwards for Arsenal, it's quite exciting, I feel, because you've got, Christopher, who's quite a pragmatic and tactical player, knows the game inside out over the years. You've then got the sort of flair going forwards of Alex Giardi, and then you've got the kind of the man in the middle who sort of knits it all together. So are you impressed with what you've seen today?
The fact that there's been a better performance today, I'm impressed with that, the fact that they've gone away. And granted, you could look at the first match day and go, well, they were up against Monaco, and that just happens where Monaco are the attacking force they are. But the fact that they've gone away, they themselves have said, look, we've worked on this, we've worked really hard, and we've come away with 3 points today. It's a massive improvement for them.
Yep, so they lost the first game, they won the second game. Here's Manchester United.
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. I'm here with the Manchester United players. Eldridge, 1-0 loss in the first game. You bounced back in game number 2. Talk me through the 2 games. What changed?
First game, we were pressing actually, and we were the better one. But like in football, if you don't score, you concede the goal. And they scored 1-0 and then kept defending and defending well, kept the lead. We were trying and pressing, and the thing is we failed actually in changing tactics. We just kept forcing our same gameplay, trying to go to the middle while it was very crowded in the middle. So the losses on us. Second game, we actually played a bit the same, but we changed in defense from middle to wide. And that worked good because they were just running to the side and our team was just pressing on the side. So to defend well and yeah, just keep composure, wait, and in the end we scored the goal.
You did get the goal. 3 points out of those 2 games. Surely not the result you wanted. I mean, 3 points better than no points, but obviously you would have wanted all 6, right?
To be honest, I expected all 6. We were good. We are in training. Everything was going well for us. And to lose the first game, it's for me. I'm not happy with 3 points. So hopefully we can do better next time. And yeah, we will train again.
Speaking of next time, Matchday 3, you guys play against Celtic, your old teammate from last season, Jos in Dominator. How are you guys feeling about that one? Is there any tactics in particular you guys are going to try and employ against a Celtic team, which at the moment have 0 points?
That they have 0 points is more on luck, and it's a new team. They have to get used, and when they play against us in Matchday 3, they should be much better than they are now. So we have some game plans ready because we practiced a lot against them. We will see what we will do on that game, and of course it's nice to have a Dutch affair against Jos and his twin brother. Obviously I know them, and I'm also with Jos, my teammate of last season. We were runner-up, so both of us want to do better now. So it will be a tight game, and they are actually an unorthodox because almost all teams play 4-3-3, and they are the only one playing 4-5-1. So we will see. We have to adapt and try to get 6 points again then.
Awesome. Eldridge, Manchester United, congratulations guys, 3 points for you. Back to Adam and Wes in the studio.
Yeah, thanks very much, Harry. Interesting that, Wes, that they came out of that with 3 points, 1 victory, 1 defeat, and it feels like they lost both games. They seem very despondent, don't they?
Yeah, they it's almost like they're more than disappointed in how they played. I mean,
is that a sign that they are such a good team potentially because they expect to go out and win every time?
Well, I think looking at the characters, the build-up they're used, of that team, they're used to winning. So when something happens where they don't win, it's a shock to the system, and they go, okay, well, I wasn't happy with that. We should have won this. It's well, actually, if you look at the game, when they watch it back, you'll look at the fact that Arsenal defended in such a way that it made it nigh on impossible for Man United to even get close to the box. And they should take heart in the fact that second game they've come out and won it. They should take away and go, do you know what? 3 points. We're going to be in the upper half of the table. We should take that as a positive.
Yeah, they mentioned how they, in terms of the formations of Celtic, they'd already been looking at the team for next game. Do you think they perhaps didn't give Arsenal enough credit and are perhaps a bit complacent?
Yeah, I think so. I think if you looked at the results, like I said, if you looked at the results from Matchday 1, you'd immediately go, oh well, Arsenal spent force. Don't need to worry about it then. They've conceded 6 in their first game. What they probably haven't banked on is that Arsenal have gone away and worked really hard to get themselves into a position where they can win points and they can win games. So I think ultimately...
To now be taken seriously.
Yeah, now it's a case of, okay, Arsenal got some points on the board. Okay, they're ones that we now need to look at and figure out. And I think going forward, it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, remember, guys at home, if you're watching, to follow us on all our social media channels for all the latest information on the tournament as a whole, and get involved. Let us know how you're feeling, certain players, goals, etc., that you've enjoyed the most. We're now going to turn our attention, Wes, to the second match day, which is second match game, should I say, which is FC Bayern München and FC Barcelona, starting with the team Bayern Munich. So we have, of course, Alex Alguacil, Jose and Mestre. Alex, of course, played for Barcelona last season. Interesting turn of events there, Wes. And then, of course, for Barcelona, we have Guiafera, Henriquinho and De Palma as well. Some great experience for both of these two teams. Another huge heavyweight, tie here, Wes.
Yeah, like we said, there's no easy games in eFootball.Pro, and this, again, is exactly the same. You've got powerful players across both teams, but then powerful players in control of those players. So I think it'd be a very interesting matchup to see how this pans out.
Absolutely, and in terms of that, who do you see as being the standout team of this game? Who's your money on in terms of who's going to win this?
If I was a betting man, I'd give it Barcelona.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to go now to check out the videos for the two teams.
Well, I expect a tough battle against Barca. After seeing them the first match day, they are a clear favorite for content and fight for the title here in eFootball.Pro. I mean, we fixed a lot of mistakes that we did in the first one during the Christmas and the last training session. We improved a lot. I mean, we improved also our chemistry. We are feeling better each day. Well, it will be tough. Really fun fight against them. I hope to give my best. Also from Jose and Mesa's side, I believe a lot of them. Well, I mean, that's time to recover points, being back on our normal level. Well, let's see tomorrow. It will be a really fantastic game.
We're training a lot and we are ready for today. Bayern is a very good team and we are ready for the match.
Yeah, some words of wisdom again from both sets of players, and it's a real tough one to call this. We talked about earlier, Wes, but you've got obviously your standout players, the likes of Alex and Guiafera, who are world champions in 1v1 and co-op. But the other players involved, the likes of Henriquinho, the Palmer, Pro Evo, and the rest, they're all big players with a lot of experience in the PES League as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at them individually, they're really good players. If you look at them as a collective, it's a collection of really good players, and I think that is, with every team they've gone out and recruited very good players across the board, and I think they all complement each other in one way or another. So it's going to be interesting. It's not just down to, there's X player that's going to be very good. It's going to be a case of how that unit works rather than just is an individual going to have a good game. It's can they all mesh together and form a really good team.
Absolutely. So we are ready for match 2 in match day 2. It is FC Bayern München versus FC Barcelona. Let's go. A real heavyweight tussle here between two huge global football teams, Bayern Munich and Barcelona. Harry, are there any bigger?
If there are, I haven't seen them. Certainly two teams that domestically within their own rights have won nearly everything that there is to win. And one thing that we might not have touched on, I'm not sure if you guys have touched on this, but this is actually Alex Alguacil going up against his former team.
Yes, indeed.
Last season, getting to the semi-finals, was obviously bitterly disappointed not to win the entire thing with Barcelona. Now finds himself lining up against his former club. So this one maybe a bit of pride, a bit of revenge almost on the cards, perhaps for Alex Alguacil. We'll have to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, Wes, we mentioned, me and Harry, about the size of these two clubs. As a former player, what's that, not only pressure, but also what's that, excitement that you're playing for, one of the biggest clubs in world football?
Yeah, I mean, it would be, it's a dream. It's you're playing the game that you love, but then you're playing it for a club that you then love. If you look at Barcelona, you look at the players they've got, all massively been invested into Barcelona, and same goes for the Bayern Munich boys. They've took on that kind of ethos that Bayern Munich have, and it's kind of ingrained into them now. So it's a case of pride and representing a club the size of Bayern Munich or the size of Barcelona. It goes with it, and it is an excitement. It's not a nerve, it's an excitement. You're like, wow, I'm here as representing Bayern Munich. I can say that I'm a Bayern Munich esports player. It's a feather in their bow almost.
Yeah, and obviously 3 new players for Barcelona this year, and it looks like they've made signings based on the ethos of the club as well, because if you look at Guiafera, the Palmer, and Henriquinho, they're all players who play that lovely, attractive tiki-taka sort of style of football.
Yeah, yeah. You look at how they employ that tactic. We saw, you know, it was quite tight versus Juventus in Matchday 1, but you could see the early the early parts of that coming to fruition. I think today we've got two teams that will think very similarly in terms of their play style. So I think we're in for a very, very good game here.
Lots of goals, hopefully.
Here's hoping.
0-0.
Don't say that. That being said, we do speak about Barcelona being a team that does play attractive football. Last week, left it late to get the results that they did against Juventus. Guifera in the 87th minute to rescue a draw in game 1, and then Henriquinho in the 5th minute of added time in game 2 to win 1-0 against Juventus. They go up against FC Bayern München here and will be looking to try and repeat that same feat. Hopefully we can see some earlier goals from them this time around, I should say, Wes, as Bayern München will be disappointed with just the 1 point that they were able to grab against Manchester United last time.
Yeah, I mean, and if you look at the fashion, I mean, we saw it as the goal of the match day. If you saw the fashion in which that result came to be, they would be quite disappointed at how defensively, you know, they performed there. You know, I heard, you know, kind of them mention about how Neuer had rushed out, and you know, having an offensive goalkeeper is not always a positive thing to have.
Barcelona then starting this one out, attacking from left to right in their classic Blaugrana kit, which in Catalan actually translates to the red and blues. Here's Messi, offside by just a whisker. That was such a good chance though, and Barcelona, that's a statement of intent early on.
Yeah, you can see that they're looking for a slightly more direct route to goal this time, as opposed to taking their time and move through the gears. They're certainly looking to be a little bit more direct here.
So then, Griezmann here in midfield. Well cut out though by Jose, the captain of this all-Spanish Bayern München lineup. As we mentioned before, bitterly disappointed with how Matchday 1 went. And it's not the easiest of bounce-back matches here on Matchday 2, but as you say, Wes, there are no easy matches here in the eFootball.Pro 2020 season. So a free kick has been awarded here to Barcelona, and I'm trying to think back to Matchday 1 and how Barcelona really employed their tactics. Seemed that a lot of counter-attacks came in from them.
Yeah, you can see that they're using a lot of pace. They have it in spades, so it's their, you know, it's their go-to trait. You know, you want to be able to use pace. It's interesting from Bayern Munich side. They've started with Thomas Müller this match day. They didn't start with him, I believe, in the last match day. So it's interesting to see that even they're looking at, you know, tactical switches to really break this down.
Here is Vriet. Early chance there. I say early, 16 minutes gone. Xerxes, lovely turn. Vriet in the middle again. Piqué clears it. That was Guifera there on defensive duties. Here is though Antoine Griezmann for the Catalan club. Referee will play on. Not an advantage given though. Busquets. Toro Vidal finds Leo Messi. Oh, good save. Needed to be done. Argentinian almost finding the top corner.
Yeah, he was getting smart play to at least try a shot from outside the box. It's a rarity in eFootball.Pro, seeing as the percentage shot seems to be trying to pass it around the box, so it was good to try and force a save.
Perez here finds Messi. Perez is through, looking for Griezmann. 22nd minute, and it's the first goal of the game. They left it late twice against Juventus, but it only takes 22 minutes for FC Barcelona to draw first blood.
Sensational finish there as the ball got whipped across the face, tapped in at the near post, and it's been an interesting game so far, but certainly in terms of real quality, we've had to wait till the 22nd minute. Wes, great goal.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the percentage shot, we talked about passing in between the box, and lo and behold, it's a neat little ball. It's a slight flick off from Suarez. The defender's lost it, and it's an easy tap in for Griezmann in the end.
Guifera, I think it was.
A lovely turn there, wasn't it?
Controlling, as you say, a lovely turn, but Guifera, the goal scorer for Barcelona. his only second goal of the eFootball.Pro season so far. We are only on match day 2, and no doubt that will change, but Bayern München now find themselves 1-0 down. Nightmare start after trying to bounce back from just a 1-point gain from match day 1. Pavard. We'll see what Bayern München can do now with a bit of possession. They did threaten early on. Here is Vriet on the right-hand side, but will be cleared away by Henriquinho. Good response, though, from Bayern, yet to really fashion themselves a clear-cut chance, but we'll no doubt be seeing more of them as we advance. Throw-in finds Goretzka. Xerxes will chase, but Barcelona will happily let that one roll through for a goal kick and roll the dice once again in midfield. Boateng. Xerxes again left alone on the right-hand side. Here is Vriet. Tackled in the box, fairly, as adjudged by the referee. Griezmann now maybe a counter for Barcelona. Perez looking for the 1-2 with Suarez, can't find it. Cut out in the end by Mestre. Good midfield possession so far from Bayern Munich. They're not forcing things, they're not rushing things where they don't need to. Goretzka's going to try and get onto that one, but clatters into Barcelona defender. Spread clear though by the Catalan club.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking, they've bounced back fairly well, but you know, you're looking at the players that Bayern aren't using. You know, they're not using Lewandowski, they're not using Gnabry, they're not using Koeman, or at least not at this stage. And you can see there that Bayern are really, they're struggling to impose their will on this game.
Yes, they are. Only 35 minutes gone, though. Yes, they are down 1-0, but still a lot of time to correct the wrongs. Martinez all the way back to the keeper, Neuer. See what the Spanish outfit of Bayern München can do. It's funny saying that, considering they are playing a Spanish club of FC Barcelona from Catalonia, but Bayern München, the German squad, have fielded 3 Spanish PES players here in the eFootball.Pro season. We'll see what they can do here to see if they can maybe fashion a counter. But the defence for Barcelona so far has been pretty solid.
Wes, in terms of Alex playing against his former club, do you think it's going to change the way he plays at all? Is he going to be trying a little bit too hard, or?
No, I don't. I think knowing Alex in obviously away from the console, he's quite a relaxed individual. He doesn't really kind of get too emotional when he plays PES. So I think we'll see a bit of a cooler head from as Goretzka makes his way in.
Oh, great goal.
That might be the goal of the match day, and you can see what it means to Bayern München. The equaliser against Barcelona. Tremendous one-touch passing. We'll see it again on the replay, Adam, but wow, that was a quick one.
It's an absolutely incredible finish from FC Bayern München, and just what you were talking about, Wes, in terms of that calm, because I thought he was going to shoot twice, and it was a chip through, then the flick on, and then the finish. It was a stunning team goal, and potentially might be goal of the day so far.
Definitely in my book, that well up there over this match day. And like we said, it's that coolness and presence of mind to, instead of go for the shot where most players would go for the shot, there's a pass that's been seen and it's easy. But to fashion that chance, it was great work from Bayern.
Wonderful.
That's the response they wanted. We mentioned they had been calm in midfield and calm and concise in possession. And it's been rewarded before the half with a goal. Could it be 2 as Vriet chases Lenglet? I think that will be all the action we'll see, though, of the first half, as Vriet once again will try and chase. But we enter the half on as even. It's got to be said that might be a fair result based on how well Bayern have been playing in the middle of the pitch. But Barcelona, they drew first blood early on, but struggled really to get into the game after that.
Great time to score as well. 43 minutes, right on the stroke of half-time, and they cut sways through that Barcelona back line. And a great response from the German outfit. Wes, is it as you were at the start of the second half? Do you think they've got certain things they're going to go out and do, or do you carry on as they were?
I think Bayern now will take this impetus and they'll go forward with this. I think I know I
Are they
said
there
at the
for the
start of the
taking,
game.
Barcelona?
I think so. I think they look a little. If you're looking at the body language, maybe a little bit rattled. I mean, to concede the
Jose's
goal,
pumped there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you see animation from some people. It's like we said at the start, you know, the first match day, you don't want to see happy people when they're playing PES because they're more relaxed. And you know, I think looking at Bayern, they're looking more relaxed. They look like they're going to work their way into the game and impose their will like I'd mentioned they weren't doing at the start of this half.
Looked like a wounded animal, didn't they, as they responded there?
So then, second half underway. Xerxes looking for Vrit in the middle. Early chance though. Cut out in the end by FC Barcelona. Messi now in midfield. Maybe a chance to craft an attack. Perez returns it to Messi. Will he just manage to find his way through? He will not in the end. Here is Thomas Müller. Buisson ahead. Busquets though cut out. That's another key interception from Henriquinho. He's been playing well so far. Second interception in a row. Overall, when you look at the Barcelona squad, in terms of defence points, only one player within the top 20. I mean, Henriquinho is that man. 1,477. Ranked 17th best in the eFootball.Pro in terms of defence. He'll be hoping that he will be climbing that chart at the end of today. There's some defending to do here. As Xerxes is in for Goretzka. Bayern Munich take the lead. They were 1-0 down, have fashioned two amazing chances and have converted them into 2 goals. 2-1 to Bayern Munich.
That's a good new team there, Harry. And Stuart, just to reaffirm your status as expert, they've done exactly what you said they would do. They've come out in the second half, they've knuckled down, they've kept possession, and they've fashioned another wonderful team goal. Slight slip inside the 6-yard box, but in off the post, and it's well and truly game advantage by Munich.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at how that goal started, it was pressure with Thomas Müller from Alex. It was then finished off by Alex in the box, and it's great play from Matchday and from Jose. As a collective, they're working far better.
And is there a better word in esports than vamos right now? Because they are
definitely not.
Vamos!
I have picked my teeth up off the floor and put my tongue back in my mouth.
Don't, I liked it. Keep doing
As
it.
Bayern München have taken the lead here in game 1. Barcelona now with everything to do here in this second half. And really, the way that Bayern have been able to settle into the game has been really, really impressive. I would have thought coming into this one, based on the way that Barca were able to play in Matchday 1, that they might be the favourites. But so far, it's been all Bayern free, trying to find Müller.
They've got to be careful here, Barcelona, otherwise this game could very quickly go away from them. How do they, it's a real kick in the teeth, how do they change here, Wes, and get back in it, get a foothold in the game again?
Well, I think for me, I think they need to get the ball back for starters, because since the goal, Bayern Munich seem to have just completely had possession of the ball. Like we've mentioned before, it might take an error from Bayern to let them back in, but they don't look like they're going to be giving us or giving Barcelona any real chances as PK breaks away with it.
They're using the flanks so well, aren't they?
Griezmann. Suarez making a run. Plays it smartly back to Vidal. Griezmann looking for it again, but the defence of Bayern Munich.
That so nearly fell for him then.
A little bit shaky, but it gets the job done. Xerxes here. On the right-hand side, tackled by Lenglet. Oh, that's a... tremendous...
I was going to... Well, there you go.
Tremendous tackle there. It was in the end, but the referee's assistant flags for offside. You could hear the audible disgust of the Bayern Munich players when they thought that was a foul.
For a foul.
It was just offside.
Indeed it was. And Wes, the changes are coming in thick and fast now as we go into the final third. You seeing anything that stands out?
Well, Dembele was brought on to great effect in Matchday 1 by Barca. He's been utilised again. If you're looking at Bayern, they're looking at slightly changing their formation. They've put Müller more central, gives them a little bit more physicality in the box. If you look there as well, they've brought on Kingsley Coman. Again, fresh legs, speed and pace. He'll run all day for you, and you know, Bayern certainly seem to be in the box seat at the moment.
Absolutely. You see a close-up there of Lutti, also part of the Bayern München outfit. And one thing I have noticed about these three players for Bayern Munich is how vocal they've been. You know, they're talking through every decision, whereas you look at Barcelona, they're very the complete opposite. They're very quiet, they're very, you know, almost passive, whereas do you think that's helped them in this game? Because they've really turned this game around, Bayern Munich.
Well, having the ability to bounce ideas off of teammates, it's one of the best things you can have. And I think if you're Barca, if you're going to making decisions off your own back, you know, you're then responsible for it if it goes wrong.
And it's one of the advantages of co-op, isn't it? You can, like you said, you can throw ideas off each other, and because as one, you know, three hands are better than one, so to say.
Yeah, and if you've got, like you say, if you've got the likes of Lutti, who well-renowned Austrian champion of PES, backing you up as a coaching decision, it's better to have a fresh set of eyes who aren't involved in the game.
Changes made. Second half resumes. Barcelona chasing the game. Only the one goal down, that's a plus for them, but Serge Gnabry coming on for Bayern Munich will mean that they have to be very wary of the counter. Here is Suarez. Sergi Roberto. Dembele. Good save there. Just pushes it behind. I think he was just on. Will be a corner now to Barcelona thanks to that lovely work move.
Yeah, very smart stop down to his near post. And Barcelona will be more than happy with a point here if they can get it. But just before half-time, they would have been going for all three, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, you can see the complete turn in fortunes here as Barca set up for this corner. You would imagine that Busquets and Piqué are their targets, but we'll see. They might throw a curveball in here.
Barcelona corner. Can they conjure up? Short to Arta for Piqué. Arta will retain possession. Dembele offside. Guifera was the man controlling him, but the Frenchman just a little bit too eager to get onto the ball there, and that will, unfortunately for Barcelona, turn over the possession to the German outfit.
Yeah, it's a wasted chance, that, and I'm not sure how many more they're going to get, because since that second goal, Bayern Munich have really bossed proceedings, and there's only 20 to go as Coleman has the ball down the left-hand side. Good challenge, but throw on the far touchline.
Yeah, one thing you don't want to see here from Bayern Munich is really crumble under the pressure and fold before the game's even over. So important they make these possessions count. Muller on the ball, smartly playing it back into midfield. That's something I've been seeing so regularly from Bayern München. Really put the pressure on the Barcelona box by retaining possession and really compacting the Barcelona defence and making them play with the backs to the wall. Coman thrown in, but that's a bit of a sloppy turnover. Dembele now with a chance to counter. Messi. Back to Arta. Here is the Argentinian again. Dembele has Arta on this right-hand side. Suarez to look for. Oh, yeah, smartly grabs. So close, though.
I'm still so surprised looking at the players down on the bottom right of the screen at how silent they are. There's no talk at all about the attacks, etc., whereas the opposite with Bayern Munich, very vocal, and so far it seems to be that is the way that's working. They seem to be in tune, Bayern Munich, whereas Barcelona are sort of clutching at stuff at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, it's quite stoic. There's not too much discussion. It's very limited. Whereas you look at the Bayern side, they seem to be in sync. I mean, I caught a part of them practicing earlier on. They were actually recording game clips and looking kind of almost a micro level as to where they should have put passes, where they should be, where they should be pressing. You can see that. You can see that there is a vast improvement this match day compared to how they played last match day.
Yeah, we finally got a few words there from the Barcelona lads as they look to try and change the course of the game. Obviously, they do have a second game to play, so all is not lost, but certainly 1 point at this stage would be a great result for them if they could get it.
Yeah, and I've just spotted there Bayern Munich switching to a 4-2-3-1. They're looking to consolidate this lead now and really kind of hold it down in midfield. They've moved away from the 4-3-3.
Dembele finds Messi. Smartly blocked. That was a very good job there from the Bayern München players. Getting in front of that shot. Now maybe a chance to counter. Here is Coman.
No one in the box at the moment, though, for Bayern. Good dribbling there from Matchday. Here is Vreet. Oh, runs into trouble, though. Should retain possession, and they do. And this is the trouble when you play 5 in midfield, as Bayern München are doing with that 4-2-3-1. You don't want to turn over possession too early, because that will leave you wanting at the back. Speaking of, there was Messi trying to put the pressure on. Barcelona knocking on the door now. Sergi Roberto.
Oh,
that's a late one from Alex Alguacil.
Naughty, naughty again. It's a late challenge there. 4 minutes remaining. Can we get a late equaliser here for Barcelona? It would be a huge point for them if they could get it. But as things stand, they will be empty-handed after the first 90 minutes. Wes, can they do it?
Well, in a situation like this, there's every possibility that they can. It's just about the quality of delivery and the reaction times to it. It's on a knife edge at the moment.
Arthur standing over the oncoming free kick. Looking for PK, heads it on. Messi trying to chase, but that's just too far ahead of him. Time is dwindling now for the Catalan club here in the first game of this 2-game affair to get anything out of it. Bayern Munich look set to get their first 3 points of the eFootball.Pro season. Barcelona, though, not giving this one up just yet. Pavard hoofs it away. Falls from Titi. Arthur ahead of the defender. Good tackle, though. That's Mestre once again. And that's another
frustration.
Frustration seeping in.
Yeah, it looks like that late winner that they got in match day 1 is not going to be repeated here unless it's even later in the injury time that's been added on by the 4th official.
Looking for Koeman. That's a bit of a waste there from Bayern Munich. See the updated goals leaderboard. Fee of AS Monaco is still sitting atop that table. Mestre, though, just the 1 goal behind. But can Barcelona get anything out of it? That is a tremendous challenge. Vreet, though, unfortunately, is offside, smartly leaving the ball. De Palma will try get it up the pitch, but Bayern München score their first 3 points of the eFootball.Pro 2020 season.
Huge, huge victory there for the German outfit. After going 1-0 down early on, the 22nd minute, Barcelona took the lead, but a goal either side of half-time has turned it on its head, and it is Bayern Munich with the first 3 points of the day for them, and all to do now for Barcelona, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation that they're not really going to be familiar with. Obviously, the first match day they drew, and then they had a chance to win it, or to win the second game. As we can see now, there seems to be the inquest of what exactly went wrong and what they're going to change going forward. But for Bayern, it should just be more of the same. You know, I called it wrong at the start, and I was asking questions as to why certain selections weren't made, but we saw why in the end.
Do you think maybe a little bit too focused on the game itself, the Barcelona players, maybe a bit of lack of chemistry, so to speak, between the 3 players up there on the stage led to them maybe not communicating as much as they should have?
Yeah, I mean, as I've mentioned before, you can get stuck in a bubble when you're playing at these types of events. You can get stuck in a bubble and you can completely forget, actually, I've now got 2 or 3 players next to me that actually I need to rely on, and I need to trust to make those decisions rather than taking it upon yourself to be that person.
What's amazing to watch across the last couple of years is how good, and we talk a lot about Alex, but in terms of the ability to play in various different co-op teams, he's played in about 3 in the last 3 years, and he's been, collectively, the teams have been pretty brilliant.
Yeah.
You know, is that an added merit to the guy?
I think that's an added merit to Alex, and I think also, as we alluded to match day 1, a lot of these players will play against each other just as practice for national tournaments, for offline tournaments.
So they'll know each other's games.
They'll know each other's games, and they'll be able to adapt to whatever situation. It just so happens that Alex has been able to adapt to 3 incredible co-op teams.
Yeah.
World Finals appearances 4 years running from Alex Alguacil, from 2015 to 2019. 1 assist on match day 1 from the Bayern München player, but it's got to be said, defence points, second last in the league, 29th out of 30 players. Something you might want to see more out of Alex. He had his two teammates next to him, of course, covering defensive duties where possible, but certainly maybe an aspect of Alex's game you might want to see improve.
Yeah, and he only finished second in the 1v1s a couple of years ago. Disappointing.
Yeah,
come on, Alex, that is really, really poor form. I want to see better from you, my man. No, incredible player, and I'm no doubt we'll be singing his praises right the way through this tournament, but the most important thing is collectively here today with Pro Evo and Jose as well, that they're looking like a pretty strong outfit.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that the way that they've kind of come together between Matchday, Jose, who again, even on their own individually, are brilliant players. You know, in a couple of PESs gone by where even I used to qualify for events, Jose won an event in Barcelona at the Nou Camp. He's a very, very good player on his own merit, and so is Matchday. So, as a compliment, as to have all three of them playing very well, it bodes trouble for people if Bayern Munich have learned how to play with Bayern Munich. It's real problems for the league, because they'll be a dangerous outfit to take on.
Indeed it is, and of course, Harry, the break now, if people are wondering what's going on, does this just go to show how important this next game is for Barcelona? Because I'm assuming we're waiting on some tactics for Barcelona.
Yeah, they have to figure out what was going wrong in that first game. They have to put that behind them now. We do play two separate matches per matchup every match day. So the first game worth 3 points, second game worth just as many. For Barcelona now, it's all about putting that first game behind them and trying to make amends and fix the mistakes of game one. Honestly, between these two teams, there are so many different accolades. We spoke about Alex Alguacil's World Finals appearances. We have, on the Barcelona side, opposite him, Guifera, obviously 2017 World Champion in the 1v1s, 2019 World Champion in the 3v3s. So lots of accolades across these two squads. And we will no doubt see more high-quality pairs here in this second game. Barcelona attacking from left to right against Bayern Munich.
Yeah, you can see that what's interesting about Bayern Munich is their setup, much like what we mentioned in regards to trying to counter teams' weakness. They've looked at this Barca side and gone, well, we need physical players. They've started Goretzka, they've started Javi Martinez, who is probably not fashionable enough. They've got Sul. There's loads of different physical players that they've brought on and made the
5 minutes gone here, and it is Barcelona who have possession with Messi.
Vidal. Unfortunately, that one will not bounce in his favour and will bounce out for a throw-in to Bayern München.
If you're wondering why Harry's voice seems to be morphing throughout the show, he has been struggling with a slight illness before the stream.
I didn't want to mention it because I was going to try and soldier through, but you might hear a couple of voice breaks from me.
You know, Dorset tones, mate. Dorset tone, love it.
I'm sure everyone at home and everyone here in the studio, I have gone through puberty, but unfortunately, illness has overcome me. But I'm soldiering through. I want to see some
You've been hamstring strong.
2020 action, and I want to see some good goals. And if I get excited and I lose my voice, so be it. As Xerxes chasing the ball for Bayern Munich. It's not going to happen for him this time.
Yeah, you can see there, it's trying to use those physical attributes. It's getting it through to Xerxes, who again is a physical player. Thanks to stat balancing, although to people at home he might not be a household name, but for people playing eFootball.Pro and for eFootball PES, he's there as a very useful player to have. I mean, that's why the likes of Lewandowski are not on the pitch, as the Bayern team have identified him as a go-to player. As you can see there, challenge for a ball with Umtiti, which you wouldn't normally see.
And Wes, in terms of, we talked about eFootball.Pro, there's also an eFootball Open, is that right?
Yeah, so there's the eFootball Open. So for all of the pro players that you see here today, you do have an eFootball Open, which is open to everybody. So you can pick one of the 10 teams that you see here today, register as part of their club, and you can win ranking points. You can go on and qualify for different tournaments as well.
So of course, if you are watching this and want to get involved, then that is probably the best way to do it.
Pledge your allegiance inside of eFootball PES in 2020. My voice is well and truly gone now. Well,
you know what? I think it sounds better, Harry, to be honest.
I need a Strepsil.
A Strepsil.
Other lozenges are available. Here is Goretzka. Trying to flick it on there, but again, cleared by Barcelona. Chasing the ball is Pavard, but hounding and pressing early from Barcelona. This is a bit better from them. They've recognised Bayern want to be playing inside that midfield capsule almost, and are pressing early. Just one them possession here. Here is Busquets for Messi. See to Suarez. Cut out though by Mestre. He's been playing very well defensively so far.
He has indeed, and again, as we said, Bayern Munich looking very, very defensively astute so far as we tick up to the halfway stage in the first half, and Barcelona haven't really troubled them, Wes.
Yeah, they seem to just be quite flat at the moment. They seem to really be quite flat, and they're not really trying to impose any type of game plan on Bayern. They seem to just be allowing Bayern Munich to just play their own way, and that's why we're seeing more chances for Bayern than we are for Barca.
Yeah, as the ball is out on this near touchline with Lionel Messi, the little man from Argentina, as Thomas Müller finds Javi Martinez. Back to Martinez again. It's another chance to play the ball forwards, headed away. It's all got a little bit scrappy after half an hour here, but again, this suits Bayern Munich, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, they have 3 points in the locker already. Suisant.
Oh, it's a real chance though, in towards Thomas Müller, headed away, and that was the moment, but the danger is still here as it's cleared behind for a corner, and it's just those little moments where we may see the goal, Wes.
Yeah, they're looking quite vulnerable at the back at the moment, Barcelona. It seems to be that pace of pass and being able to deliver the ball. They seem to be getting it in and around the box.
Also a real chance for Martinez. Fired goals off the post, back out, and we've got the first goal of the day in this game, and it's Bayern Munich who have taken the lead, and they weathered the Barcelona early storm, and that is exactly what they wanted, Wes.
Well, no sooner was that corner, or as that corner was being given, you were saying it's got scrappy, it's got into that stage of the game. It took a manual shot from the edge of the box from Javi Martinez. It took a couple of deflections. It hit the post, and it bounced kindly for Xerxes, who was there at the back post, and it was easy enough for him at the end.
And something we touched on in one of the previous games about how narrow some of the back fours have been to sort of shore up that area and stop that tiki-taka through that penalty area. But of course, if you play like that, it enables the opposition to get down the wings, doesn't it? And that's exactly what Bayern Munich are doing here.
It enables people down the wings, and it leaves you open for more deflections in the box, which we saw there. Everything has a positive and a negative.
It's a mistake, and it's almost got all... Oh, wow, that could have been really, really embarrassing there as it got played forward, deflected away. And Bayern Munich really now, as we head towards the end of the first half, have got 1 foot on 6 points as the ball gets played in towards Thomas Müller. Of course, a second goal here for Bayern Munich could mean curtains in this match as Gerard Piqué fires the ball away. What do Barcelona need to do here in the remaining 5 minutes, Wes?
Well, I think they just need to get it. I think they just need to get it to. They just need to get it to the half at 1-0. They just need to get it to the half.
So the ball is on the near touchline with Barcelona as it's played in towards Sergio Busquets. And now forward towards Messi. 3 minutes remaining at the end of the first half. Can they get the equalising goal? It's in towards Griezmann. He takes it away from the defender, pulls it across. And it's out of play for a goal kick. Great defending, Wes.
Well, it's gone for a corner. It's still very good defending nonetheless, but you would have thought that Griezmann may have took the shot there instead of taking the extra touch.
So, seconds remaining in the first half here. Corner on the near touchline. Would they be doing anything tactically here?
I think looking at it, they're looking at in terms of how many players they've got forward for corners. With it being so late in the half, they're looking for targets. One of them being Gerard Piqué.
It is in towards Piqué, headed away. And now a chance to counter here for Bayern Munich. This could be a real sucker blow at the end of the first half if they can get it. Oh, almost flicked on by Thomas Müller, but blocked, and a lovely little back heel, but he's lost possession again into the final minute of added on time at the end of the first half. It's Lionel Messi blocked by Martinez, and it's finished here at the end of the first half, and it's plain sailing for Bayern Munich, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's since the goal and since that has kind of a month, you sense there's a great urgency with Barcelona. However, Bayern Munich backline, as we said, you know, you look at their backline, they've got Pavard, they've got Boateng, they've got Soule, they've got Hernandez. all physical, all tall, all able to defend, all have got defensive prowess that are quite high in stat balancing mode. It's allowing, you know, the likes of Suarez, Griezmann and Messi to be absorbed a little bit. There was that one little half chance for Griezmann that you could have looked at it and said, should have pulled the trigger, but ran out for a corner. So those little margins again.
Yeah, fine margins indeed at this top level of eFootball.Pro. 45 minutes are all that are in between FC Bayern München and 6 invaluable points here, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be massive for them, given they only had a point out of match day 1. I think they'll be delighted if they can hold on to this. You can see there they are breaking chances. As you can see there, Xerxes dribbling forward. He's got Pavard on the overlap.
Lovely turn there. Good defending, though, from Mtiti. And Pavard still has possession, whips it in towards the near post. Oh, it's a real chance. It's a swing and a miss almost with the head. And the counter could be on, but it's away to safety for now. Thomas Muller turns Vidal. Still has possession here. This is really nice one-touch stuff, but a sloppy pass there allows Barcelona to clear their lines, and a chance to counter again. Another solid. I mean, defensively, they've almost not put a foot wrong, Wes, over the 2 games.
Yeah, you can see the timing of their challenges. You can see that, you know, they are throwing in challenges and getting the ball just ahead of the player and stopping it from being a foul. I mean, there's no cynical fouls here. It's just very good defending.
It is indeed, as Vidal picks the ball up. One back, though, and Muller wins possession for Bayern Munich out on that left-hand side. They've utilised the flanks so well today. And the switch as well has been on so many times. One back, though, by Perez, and now Griezmann finds Luis Suarez, challenged by Martinez. And it is, I've been watching the last 10-15 minutes of action, and Martinez has been mopping up every single loose ball in that midfield area. He's been brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, his stats as a player, especially in stat balancing, they lend themselves very well to being a defensive midfielder. I know in...
Oh, it's broken again here. Busquets with a brilliant challenge there, because that was almost a chance for 2-0. And this game is just well and truly in Bayern Munich's control. It's difficult, Wes, to see where Barcelona are going to go from here, because they've not been able to get a foothold in the second half.
Well, like we mentioned in the first game, it's going to be, if it's going to come from anywhere, it will be an error. But these guys don't look like they don't look like they're presenting any opportunities for an error to even happen.
No, absolutely not. 63 minutes on the clock. Bayern Munich 1, Barcelona 0. It was 3 points in the first game for the German team. So far they are looking at 6 points from 6. A total maximum performance, which will put them on 7 after match day 2. And that is a huge, as we said, that would be a huge result based on the fact that they were only able to pick up that 1 point in match day 1. And again, I know I've probably overtalked it, but I want to see more communication from the Barcelona players here. I need to see some kind of... I say I need to see. I mean, who am I to tell them how to play? But I just feel that that's been the difference. I think collectively, Bayern Munich have shown a far greater team performance due to mainly those tactics that they can talk out, and it seems like Barcelona have been just a bit quiet.
But they seem to know their team better as well. I mean, we saw Eldridge alluded to the fact that a lot of teams will play 4-3-3. Sometimes you have a team where 4-3-3 doesn't suit that team. You need to map your tactics to how that team plays, not the other way around. You need to look at what you've got and make it work. You know, we saw it from Celtic last season. You know, they didn't have the best of players, but they made their formations and tactics work. It's similarly here. Bayern have gone away to a very micro level and have looked at every player and have worked out exactly what they need to do with their team.
Yep, the close season has been a great one for Bayern Munich. They've gone away. They've had a long, hard look in the mirror. They've made changes, and so far, it's proved a beautiful afternoon here in sunny Spain as the ball gets cleared up towards a halfway line. Piqué wins the flick on, almost put himself into trouble, but Neto now plays it out towards the right-hand side. Just 20 minutes away from 6 points here for Bayern Munich as Will picks it up and plays it towards Gnabry, and now Martinez, who has been my man of the match, I'd have to say, in this game, has been stupendous to use a strange word, I just thought I'd throw in there as Luis Suarez picks the ball up again. Look at that man. He's won it again. He's proved that sentiment as Umtiti now has the chance to win it back for Barcelona. It's now or never, you feel, for the Spanish side as Busquets plays it up towards Rakitic. Ivan Rakitic now finds Lionel Messi on the half turn. Again, brilliant defending from Bayern Munich. There's just nothing that Barcelona can do to break this defensive line down. Gnabry now out towards Koeman on the left-hand side, finds Thomas Müller. The counter-attacking opportunities are coming thick and fast for the German outfit. If they can utilise them, they could be in here. It's Thomas Müller, he's onside, the flag stays down, he pulls it across. Gnabry just can't quite get on the end of the cross, and that was a real chance, Wes.
That was, yeah. I mean, it's those little moments, like we said. It's 1/2 second too early, 1/2 second too late. You know, if they'd have held on for that, defender gets back and takes Müller out, they have to play the pass. What I'm really impressed with Bayern, though, is that they've had the presence of mind to go, okay, our first formation worked, we've got our goal. Now then we'll go to plan B, where we're playing defensively, we're able to lock out the game, and we're able to really... Yeah, and then you just go, right, you hit us on the counter. Whereas, you know, you could argue that Barcelona don't... Oh,
we could, of course, be talking. We could, of course. I was literally just about to say we could, of course, be talking absolute rubbish if Barcelona were able to grab an equaliser, and that is still a huge possibility. You can never write off the likes of Palmer, the likes of Henriquinho, and of course, one of the former PES world champions, Guiafera from Brazil, has the chance to equalise here. But 5 minutes is all that stands between Bayern Munich and 6 huge eFootball.Pro points.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it looks as though that Barca are lacking a plan B. It's very much a case of if plan A works, we're fine. If plan B is employed, there isn't a plan B there. They don't seem to have, you know, the wherewithal. They don't have a lot of attacking substitutions. You can only really bring on Ousmane Dembele. You could bring on De Jong potentially. You could bring on those players, but they've spent all 3 substitutions, so they clearly know what they're looking for.
Do you think that might be because Barcelona came away from Matchday 1 with 4 points and were a bit like, okay, we'll go again? You know, we're happy with our performance. Do you think maybe they were a little bit complacent again?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you could look at it, they'd be like, oh, well, you know what? We're 3 debutant players. We come away with 4 points, and you know we're perfectly fine going into this game. But when you look at the players who are on show for Bayern. You know, granted, you had Alex, who had experience from last season. You had 2 debutants, but they seem to know their games better than what the Barcelona guys do. And I think, you know, maybe looking at the game versus Juventus, they were lucky to come away with 4 points. When you really looked at it, you know, there was only 2 minutes added on, and it was the 5th minute of injury time.
Yeah.
You know, you look at those little things and go, actually, were they lucky in that regard?
So 1 minute away from 6 points, Bayern Munich. Can they finally get it? Yes, they can. The German club have managed to claim all 6 points here. 2 games won by them. Barcelona leave today with nothing, and of course that is a huge result for Bayern Munich, who now joint top the table with Manchester United on 7 points. Of course, we have massive games still to come. The likes of AS Monaco and Schalke, who already have 6 before today has even played. So it looks like certainly for them they'll be up there or thereabouts, Bayern Munich, and a really impressive double performance there, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they've unlocked that Bayern puzzle as we mentioned in Matchday 1. They were going to go away and they were going to take a look at it, and they were going to really put together a side that knew what they were doing. And I'll be perfectly honest, they were perfect. You know, there wasn't.
To be perfectly honest, they
were perfect. I'm going to double speak.
You can't get any more perfect than that.
But no, they were resilient. They were defensive. They knew what they needed to do. They knew the players they needed to bring off the bench. They knew all of the little intricacies that you need with these teams. And they played to stat balancing strength, which is have physical players around the pitch.
And of course, I mean, we've talked, you know, we've run out of superlatives for Bayern Munich, but we've got to remember that Barcelona took the lead in that first game and really looked fairly comfortable for 40 minutes or so, and then it just kind of went a bit wrong, didn't it?
Yeah, well, I think it kind of lends to your point a little bit in regards to communication. You know, when substitutions are being made, when tactical decisions are being made, is there that dialogue between players? Is there that, you know, is there that team decision? Instead, they've got to go away and look at that now and go, okay, so why were these decisions there? You know, they'll watch back this game film, as we alluded to in the commentary. They'll go back and analyse this and go, well, what exactly went wrong? Because looking at how Bayern performed, I think actually they looked as though the Bayern were just better on the day as well. You know, they seemed more together, they seemed more cohesive, it seemed like the chemistry was there, and it's great, but it's also a problem for any other team that are playing eFootball.Pro, because if these three guys have got a handle on their team, it's trouble for everyone else.
It is indeed 2 for Matchday, and of course 6 points there, and I believe we're going to go to the mix zone to hear from the players.
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. I'm here with the Barcelona players. Guifera, not the result you wanted there.
Yeah, we are prepared for victory in the lows, and we'll continue training for evolve for the next match. My expectation is a victory.
So you play against Arsenal in Matchday 3. What are you guys going to do to prepare for that? How are you expecting that match to go?
We are playing with Arsenal in next Matchday. A very good team, and continue the training and go to search a victory in this match.
Awesome. Barcelona, congratulations, guys. Obviously, commiserations, I should say. 0 points for you. We'll see them again in Matchday 3 against Arsenal.
Yeah, thanks for that, Harry. And anything you picked out from that interview there?
Well, they just seemed disappointed. They seemed disappointed. I think the answers kind of from Guifera, it was a case of, okay, well, we lost that, but we'll go and play the next game. It didn't really seem to strike home that there was too much of a worry.
Changes.
Yeah, there wasn't too much worry, which is surprising for me given how they played and how they conducted their own changes. So,
which kind of goes on to what we were saying about there didn't seem to be enough drive almost. I mean,
yeah, and whether that's the case, whether there isn't enough drive there, who knows? But only those guys will know what they need to do.
Indeed, and now we're going to hear from the victors, Bayern Munich.
Yes, thank you, Adam. I'm here with the Bayern München players. Alex, 6 points there. Fantastic result for you guys.
Yeah, we are really, really happy. We really had fun there playing the stage. That you have to enjoy. With days like today, we enjoy the video game and the competition a lot. Super proud of the boys. We had a very, very difficult days last days because we didn't find how to play, how to perform well. Personally, the boys knows I was playing super bad the last few days, even today. But I told them I was going to play well. I was super solid. I was super happy because all the hard work of this month ago, since we are not playing, is pays off. We are 6 points. We had luck in the second game, but well, it's like the unlucky that we had in the Matchday 1 it's covered now. So well, super proud and enjoying now the victory.
So Matchday 3 in 2 weeks' time, you guys play against FC Schalke. What are you guys going to do to prepare against that team?
Well, it will be a tough game. They are all the opposite than our game style. They try long balls, win the headers, and then about that, and with that trying to play. They are a very intelligent team as well. It's time to be even more solid than today. Control the defense, the spaces, with Messi in attack, everything could happen. So we are super proud. I mean, Jose did an amazing job in defense, Messi in attack. He's really happy about that. Let's see.
Guys, congratulations on the 6 points. Bayern München winning both games against FC Barcelona. Adam, back to you.
Cheers, Harry. Wes, what a difference a day makes for Bayern Munich.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell from the way that the guys have reacted, they're super happy with that performance, and so they should be. You know, to come away with 6 points against Barcelona, it's perfect for them. I think Alex, on a personal stand, I think Alex will be super happy. But the team as a whole, I think they played fantastically, and they played, like I said, they played within the realms of the team that they had. They didn't try on a tactics that didn't fit the team. They fit the team to their own tactics. You know, they were able to find the kind of the passage of play, and they found the mechanisms that they needed with that Bayern Munich team.
Indeed. So next up we have two massive teams again. We've got Juventus versus Schalke 04. Starting with Juventus, we have Eterito. we have Luca Tubelli, and we have Lo Scandalo as well. 3 huge players in their own right, and collectively, you know, another real strong outfit. A little bit unlucky in match day 1, possibly. FC Schalke 04, El Matador, Ghoul, and Merriman. 3 players who have played together, you know, for many, many years, and they were really strong in match day 1, weren't they, Wes?
Yeah, I mean, if you, like I said, for me, they were the standout performance. Defensively, they were on point. They knew the makeup of the DNA of their team. And like you said, if you've played together longer, you already know what the other person's going to do. You don't necessarily need to have the discussions of, do I bring this player on? Do we make this switch? You know what your co-op partners will want to do.
Yep, and we are going to go to the video of the teams now.
For tomorrow, we try to win, to have 6 points. Nothing, because we need to arrive in the top 6, and we need to win tomorrow and have the maximum point about this.
What do you think about your opponent?
Well, I think all the team in this competition are very good. Schalke play a lot in defense and very well, so tomorrow will be a difficult bit there. But we try, so only this.
I think last time we had 2 strong games against Celtic with the result of 6 points. This week we play against Juventus, and we want a minimum of 3 points. Yeah, we expect that from ourselves, and let's see what happens.
Yep. So we touched on Schalke 04 and how they've played together so many times. Advantage in terms of experience. On the opposite foot, we've got Juventus, who, I mean, they've got Eterito and Luca, who have played together for many, many years, but they've got Lo Scandalo, who hasn't really been a part of the fold for them anyway as a team. Do you think we saw that in match day 1?
I think we saw a little bit of it. I think that the way that the team kind of played, I think it was more a case, though, that they didn't understand how to use Juve in a stat balancing. So Ronaldo, for example, isn't as powerful as he is regularly. Dybala, the same. Cuadrado, the same. You have to find and fine-tune those moments. I think we're going to see an improved Juventus, but I think we're also going to see an improved Schalke as well.
Yep, well, let's find out. We're going to go straight to the 3rd match of the day. Juventus versus FC Schalke 04. So the one thing I noticed there, Wes, as they shook hands, is the size difference between the Schalke boys and the Juventus boys. Slightly scary opponents, the Schalke lads.
Well, we said physicality reigned supreme in stat balancing. If it was outside of this, I think it would also play a part. But looking at the two kind of behaviours, you can see that Schalke look incredibly focused. Juve look very relaxed. So it's going to be a combination of who performs on the day.
I mean, we saw in match day 1 the sort of grudge match almost between Juventus and Barcelona with Eterito and Guiafera that some people will remember from PES League last year. Do you think that maybe got to Juventus a little bit, and do you think we're going to see a fresher, more relaxed game from them today?
Yeah, I think it plays a part, but I don't think it was as significant as not knowing what to do with your players. And I know that. See, very easy for me to sit up here and go, do you know what? Juventus don't know how to play with Juventus. But when you're looking at what you're looking at, if you look at the tactics as we see them at the moment, almost identical formations. But I don't know whether that's the right fit for Juve. They're not starting with Ronaldo right down the middle, whereas I probably would. But you have to have an idea of how you want to set out. And looking at these teams, they're almost identical in terms of their setup. So it's going to be a case of who executes better. Is it going to be Schalke? Is it going to be Juve? Your money would be on Juve because they have, Ronaldo, Dybala. They have players of quality. With Schalke, it's Harit and it's
And also with Juve, you've got 2 players who were part of the first ever co-op world champions. Of course, only Alex has moved aside and Los Gandara's gone in, but you wouldn't feel there'd be too much difference in sort of the way they approach games. So I would expect more today from them.
Yeah, I'd expect more from Juventus, definitely. I think we expect more from Schalke, though. I think Schalke, although they're looking...
What would you like to see more from Schalke after 2 victories in the first game?
I'd like to see them be a bit more
adventurous.
A bit more adventurous going forward. But saying that, they were clinical with the chances they had against Celtic. They only really had 2 real gilt-edged chances, and they put them both away in both games. So, these guys will know what they need to do. They don't need us to sit up here and tell them what they should or shouldn't do. These guys know what they need to do.
But they won't
I know you
listen
will,
to me.
but they won't listen, of course. But these guys will know. These guys will know what works with their teams, and I think we're going to see the defensive nature of Schalke versus the attacking force that is Juve, and it's just who wins out. Is it going to be Sane that's going to defensively lock out Ronaldo, or is it going to be Ronaldo that puts in a masterclass?
It's going to be an intriguing battle for sure, as we are just moments away from the 3rd match here on match day 2 of eFootball.Pro. Remember, you can follow us on all the social media channels to stay up to date with all of the latest and greatest information, and let us know how you're getting on with the stream so far, some of the best moments for you, your favourite players, and of course, if you want just to tell me and Wes to be quiet, you can do that as well. We're thick-skinned here. So, in terms of the matchups, we are ready to rock and roll. It is Juventus versus Schalke 04, and potentially a bit of a false start there as they flashed the starting screen on me there. A few last minute, the players are having a bit of a talk between themselves, a bit of fighting talk there on the stage. But friendly smiles as well, so friendly rivalries, of course.
But
El Matador and Etorito, I think. Bit of a, is it sledging? Is that the word?
That's the right word, yeah.
I mean, I've just made that up.
No, sledging is a thing. No, and as we know, with it being live broadcasts, anything can happen. Of course, a little bit of technical issues at the moment, but I'm sure they'll be solved pretty quickly. And yeah, like you said, it gives a little bit of a chance for the players to, like you say, sledge them.
Yeah, and of course you can see the 2 badges there, the 2 logos for the respective clubs. And Schalke were here last year, of course, last season in the eFootball.Pro. Juventus new this year, and what a massive club to join the league.
Yeah, it's massive. Arguably the biggest club in Italy. It's great to have them in eFootball PES, but it's even better to have them in eFootball.Pro. To see the likes of Ronaldo, to see Dybala, to see Chiellini at the back, to see Buffon if they choose to employ him. To see these kind of players operating here, it's going to be wonderful to watch.
In terms of individual, because obviously it is a co-op, but individually they've all got their specific attributes, and we talked about Etorito, the goal scorer machine. Luca Tubelli kind of gels a co-op team together. What do you see from, or have you seen enough from Los Gandalo to know what his strengths are in this co-op outfit?
We haven't seen a lot of, we haven't seen too much of him in regards to eFootball.Pro, but outside of eFootball.Pro, very capable player, very good player to be brought in by Juventus. Will mesh to Luca and Ettore's play style, and again, it's just all about a little bit of time. That's all they need.
And of course, last year, Schalke 04, they went with Mike Linden and El Matador in the majority of their games because it was a duo contingent. Merriman kind of came in and out of the team. They are now on all 3, so interesting to see how that works. As you can see stats on the table there of goals. Lotfi, of course, with 4. Mestre after today, of course, he's played 2 games more, mine, so the Monaco player sitting pretty, really. Then kills you last game week's MVP on 3. Osubic 3, Alex Giardi 3, the rest. And is there anyone on there who you're a bit surprised they're not higher?
I mean, as we were talking about Barcelona, I'm surprised that Guifero has only scored 2. I'm surprised that the guys haven't worked out what's the best way to play with Barcelona. I think if you're looking at goal scorers, I mean, you probably look at Eldridge as well. Eldridge, you kind of look at and go, can you not put more in for United? And
just touching on that Guifero comment, the way I look at the way I look at Juventus is a similar way I look at Barcelona, and that's not to discredit the other players, but is it a way of finding the best from your biggest goal scorer, Etorito and Guiafera, for the two teams? Is it finding a way to free them up almost?
Yeah, well, I think it's a case of finding the identity of your players and finding out exactly how you make sure that you're in the best goal scoring position. Whether it's a case that, you know, certain players need to make runs, or certain players are better with certain players. So, for example, Ettore could potentially be a better player with Ronaldo than Luca, or, you know, Renzo could be better with Cuadrado than anybody else. I think it's just a case of just whoever gets in that position, you need to have that clinical edge to make sure that you put the ball away. And, you know, it does stand to reason, you know, if you've got players like Ettore and you've got players like Guiafera and, you know, who are former world champions and, you know, have that capability within them, you want to make sure that they're in front of goal before anybody else.
And just to kind of touch on that point, of course, well, perfect. I didn't even know that stat that was coming in, but what I was going to say is top goal scorer was Lotfi, finding the best goal-scoring player. You need to, you know, find a way to free him, and Us Makabar with 6 assists tells you all you need to know. They found a rhythm, they found a way to free the goal scorer, and it's, you know, that's why they played so well in Matchday 1.
Yeah, I mean, and in terms of surprising, you would think if you were a lay person looking at this, you'd probably think, well, Us Makabar should have been at the top of the goal scorer and Lotfi should have been, you know, at the top of the assist. But Lotfi, in his own right, is a fantastic 1v1 player. To have someone like Us Makabar who's feeding you the balls, he knows how this game works, kind of, you know, from top to bottom. He'll know the patterns that he needs to hit. He'll know the type of passes he needs to hit. And obviously it's clear as day when you've got him 4 assists ahead of anybody else. It's easy.
I mean, what's a little bit scary looking at that table is the fact that AS Monaco, 6 points from 6. Their top goal scorer is, well, the top goal scorer is a player for Monaco, the top assist maker is a player for Monaco, and the MVP from Matchday 1 was a player from Monaco. All 3 of them are in their own right at the top of their game, so scary.
Yeah, and then if you match that to the fact that they're still yet to play today, so it's you know, we could have double figures assists by the end of the day. We just don't know, but you know, to have them, it's a statement of intent from Monaco, but it also reinforces how well they played on Matchday 1.
Yeah, just going back to this game, of course, you can see close-ups there of the 3 lads from Schalke 04 on to Juventus, but they look very relaxed, the 3 lads from Schalke, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, you know, even the lads from Juve, I think Ettore just wants to kind of get on with it, but you look at them and they are pretty relaxed, you know, and as we said before, you know,
they've been around the tour, haven't they? So they know how it works.
Yeah, everyone knows that, oh, you know, if something happens, they need to reset the game, or they need to do something, or a PS4 freezes, or something of that ilk. They know that there can sometimes be a delay.
And what's going through their heads now because there is this delay? Are they, I mean, like we said, we mentioned how relaxed they were, but how are they so relaxed? Like, what are they doing, you know, off screen and before the tournament starts to get them in that mind frame?
I think to really, for players to be relaxed, you need to have, and I know it sounds like a silly thing to say, but you need a good night's sleep behind you. You need, you know, when you show up, you just need to be in a positive mindset of, you know what, we're going to attack this day, and we're going to go and attack, you know, from here. You know, and the Schalke guys will know what works for them. The Juve guys will know what works for them, and it's all about just maintaining that that outlook and that kind of positivity.
Yeah, is this a defining match day for both these two teams? Schalke with 6 points already. If they could imagine if they could get another 6 here and be on 12, you know, they would feel like they're almost halfway there in terms of getting through to that latter stages. Equally, if Juventus aren't able to pick up next to nothing today, then they could still be sat with, you know, is it the 1 point that they've got?
Yeah,
that could be difficult.
I mean, despite it being only, you know, match day 2, I think this is very much a key game, which is why I highlighted at the top of the show, is that this game is going to be pretty defining. Although, as we saw from the last game, you know, Bayern Munich only had 1 point from the first match day.
It can swing so easily in one match day,
easily, and having it so that the games are now, you know, you can win 3 points and then another 3 points, rather than it being a tie or being a kind of a Champions League type of tie. You're at least now got an opportunity to get points across the board, and I think this could swing, you know, violently either way.
Okay, money where your mouth is, Wes. Which way is this going to go? First game, just the first game for now.
First game, I'm going to say that the dark horses of Schalke are going to take it.
3 points to Schalke, and in the second game,
I would say that Juve will take it 3.
Okay, interesting. Do you know what I'm going to go with? We're going to go to see some replay shortly, but I'm going to go with a draw for Schalke in the first game, and I'm not going to say the second one for yet. We're going to see the replays right now.
This is the Arsenal goal from earlier on. Again, Aubameyang could have gone right side corner, but he found the gap.
So the ball, I mean,
it's that little passing interchange that you needed there. You needed it to go one way to allow Aubameyang to make that run.
I think this game shocked quite a lot of people, to be honest, and that's no disrespect to Arsenal, but they clearly had done a lot of work, in that mid-season break.
Yeah.
And because after the first, it's difficult because they played AS Monaco, who were in fine form, absolutely flying. So you can only ever take that result with a pinch of salt anyway.
Yeah.
But certainly, watching Man United in match day 1, 4 points on the board, full of confidence, 3 brilliant players as well. It was difficult to see how this one was going to be anything other than 6 points, but Arsenal have clearly shown they're here, and they have the ability to go places.
Yeah, I mean, if you just looked at the United reaction for the goal, it just looked so subdued, and it was completely out of character for them. We're looking at the Barca goal there. Like we said, it took one little knock-off of Suarez there, and it's a cut across. It's exactly what you need at this type of stage. Like we said, extra passes in the box. They want that 100% opportunity of scoring. They're not going to be hitting shots from long range.
And for the guys watching at home, guys or girls, of course, that guys for me is generic.
Yeah.
For across the board. For those watching at home, do you feel what is the best way in tight games and at the top level, because there's such fine margins? Where do the goals generally come from this year? If people are trying to watch at home and improve, what should they be working on to score more goals?
You should be looking, for me, you should be looking at playing a pass that isn't that obvious to your opponent. So we may have just looked at the goal there, and like you said, I thought he was going to shoot.
The triple pass, yeah.
Yeah, so you might just look, and you just need to have, for example, here, if you're looking here, that's a pass inside to, and then again, you're taking an extra touch to take it past the defender. If you can sense that a defender has gone the wrong way, just take it one touch the other way, and you'll open up the space. I mean, you see there Umtiti scrambling there, and it makes it far easier. If you have players in the box and players to work around, it makes it far easier. And the Bayern guys did that too.
Every time I see that clip, it's wonderful to watch, and that's where co-op in eFootball PES for me, it has that added element, doesn't it?
Yeah,
that team spirit.
It's you're no longer relying on yourself. You've got your other teammates. You've got you're working as a cohesive unit. So when a goal goes in, you can immediately jump up and celebrate with your teammates, as opposed to just jumping up and celebrating on your own. It's, as we saw there, that's what it means to them to go away with 6.
And that is the end of the highlights clip, and that means we are ready to go straight into the third match. Apologies for the technical delays at home. You beautiful people, thanks for staying on board with us, and I'm sure this action is going to be worth the wait. It's Juventus versus Schalke 04, and they're just going through a few last seconds of tactics, and I'm guessing, Wes, it's going to be... Do you think it's going to be fairly cagey at the start? Schalke tend to start games fairly cagey.
Yeah.
Do we need an early Juventus goal to open it up?
I think you do. I think the way that Schalke conducted themselves last match day, you had Celtic that were employing an incredibly possession-based game, and they had to wait for their opportunity. I think it may be a case that they try and go toe-to-toe with Juve at this point. They've got 6 points behind them. They can throw a little bit more caution to it. I think had they have come in and they only had 0 points or only a point, I think you'd be having a different discussion entirely. But I think because they've got that opportunity now, and the pressure really is on Juve. They've only got a point. They need to come out of this with something. Otherwise, what we said, they could find themselves at the foot of the table.
Yeah, and just see the two teams right there, seconds from kickoff. I mentioned my prediction for the first game was a draw. and I said I'd come back to you on my second game prediction, and it's a tough one because I'm being stared at, but Juventus were in my head to claim the second game, to get 4 points from today. But every time I write off Schalke 04 over the years, they punish me. So I might even go with 2 draws, you never know. So it is going to be Juventus that get us underway. And it's Dybala who plays it forwards. An early start here for Juventus would be key, you feel, as the ball gets played out towards his left-hand side. A crunching challenge, everything you need to know about Schalke 04 right there. 3 minutes gone.
Yeah, they're quite industrious with the way that they play this game of PES, as you see there.
Oh, it's in towards the danger. Dybala plays it back. Stasic clears the danger. Out towards the left-hand side, Rabiot coming across to make the block. Great challenge there, and another chance here. It's early pressure here from Juventus. We expected this was going to be the course of action here today because, as we said, we feel Juventus need that early goal. Schalke so good defensively in Matchday 1. If they could get an early goal, it would be very, very difficult for the Italians. Cristiano Ronaldo finds Dybala now. Douglas Costa on the left-hand side. It's a frightening front three. It's played through in towards the danger area. Left foot shot, saved by the goalkeeper.
Yeah, you can see there Ronaldo causing all kinds of problems. Juve trying to impress their will on this game already. Douglas Costa finding room. Ronaldo was sniffing that chance out. I think it's interesting to see some of the choices that Schalke have gone with. They've gone with Uth up front as opposed to the striker from Matchday 1. They've made some tactical changes based on what Juve present as a...
So they've actually adapted, winning 6 points. They've still adapted to face the other team right in towards the front post there, and almost an early goal for Juventus. So it's not paid off so far in terms of the changes that Schalke have made, because it's been a Juventus onslaught as the ball's given away again. Douglas Costa finds Rabiot, back to Costa, in towards Dybala. Just couldn't get it under control. If he could have turned on that, it could have been really dangerous. Still in the danger area though. Douglas Costa in towards the penalty spot and hacked away. Anywhere will do. And early warning signs for Schalke, Wes.
Yeah, so they're under pressure already. I think the difference between playing Celtic and playing Juve is that Juve are a little bit more direct, and they don't mess about with their possession. Once they've got the ball, they'll try and press hard on the defenders. See Youth coming forward, trying to play through to Harit, and the lip will clear it away.
Out towards Rabiot on this right-hand side. Now Khedira joins the attack. Now out towards Dybala. It's his second missed control in as many minutes, and really sloppy there. And should do better, Wes, really, at this level.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the player...
Do you think that's an in-game thing, or do you think that's actually a personnel thing from one of the Juventus lads?
I think sometimes the player lock-on system may sometimes not detect that you've made a pass, and also you can also kind of do a super cancel where you kind of can break away from what the game is programmed. So it could be one or the other. I can't see their controllers. If I could tell you.
Let's get that man a camera, as Nastasic now plays it down towards Mirkan on the left-hand side. Now a chance for Schalke to fly forwards. The first time really of the match so far, and we've had 21 minutes. It's been a real cagey performance from the Germans, but they have a chance here out towards Harit on the right-hand side. Can he cross it in? Turns back. Good defending. Cleared away, but only as far as Mirkan again. Good possession here from Schalke, just what they needed. They've got a foothold in the game. Real chance. It's 3-on-2 at the back post. He couldn't lift it over Szczesny, and it's a big chance, that, Wes.
Yeah, it's big. I mean, it's putting the ball in the box at the right moment. It's aiming for the right player. If you go deep, you're looking at a goalkeeper coming to take the ball out of the sky, and it's a chance gone. But I don't think Schalke will be too worried at this point.
Ronaldo, a man for the big moments, as Dybala for the third time can't get it under control. Mirkan dispossessed. Douglas Costa, who's been busy around the edge of the 18-yard box, played in. Dybala! And what a finish from the little man. I was pretty much slating him for 20 minutes in this match for missed touches, and what a touch that was to caress the ball into the far corner. And it is advantage Juventus, 1-0 to the good, and nothing what they don't deserve in terms of the passage of play, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, it's been coming. For the way that they've been playing, it's been coming. You saw Rabiot, it's a neat little pass. The defender doesn't do his job. Dybala still had a man over in Piazza. He still had a man over to be able to really make that choice, but Dybala, with all the confidence in the world, puts it away.
Yeah, the touches, the sloppy touches didn't faze him. And as that goal went in, I did decide to throw water all over my lap. So if you do see me later on in the show and I have wet trousers, you'll know why. It's not anything else. There's 31 minutes on the clock. Juventus 1, Schalke 0-4. Dybala's in again here. He's got Ronaldo for support. Plays it across. Sloppy touch, but he wins it back. Played in. Right foot shot wide of the target. Great attack again from Juventus. And they are looking dangerous every time they go forwards. And it's what we expect, really, Wes, and what we didn't see in match day 1.
Yeah, no, 100%. And a lot of it is coming through Renzo. A lot of it is coming through Loscandlo. And he's causing the issues. He scored the goal. He's now got direct running with Dybala.
So I mentioned, what does he bring to that trio? And he's answered emphatically. 33 minutes on the clock. 1-0 to the Italian Giants as De Ligt now plays it back towards the goalkeeper. Now, of course, shoes on the other foot. They'll be more than happy to sit on this. And they are so dangerous on the counter-attack with Eterito and co.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like you said, we've now got to expect a more attacking performance from Schalke, which traditionally they've not really kind of had in their locker. You know, you're looking for chances that don't readily look like they're appearing. As
Ronaldo plays it through towards Douglas Costa. He's onside, away from the defender. Just did enough to delay the shot and allow the keeper to come out. But you feel a second goal is a matter of minutes away unless the Germans can get a foothold in this game. Cleared away up towards the halfway line, headed back downfield. Schalke have the chance to build another attack here. One back by Khedira, the German, believe it or not, as Douglas Costa now plays it forward towards the danger area, but hacked away again. It's got a little bit scrappy. Juventus will be more than happy going in at half-time if it stays like this, as Harit wins it back, but giving away again. It's that final third, isn't it, Wes?
Yeah, it's where it's breaking down. It's, you know, it's causing all kinds of problems. We're on a 3v3 here. Ronaldo into Dybala.
Oh, it's a lovely chance here. Ronaldo's in again. Save on the goalkeeper. And it would have been turned home, but it looks like the offside flag is raised, and rightly so. Fine margins, but it was offside nevertheless, and that would have been a real sucker punch at the end of the first half. As it stands, it wasn't to be, and it's finished deservedly, Wes, 1-0 at half-time.
Yeah, I'd say deservedly so. I mean, Juventus, as we mentioned, they found or unlocked how to utilise Ronaldo. You know, I said I'd play him straight down the middle. They played him to the edge, and they've easily made out why. I mean, they're so much better going forward, and Schalke don't seem to have an answer for it at this point.
No, they don't indeed, as the ball gets played out towards the right-hand side. It is Schalke who start the second half from kick-off. One back by Juventus, given away again. Given away for the third time in as many touches as Juventus win it back again. Douglas Costa plays it through the middle. Can he get on the end of it? Yes, he can. Great strength there shown by the Juventus man, and the pass wasn't quite as good as that. 4 minutes into the second half, and do you feel that Juventus are going to be quite possession-based and play the ball around a little bit, or do you think they're going to be quite happy fending possession off to Schalke and just trying to hit them high up on the counter?
I think the way it's looking at the moment, they're looking like they want that second goal. I don't think they're happy with just a 1-0 victory. I think that if you look at how Schalke are employing their game, a lot of their balls are looking like they're through balls and they're trying to run onto players. They really need the ball into feet and utilise that physicality that they do have up that top end of the pitch.
Ball gets played towards Ronaldo. Do Juventus know another way other than attack? Have you seen them, these three players, have you seen them play a more sort of passive counter-attacking style?
I've only had the displeasure of playing Ettore and Luca once, and they only know attack mode. They don't know any other mode.
Yeah, absolutely. Douglas Costa out towards Ronaldo. Back to Costa, who's probably been my player of the game so far. He's been in and around all of the action so far. And there he is again, another crucial interception. And it's ricocheted around. And it's a chance here through the middle. One by Chiellini. It's a pretty tough nut to crack at the moment for Schalke 04, Wes.
Yeah, they seem to just be a little bit kind of on edge at the moment. They seem to not really be playing that calmly if they take their time a little bit. But a lot of the pressure is coming from Juve. They keep winning the ball back in midfield, and it's wave after wave here.
You feel a second goal is only a matter of moments away as Dybala picks it up, wins it back, gives it away, and now a chance for Schalke to counter through Harit on this right-hand side. Now plays in towards Mürkan, and the attack seems to have stalled a little bit. Good defending from Juventus just to hold it up, but they've gone again. It's in towards Mürkan. Can he turn away from Chiellini? Challenged by the Italian defender, or the Juventus defender, should I say, and now out towards Cristiano Ronaldo on the counter this time for Juventus. Now Ronaldo wins it back again, plays it through. Real chance here for Juventus if he can steal a march. Yes, he can. Chips the goalkeeper. Oh, and it's kicked into the back of the net. It's Juventus 2. It's Schalke 0, and that might be the nail in the coffin in that opening game here, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, it was great play. It broke from pressure. It broke from Ronaldo winning it back on the left wing, and it was good play. It was spotting runners. It was making sure that you're in the right place at the right time. It was a neat little move here as we get into this box here. You see there Ronaldo spots Piazza here. There's a manual goalkeeper that comes here. He just moves it, and rather than taking the shot, they've opted to lob it, which completely threw the manual goalkeeper. And as you can see there, Ettore.
And that is all about reacting to the moment and not going through the motions, isn't it? Because they've read that manual goalkeeping's come into play, and they've been able to sort of overcome it with a stunning chip finish. And to use another cliche, that pass from Ronaldo was like a knife through butter, wasn't it, Wes?
Yeah, well, it was improvisation. It was improvising with the situation you have rather than just doing what you normally do. The first goal, you could argue it should have been a cut across, but Dybala takes the shot and it gives them a 1-0 lead. You could argue there was passes on, but again, they opted to take the lob. They nearly got it off the line, Schalke, but I think once that kind of passage was there, once Patia had took that last touch, got it past the defender, it was curtains.
It's another chance here for Dybala. Now, pre-eFootball.Pro Season 2, Juventus were touted as one of the strong favourites to go on to win the competition. They suffered a poor Matchday 1, you'd have to say, and many people were starting to question them. They've come back fighting here as they look to make it 4 points overall with a game to play. They can go to 7 if they can win the second game here between the two, as Higuain wins it back, plays it through. Good block again. It's really do or die now for Schalke 04. They need to get a goal within the next 5 minutes, you feel, otherwise it could be all over. And the trouble is, if there is going to be a goal, Juventus are looking the more likely on the counter-attack.
Yeah, they seem to be. That counter-attack is incredibly potent at the moment. And like I said, they found a way to play with the team that they have in front of them. They've not tried to play it as as older tournaments in terms of PES League. There's not that old formation. They're trying to adapt it to the teams they've got.
Another chance here for Schalke. Good defending, holds it up. Oh, it's ricocheted around. This could be a real scrappy goal if they could get it. It still can't get it away. And finally, the offside flag is raised, and that was a nail-biting moment there, Wes. You don't want to concede a goal like that, do you?
No. In terms of those types of goals, they are not the prettiest things in the world when they happen.
But they are part and parcel.
And they're part and parcel of the game. No, that's unfortunately sometimes something happens.
Now, one criticism I'd have to say, from a Schalke point of view, is that over the years, certainly the last 2 years, I've noticed, especially from these players in question, that there's a question about a plan B. They have a very solid plan A, but to be able to change games in-game, and it's 3-0, it's Ettore again, by the looks of things, and it's just impeccable. It's what we expect from them three players. And it's Juventus 3, it's Schalke 0, and this will send shockwaves through the eFootball.Pro League.
Yeah, I mean, we said it. We said it at as the kind of the Matchday 1 came to an end, is that you don't want to see an unhappy Ettore because he'll come back and bite you. And to be honest, the way that Juve have set up today, this little ball in from Higuain, it's a depth little touch, and Cuadrado.
Finish.
There's only one place that's going, and that's the top corner.
And looking at the lads there, the despondent Schalke lads, it's a case of, well, what do you do against that?
Yeah.
It's difficult to say. just going back to my original point about a plan B, what does Schalke need to do as their plan B, because they're not making any inroads whatsoever here?
Yeah, I mean they need to have more of an attacking onus on the game. Whether that's the case that you switch up the formation, whether that's the case that you switch up their tactics. Do you switch from a possession game to a counter-attacking game?
It's a real chance here for 4! And this is turning into an absolute whitewash here in this opening 90 minutes of eFootball.Pro Match 3. A stunning performance from the Italians. All smiles around and frowns from the Germans.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that there, it's a great little play from Quadrado, Kadira, but into Bernardeschi, and again, it's very simple. You talked about just before this game, you know, if you're at home, what do you want to be doing? You want to be throwing in little reverse balls, because the you know, as a human defender, you can only track one run. You know, if you don't track that run inside, you leave an opportunity outside. You need to kind of just create a bit of a mismatch, and Juve have certainly done that here.
Yeah, are you seeing anything personnel-wise from Juventus that's enabled them to get this upper hand in terms of the players they've used and again, talking about stat balancing and the physicality? Are you seeing anything that they're doing here?
I think they've just utilised the players that they had before, because looking at the setup, they've got Rabiot, they've got Ronaldo, they've utilising the players they have at their disposal, and they've found the right way to use them. So I think it's a case that they've gone away and gone, well, here are the players that we've got. How do we go about using them? You know, using Bernardeschi as a substitution. He's a great player to have as a substitute. Quadrado, again, full of pace. Higuain, kind of would be a throwaway player to use, but in this environment, you know, his physicality will be, you know, through the roof.
It is that man, Higuain, plays it through towards Dybala, gets there first, great save by the goalkeeper, hacked away, and it could have been 5. It remains as 4, but that is a truly impressive performance from the Italian Giants. 4-0 to Juventus over Schalke 04, and all to do, back to the drawing board for Schalke, who started the day with 6 points, but it's a real awakening, isn't it?
Well, interestingly there, you can see Schalke didn't even register a shot during the game.
I was literally going to say how impressive defensively, because we harp on about the attacking threat of Juventus and these 3 lads, but defensively, I was literally going to say I don't remember a single shot Schalke had, and they've just proved it.
Well, if you looked at it in terms of where the ball kept getting lost, now you mentioned it in commentary, it was that final third. They'd get to the final, Schalke would get to the final third, the ball would be won back before a shot was even taken. So again, with Juve's pressing game, in terms of the way they were pressing forward, they were defending from the front. Yes. So it was a case of, as soon as that ball's lost in Schalke's half or in Schalke's final third, how quickly can we get this ball back? And they were fantastic there.
Scary form from Juventus, well, certainly what the doctor ordered after 1 point from 6 in match day 1. They now sit with 4 points, joint with FC Barcelona, and we're now on to the second game. Another chance for 3 points. All is not lost. Wes, what are you seeing?
So you notice there that Schalke are now switching to a 4-1-2-1-2. So instead of the 4-3-3,
sounds like a dance.
It does. 4-1-2-1-2. But you can see that they're trying to counteract the attacking threat that Juve have. They're trying to control the midfield a bit more. But I don't think Juve are that phased by it. Really, I think the way that Juve will go about this game now is they'll go, well, actually,
they'll just hit the front 3 early.
Yeah,
we've go from there.
We've took the best that you've got, you know, because that formation that Schalke were playing was eerily similar to the formation they played against Celtic. We've took your plan A. You know, if you're now going to go to a plan B you're not familiar with, it could cause you real problems.
It's one of those moments where we're either going to see a tactical masterclass, or we're going to see a case of they've not used it as their plan A, therefore it's probably not their most favoured option, and it could be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the key decision there, they brought Wilson McKennie enough, who didn't start, or I didn't even register substitutions that game from anybody. You know, it didn't look like Schalke really tried to change the game. It was the case of, oh, we'll take this.
I think after the second goal, they felt
that the game
maybe the game was gone, and focus on this next game. Because let's be frank, they're sat with 6 points. Okay, even if they were to lose both games today, 6 points will still be probably mid-table, go again, but they've got another 3 points to play for now. They could be sitting here with 9 points at the end of today, happy as Larry.
Yeah, it just depends on how much of a gamble that Schalke want to take. Do they want to take a gamble where they try and get a victory? Do they want to try and lock it down so they only gain a point? or it's going to be. I think this game now is now going to be defined by what do Juventus want to do, not by what Schalke want to do. I think Juventus now will go, okay, well, we took this and we've scored 4 goals in a fashion where we've counter-attacked, we know how to play, we've found our rhythm. And it could spell real issues for Schalke. It could have been 5, like you said. And I think at this point, I think it's all for Juve.
I wouldn't say it didn't flatter Juventus, but they certainly deserved to win by a fairly high margin in that match.
Yeah, definitely. I think some of the goals that they scored, of course, naturally we were talking about the percentage shots. You take the shot that's 100% guaranteed to get you a goal. And to be fair, those 2 late, I think there was 2 late goals in that game. It was just because they'd just gone to pieces at the back, Schalke.
What's interesting to watch the players here is that knowing the guys off air, the 3 lads from Schalke are probably some of the nicest guys you'll meet. Really jolly lads, happy to have a chat and stuff. And seeing them look so despondent, how disappointed they were with that opening game.
Yeah, 100%.
But they have the chance to turn it around here. There's another 90 minutes at stake and a chance for another 3 points. Will it be 7 after match day 2 for Juventus? Will it be 9 for Schalke? Or the rest? The maths to be. Oh, another save here. And straight away, it was almost the perfect start for Schalke, Wes.
Yeah, it took a small deflection off the Juve defender and they found their way in, but here's Dybala on the counter-attack and it's away to McKennie.
Well, they've started very, very well here, the Germans. Is this the perfect response to that opening game? Played in towards the danger area. It's another chance here, and they are right at the cusp of something as the ball is clear behind. 6 minutes gone here. Juventus 0, Schalke 0, but it's another chance for Schalke. It's going to drop to the edge of the area. Chance to clear their lines, and a great challenge there. Very brave from Nastasic, and now out towards the right-hand side. Played back in field to that man, Nastasic. Now Mirkan. And just a moment to take breather after a blistering opening 10 minutes. But still they press in towards Harit. Cleared away. Wes, what a start for the Germans.
Where was this performance in game 1? Where was it? Because they've started off like they're out of the traps very, very early. They're trying to press it very early on. Use the full stamina that they have at the start of the game and get a positive out.
And they're still pressing here in towards the danger area. It's out towards Harit on the edge. He could have taken the first time shot. The crowd shouting for shoot as Cristiano Ronaldo now picks it up on the counter. Clash of heads. Both players thankfully on their feet. And Juventus can't catch a breath at the moment. But importantly, Wes, Schalke haven't scored in this opening period.
Yeah, no, and that'll be the plus point for Juve. That'll be, do you know what? We've rode out a bit of a storm there. But then again, it's only 15 in-game minutes in. The game will now start to settle into a bit of a rhythm. And we'll see what is made, what each team are made of.
Score when you're on top. That is always one of the hardest things to do, but one of the most important things to do, of course, as we see a close-up of the 3 Juventus lads on the bottom right-hand side, and the 3 from Germany on the left as the ball's cleared away. Chance to counter here for Schalke 04. What I am seeing, Wes, is they're playing at a much quicker pace, Schalke, in this game.
Yeah, there's a greater sense of urgency now, and they're finding balls with regularity as well.
McKennie on the right-hand side, chance to play it back in towards the danger area. Chiellini again with a good challenge for Juventus. Ronaldo. The key would be if Juventus were able to catch them on the counter through Dybala. He's got support in the middle if he can get there. What a save from the goalkeeper, but he's still in the danger area. Hacked away by Schalke, and that was the first real chance for Juve.
Yeah, I mean, Schalke there were very, very lucky to not give away a penalty twice.
And another chance here for Juventus growing into the match. We said Schalke have to score while they're on top. You feel there's probably another 5 minutes away from a possible momentum change, or we may have seen it already. Rabiot in towards Ronaldo, plays it through. Real chance here for Juventus, saved by the goalkeeper and hacked away. And that momentum swing is well and truly in play, Wes.
Yeah, like you said, you should have scored while you were on top, and with that, Schalke are certainly feeling that at the moment, and it's there for anybody right now.
The best teams can, of course, weather early storms and go on the front foot, but Schalke have possession back. Out towards McKennie, one back by Juventus. Play through the middle, that's far too easy. Just a poor control allowed De Ligt in. Otherwise, we would have been sat there saying, how on earth has he been given that much space?
Yeah, he's given far too much license to run there, and it was only for De Ligt really kind of being awake did he then manage to get the ball away.
Having his eyes open.
Yeah.
Bonucci, long ball downfield, can't get the flick on though, and now a chance to bring it forward for Schalke. Douglas Costa comes across, and there were shouts there from the German lads. They knew that was a poor pass, and it's another chance here for Juventus, who really well and truly have grown into this match, and you feel at this moment in time now a goal's close for Juventus.
Yeah, I mean they've suddenly, like we said, they weathered
awoken
the storm.
beast.
Yeah, you've kind of gone, oh, okay, well, you've given us a bit of a fright, and now we'll kind of get back into the game. And
I mean, are we looking at it like it was all Schalke, or were Juventus saying, let's see what you've got in that opening period?
Well, I think looking at it, I think Schalke have been like infinitely more positive than they were in the first game. You can see that their passes are snappier. You can see that they're actually trying to push the issue. And I think maybe that took Juve off guard a little bit. And I think that was where it was a case of, oh, okay, we've been caught off guard a little bit, and now we need to get back into it.
Khedira in towards Douglas Costa, back to Ronaldo. Lovely triangles there from the Juventus players. Now a chance for Schalke to gain some momentum, but you feel it's just gone away from them a little bit.
Yeah, you can
still
see,
0-0 though.
You can see that Juve have really settled in there. They've kind of had the shock value of the formation change, had the shock value of the early pressure, and now they're really
Chance
trying
here
to make
for
it
Douglas
pay.
Costa, deflected onto the crossbar. How on earth has that stayed out? I will never know. It really should be 1-0 to Juventus. It still might be, but Becker clears his lines, and well, you would have felt that it was coming, but at the same time, a deflected goal is never pleasant to concede, and it almost happened there, and that is a sensational finish from Dybala. Pick that one out, postage stamp. What a goal.
But we said it was coming, and you know, the little passage of play beforehand, you would have said, they were unlucky to hit the bar there, but I tell you what, as soon as that ball goes into Dybala, he's got one thing on his mind, and it's that top corner.
A top draw team, and that goal was right out of the top draw. Left foot smashed high past the goalkeeper, who in fairness had absolutely no chance. The little number 10, who I questioned after 20 minutes after the first game, has well and truly given me one back, as he scored both goals. Well, more than one goal. He scored 2 goals at least, because I know he scored the opening goal in match 1, and he scored the opening goal here in match 2. 41 minutes on the clock. Juventus 1, Schalke 0-4-1, and again, a massive ask now for the Germans.
Yeah, it's how do you restore parity? If you're Schalke, how do you restore the leveler? But at the moment, they're under the cosh again.
Unorthodox from Becker, as McKinney now plays it to Mirkan now. Habib, lovely ball through. He's onside. Oh, I was just about to say he's onside. And the late flag was raised, and rightly so, of course. But that was wonderful football from Schalke.
Yeah, it was great play. And again, it's positive from Schalke. It's what was kind of being asked for, is, be a bit more positive. And it's, even though it's not presented a goal yet, it's still providing dividends, because they're looking to kind of impress an attacking flow on the game.
So we're talking like it's dead and buried for Schalke, but 1 goal would give them 1 point. 7 from the 2 match days, level on points with Manchester United, level on points with Bayern Munich. You'd have to say it's not all doom and gloom, but of course they've got to get that goal, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got to get that goal. I mean, you can see they're both runners.
This is happening quite a lot for Schalke. Is there a reason for this? They've had a lot of offside decisions go against them. Is it something that they're doing manually in terms of making early runs?
I think it's a case of the early runs. I think the runs are there, but it's a case of if the pass isn't registered in time, you can run on and be like, oh, well, I'm 2 yards offside, as opposed to I'm just onside. And they've got to be careful with it. I mean, if you look there, the counter is always on with Juve.
Ronaldo, not a player you want to face on a counter-attack. Back towards Costa, in towards Dybala. Another chance here, onto his favourite left foot, curled towards the far post. Not quite the same venom as the opening goal. Of course, not the S-venom of Arsenal, but venomous nevertheless, as Douglas Costa finds Dybala on the right-hand side, who has been as I said, after slating him probably the player of the match over the 2 games, as Sane hacked down by Dybala, but he won the ball fairly, and he's won a throw as well. What a player.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at this and you're seeing Dybala become an issue, and he's been an issue for a while now, and Schalke haven't really combated him.
What would you? Does he need to be man-marked, or how would you deal with Dybala here?
Well, I think the risk of having a man mark is that if you man mark Dybala and then for example, Ettore decides to run on with him just to run on with him,
frees up so much space for everyone else.
It frees up so much space, and 2, it negates your offside trap because your player going marking his Dybala again.
Same about the goalkeeper. Becker cleared away. Another chance comes and goes for Juventus, who are looking to wrap this game up, because a second goal you would feel would be well and truly game over at 6 points. On to the next one, as it is back with the goalkeeper up towards the halfway. It's a sloppy pass out from the goalkeeper. Certainly don't want to concede from that. That would be really, really costly mistake, as it's back in towards the heart of the attack. Left, out towards, blocked, through towards the goalkeeper, and they got off lightly there.
And what we missed in the kind of the kind of discussion we were having is that Caliguri's came on, Rahman's come on. They now have fresh legs, which is not something we saw in the first game. Is it going to provide a difference here? It's remained to be seen. But I just think that the way that this game is going, it looks like it's all for Juve.
Headed down by Ronaldo now. Cleared out towards the near touchline. Juventus are well and truly in pole position here. Sat on a 1-0, but it's never, as you well know, over at 1-0. They need the second goal cushion to make things nice and cosy, as Caliguri now forward through the middle, breaks down again, and they've not been able to, after that opening 20-minute foray forwards, they've not been able to really create anything of note. Can they now? In towards the danger area again, twisting, turning, trying to find space, finds McKennie. Again, that final ball. Is it from a Schalke point of view, or is it defensively what Juventus are doing to block that final ball?
I think it's a little bit of tired legs, and it's good positioning from Juve. The same way here, if you haven't got subs on at that end of the pitch, naturally tired, they're not going to pass in the same way. For example, that pretty laboured from McKennie. And you're just looking for bad touches such as that one.
Dybala picks it up again, right for shot, and how on earth that's not gone in, I will never know. It whistles by the far post, but everything good about Juventus is coming through Dybala.
Yeah, and like we said, those tired touches will become more frequent as time goes on. I made the point earlier on in terms of defensive substitutions. You can negate that by bringing on a defensive player, but the trouble with that is that you then lose something going forward.
Is there outside of personnel changes for tired legs? Is there anything else that these players could be doing now to help with that? Or is it simply a case of change the personnel, get the fresh legs on?
I think it's a case of changing personnel, but you change your shape. You give Juventus something else to think about rather than 4-1-2-1-2. They have that already.
Are you surprised
there.
they haven't?
I'm surprised they haven't made some type of switch, because if you're just going to play the same formation, players will get used to it. They'll get accustomed to what players you like passing to. They'll get accustomed to the way that formation works. Whereas at the moment, there's nothing that Schalke are doing that is over and above. I mean, look at that there. If you look there, it's a
really sloppy pass. Tired legs again.
It's tired legs again, but there's not enough that they're doing to counteract anything that Juve are doing. It's almost as though they're powerless to resist it. Whereas, there are things you can do.
So Juventus with an opening game, 4-0, drubbing. Just the one goal that separates the two sides here, though. They've not been quite as ruthless going forwards. But they're in again here. It's Cuadrado, chance to kill the game. It's 2-0 to Juventus. It was coming more and more as well. Schalke pushing further up the field, leaving themselves wide open to the counter-attack. And it's surely game over now, Wes.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, as we were literally alluding to not 2 minutes ago, we're talking about substitutions and tired legs. It's a bad touch from the Stasic. It's not registering the clearance quick enough, and that's what leads it in. If you look at it here, it's one bad touch into another bad touch. They can't clear it in time, and Cuadrado just seizes on it and goes, thank you very much, that's 2-0.
Such a tough goal to take defensively, but you can't say it wasn't coming. We haven't seen enough from Schalke in the final third over the two games, really, to have any complaints. The opening 20 minutes was impressive in this second game, don't get me wrong. But even having said that, how many big saves did the Juventus goalkeeper have to make? Not many.
Yeah. If you look at the chances that they had versus the chances that the keepers had to deal with, it's not a lot.
10 minutes remaining here in the second game between Juventus and Schalke 04. 2-0 to the Italians. Higuain plays it forward. Cuadrado's onside. Chance to make it 3. Real chance here into the danger area. Smashes it into the top left-hand corner. And we said how Juventus have been slightly more conservative in this game, and we're just ticking the clock down. 2 goals in as many minutes, and we're now sat here saying Juventus 3, Schalke 04 0. Impressive.
It's the exchange before the goal. It's the exchange to get the ball to Cuadrado. If we do manage to get a replay of it, you'll see it. It's that little touch where the pass comes in. Hopefully we'll get to see it here, where it's a little give it. It's this here. It's that vital touch where the defender has just been taken out of the game, and it gives Cuadrado, who is full of running, an easy opportunity to
fresh
get in.
legs, give and go.
Yeah, and if you the reason why they waited there, they waited to see if there was a manual keeper coming. And when they didn't, they just went, well, we'll just hit it.
Well, the inquest begins here for Schalke. They'll have to go home. And yes, they've been up against a great team in Juventus, but this Juventus team struggled in Matchday 1. Let's be frank, against the Barcelona team who have struggled today, so it's definitely been all to play for across the board.
Yeah.
But Schalke will be a bit disappointed with how the day's been done, but they've got a chance here to pull a goal back. They've got a goal. It will surely be just a consolation, but it'd be nice to get on the scoreboard nevertheless, unless we get a real 7 minutes of drama.
Well, I don't think we'll get a 7 minutes of drama. I think Juve will conserve this lead now. I don't think you'll see them doing much more attacking.
Oh, you pessimist, Wes.
You know, I'd like to be a realist, not a pessimist. But even there, you've got tired legs that allow Rahman to the ball break kindly to him. It's not a glamorous goal by any stretch. It's Rabiot, and then it's just there. It's just a bad turn, and Rahman's there to pick it off.
If Juventus weren't 3-0 up, would they have been a bit more? Would they have made a few changes, do you think, to be a bit? Was it a bit lackadaisical defensively, that goal?
I mean, you look at the players that were running back. You know, you could argue and say, well, there was only one player that was needed to cut that ball off. It didn't need 2 or 3. But I don't think they'll mind too much at this point. I think now that, I mean, if you look at that there.
It's another chance here for Gonzalo Higuain. Oh. They scored 4 in the first game. They've scored 4 in the second game. And this is a side that have woken up. The Giants have awakened here in the eFootball.Pro Season 2. And they're certainly a team to be reckoned with now.
I mean, that was as route 1 as you could ask for. Goes back to the goalkeeper. It's a huge punt up from Szczesny. And again,
should not be conceding a goal
shouldn't
like
be conceding that. You've got 2 defenders there. Both have been selected. Both have not ran back with the ball. And instead, Higuain's just burst through and said, thank you very much.
2 touches. Goalkeeper, long punt downfield. First time shot from Gonzalo Higuain. Game set match. Juventus 4, Schalke 04 1. It's 8 goals to 1 across the 2 games. 6 points. And the inquest, as I said, will begin shortly after today's play for the Germans.
Yeah, Juve are very much at the party now, coming away with 6 points. As we said at the start of the game, you know, this can turn violently for them, and it very much has done.
They've done a Bayern Munich. They started the day with 1 point. They're now on 7, and there's a lot of teams on 7 points so far, Wes. As Khedira plays through and now blocked. Clear downfield, a chance here for Cuadrado. Will they look for a 5th goal? It will be flattering, you would say, but they certainly deserve the victory here as it's in towards the danger area. Saved by the goalkeeper, comes out, almost falls for Dybala. Clear downfield, and as we tick into the 2nd minute of 4 minutes of added on time here, it surely will be the last attack of the match, and a thoroughly impressive performance from the Italian champions.
Yeah, I think they've been fantastic. They've been well worth the 2 victories that they've gained today. You know, they've been thoroughly well worth it and showed their class.
Smashed the ball downfield. That's the final action of an enthralling 90 minutes of eFootball.Pro action. 4-0 in the first game, 4-1 in the second game. Almost, you'd have to say, faultless from Juventus, and well-deserved the 6 points there. Schalke back to the drawing board after the opening match day, where they would have been very happy. It's the opposite feeling today.
Yeah, they're going to be bitterly disappointed with how they performed today. We heard it in the pre-match, minimum of 3 points they wanted. They've come away with none. It's how they're going to bounce back from that. And, you know, you can see from them they look very, very disappointed.
That they do. As the handshake, nice to see, because, of course, you know, it's such high stakes here and a lot of emotion, but afterwards they can still come down and, you know, shake hands with their opposition, etc. Because let's be honest, most of these guys off the season tour, they're good friends, aren't they? Both on and off the field.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, you look at, and as we've got here, we've got a collection of different nationalities, but they all would have played with or against each other at some point. They all know each other socially. Yeah, it is always nice to see.
Absolutely. Any moments from that game? It's hard to pick moments because there were so many for Juventus, but was the key moment the momentum shift in that second game?
I think so. I think it was the case that they came out of the traps brightly, and then it just kind of wilted away. Like we said, they didn't score while they were on top. And, you know, boys, as we can see there, Lo Scandalo has himself a hat-trick to his name. You know, they had fun with it. And I think, ultimately, I think it was the Higuain goal that kind of really summed up the performance. It was defensively frail, which I would say I'm not used to seeing from Schalke.
Very un-Schalke and unfair.
Yeah, it's very un-Schalke-like in their performance, but, you know, I'm sure they will bounce back for Matchday 3, but they've got a lot of work to do.
Would you put it down to the fact they were up against such a strong Juventus outfit, or do you think defensively they were a bit sloppy today?
I think defensively there were at times there were decisions that I didn't quite understand. But again, when you're up against the likes of Torre and Luca and Juve as a team, you know, it's always going to be difficult.
Okay, we're going to go live to Harry in the mix zone because we have the players from Schalke. Let's hear some of their thoughts.
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. My voice is just about holding on.
Hi, Harry.
I'm here with Schalke. Not the results you guys wanted. What went wrong there?
Everything. A lot of individual mistakes. Yeah, when every pass goes wrong, so you have a problem in defense, and that's what happened.
So moving on then to Matchday 3, you can put this Matchday behind you. You played Bayern Munich. What are you guys going to do differently to prepare for them? Obviously, it's a different task than playing Juventus. An all-German derby, I suppose you could say. How do you guys prepare and bounce back from this result?
I don't think we have to think about Munich now. I think you have video material for 2 weeks of mistakes. So, yeah, German derby, but analyze the game and try to make it different next time.
Obviously, very unlucky Schalke coming away with no points from their 2 games against Juventus. Adam and Wes, back over to you as I try and rest my voice.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. You sound beautiful. Wes, they mentioned about the mistakes. Do you think that was that the main reason why they lost that game, or do you think Juventus were just too strong?
I think it was a mixture of the two. You can't give players that much room to play in. So those defensive errors and those defensive kind of miskeys, you can't give players like Ronaldo and Dybala and Cuadrado, you can't give them that much room to play in. They just had fun with it. They had too much room to play in. At times, they were just left alone.
Yeah, and do you feel that they've got enough, because they've got a bit of a break now, they can go away and look at some of those mistakes? Do you think that will aid them, or do you think that on the day it's things that they couldn't really control?
I think that will go and aid them. They'll at least be able to look at their formation makeup and go, right, well, what didn't work there? They can at least look at a plan B for when their plan A doesn't work, and they have that time. You know, we've seen the improvement in Bayern, we've seen the improvement in Arsenal. You know, they can go away and they can go and look at it, and, you know, as we mentioned there, El Matador, they've got 2 weeks to look at their game film and really focus on what went wrong.
Absolutely. Talking about plans, plan A was more than good enough for Juventus, and we're going to go and speak to them now.
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. I have a match ball to award to Mr. Lo Scandalo. 4 goals in that last game. Ezrito, I want to talk to you about those 2 matches. 6 points, a much better result than the first match day. How did those 2 games go for you guys, and what went well?
Sure. We are so happy about this result. After the first match day, we train a lot, like 1 month all day, 3-4 hours each day for win this, for go up in the ranking. And now here we go. We win 2 games. We play well, and this we are at top at the moment.
It's a tremendous result in terms of your guys' league standings. You play Boavista in 2 weeks' time in match day 3. How are you guys going to prepare for them, and how are you going to differ your strategy against Schalke here today?
Sure, we will prepare like this time. We will play again for resolve some problem in defense maybe, but it's okay. I think Boavista, it's a good team in this competition, but all the team, it's the best. So we try to learn something about this game and try to win again the third.
Juventus, congratulations guys, 6 points from 2 games and a match ball to boot as well for Lo Scandalo.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. 6 points and goals galore for Juventus there. And we're going to see what's happened so far in match day 2. Let's see some of the results that we've seen up to now. So, first game, Wes, we had 3 points apiece between Arsenal and United. Very similar games, both of them, but on either foot across. Very tight games. Then we had FC Bayern München winning the first game 2-1 and winning the second game 1-0. Again, tight games, but 6 points for the German team. And then match 3, which we've just seen, 4-0 and 4-1. A bit of a whitewash, really, for Juventus. And from those games, any team that stands out as being the biggest change in form from what we saw last match day?
Well, I think it's it's split between Bayern and Juventus. To see the transformation that Bayern Munich have gone through from one match day to another was brilliant. But to see Juve become the attacking force that we expected them to be, it was fantastic as well. But I think Bayern edge it because it was a more complete performance. You know, we didn't see Juve get pressured defensively, apart from maybe 15 minutes in the second game. But it was defensive maturity from Bayern that we saw.
Yeah. Now, of course, we're going to the 4th game. Believe it or not, we're only halfway through. Such an amazing day so far. We've got Boavista FC versus last season's champions in AS Monaco. So starting with Boavista, we have Barbosa, Joker. You don't want to play against him, and you as well for Boavista FC there. And, of course, for AS Monaco, you've got Lotfi and, there you go. You've got Lotfi there. You've got Usmakabal, one of the greatest ever players over the years, and Kilju is probably one of the greatest up-and-coming players. So after his great PES League last year, a tremendous team across the board. They're a scary team, aren't they?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to play against the 3 of them. I'll tell you that for nothing. You have now got a 3rd component to what was already a very good duo, which has now become a fantastic trio.
Yep, and we're going to go and see the videos for the teams right now.
We will improve a lot from our past game. We practiced a lot. They are the reigning champions, but we'll do our best to get some points.
For tomorrow, we expect the win, like in all games. I think we had a great level in the first match day, but we trained a lot since this match day, because the level of the league is very high and Boavista is a good opponent, so we trained a lot since this match, and we hope to win the 2 games tomorrow.
Yep, lovely to hear. Anything that stands out for the 2 teams? Well, what do you want to see from Boavista? Because let's be honest, they're up against a mighty good team here. What do they need to do?
It's that word again. It's a pragmatic approach. You know, if you're Boavista and you're looking at the Monaco team, you know how good this Monaco team is. You know how historically good they are. You kind of want to take an approach of going, okay, we'll feel it out in the first half. We'll see how we go. And you know, if you get a chance, put it away. You're going to need to be clinical because Monaco are not going to give you that many opportunities. They've got Glick and Naldo at the back. It's going to be tough.
Okay, we are, believe it or not, ready for match 4. Take it away, Boavista versus AS Monaco. So Boavista versus Monaco, another enthralling tie. And you mentioned, Wes, about what Boavista have to do in terms of being pragmatic. Can they get a 1-0? Are they good enough? And equally, are Monaco not good enough to not score? Because let's be honest, Monaco are probably one of the most free-scoring teams. Can you tie them down?
It's possible. Whether it's probable is a different matter entirely. I think you're going to have to go to have a really good defensive performance against Monaco. We know how well Monaco, play out, and how well they do going forward. It's a case now. We're looking at kind of how they're setting up at the moment. They've got a deep defensive line, which basically drops your back four back and has a deep defensive line. So they're anticipating pressure early, but whether they can be locked down is a different question. I can't see Monaco coming out of this with a donut and have a 0-0 goals. I can't see it happening.
A big fat donut. And Monaco, we touched on how good they can be because they are the champions, and rightly so. They were absolutely superb last year. But have they strengthened as well? Because in Kilju, they've got a player who was one of the best young players in the PES League last year. I think he was 17 at the time. I may be wrong with that, and apologies if I was. But he was known as the wonder kid of the tournament, and they've added him to the ranks. That's an incredible acquisition.
Yeah, and the fact that he already knows how to play with Lotfi and he knows how to play with Uzma, and they already have a pre-existing chemistry. It's just a very good compliment to have. And as we saw from the fact that he was MVP of Matchday 1, he had a fantastic debut. And I'm expecting him to carry that on. And like I said, for me, I can only see this going to Monaco, but I'm open to being pleasantly surprised.
You'd have to say, in terms of this tournament, in terms of the knowledge of some of the players, we have more, so to say, with less experience in the Boavista ranks. Do you think that can aid them, or do you think they might be a bit rabbit in the lights?
Well, we mentioned this in Matchday 1, and it was a case of, the first game for them was a free hit, because it was a case of, okay, we need to get used to being in a different place, we need to get used to being in the studio, we need to get used to a whole load of different things. Now that they've got that off their back, they can go, okay, well, we can just focus on being the players.
And of course they won one of the games in Matchday 1.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, and they took an approach of when it came to the last 10 minutes and they were in front, they closed the game down. So
well, we know AS Monaco start very, very quickly usually, and they are on the front foot straight away looking for that early goal, because they know the longer the game goes on, the easier it will be for Boavista to possibly grab something. An early goal for Monaco would probably be a very, very uphill task, as the ball is cleared by Boavista out towards his left-hand side, one back, and Maripan gives it away. It's been a strong start here from Boavista as the ball gets played over the top. A lovely chance here, and Boavista have potentially shot the eFootball.Pro League, because that was not what we were expecting.
Well, it's like we said, they throw off the shackles and off they go. It took their first opportunity. Monaco could have done better with it down the end of the pitch. Instead, a lightning fast counter-attack from Boavista. Tavares did very well in the middle to regain the ball, and it was a great finish as well. I thought it was going to cross goal. They've gone, no, took it in the inside. Job done. Tavares, great finish.
We talk time again about experience in these big tournaments, these big competitions, but sometimes, just sometimes, stars are born, and that might be what is happening here with Boavista, because we've got three players here who are slightly unknown in terms of the global situation with PES, but boy, are they starting to make a name for themselves, Wes.
Well, we made the point again in Matchday 1 to say, to those at home may not necessarily know who these players are, but in the Portuguese ranks, they're known very, very well.
Absolutely.
And the way that they're conducting their business at the moment, it's a case now of what have you got, Monaco?
The one thing I would like to say is that Arsenal went 1-0 up against Monaco in the opening game of Matchday 1, and they lost 6-1. So let's not count our chickens just yet. But they have possession again, and this has been incredibly confident performance from Boavista FC. Have they come in and signed three players, just plucked them out and put them together and created a master team? That is the question.
Well, it'll remain to be seen. There's still plenty of time to go in the game, but you know, as frustration goes on, we know, you know, in terms of Monaco's ranks, we know that Uzmakabal gets frustrated.
An emotional man.
He's an emotional man. Although as we go
It's
through
another
it,
chance
Costa,
here. Oh, the pass was on. The pass was on. It was a swing and a miss. Otherwise, that was surely 2-0, and that's a whole different ball game. As the ball gets played up towards the left-hand side, Baldi plays it through. Slimani, 1-1. And it's as simple as that. And that's what happens at the highest level. If you miss an opportunity, you will be punished.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen that today either. One gilt-edged chance down at one end, it breaks and it goes down the other, and it was a great finish from Slimani, who was used to great effect in match day 1, albeit in a different way. He was used in a you know, ball be delivered up to him you know, physically, and you know, could hold up the ball. Instead, this one was actually relying on his pace. You know, the ball broke. It was a lovely ball, and it was a great finish from Slimani.
Great response from AS Monaco. You've got to feel a little bit sorry for Boavista, who you'd feel should be 2-0 to the good, but unfortunately this is the business end of the game. We are in the eFootball.Pro, of course, and you know, you make a mistake or you don't take your chances, you are punished, and I just hope for their sake they don't let that momentum in that attack change the whole sort of you know, going forwards in this game, because they've got to almost brush it off now, haven't they, Wes?
Yeah, I mean, you saw the reaction, which was quite telling from the Monaco players. Which the goal goes in, they weren't really interested.
Nothing.
They just wanted to get on with it, and you can sense there's probably a little bit of disappointment there already.
Thought
you know,
Baldi was going to get in there.
Goal scorer was Uzmakabal. It was a good ball in from Kilzu to make it 1-1, but now it's a case of, again, Boavista now in an environment they're not used to being in. You know, Monaco, again, like you alluded to, match day 1, they got 1-0 down to Arsenal and are used to this scenario. So now it's just going to be a case of how did Boavista react.
25 minutes gone, halfway through the first half. Boavista 1, AS Monaco 1. Of course, the Portuguese side taking the lead, and then Monaco snapping back after a missed opportunity for Boavista as the ball gets played down the right-hand side, and now Naldo clears his lines. And yeah, I mean, it's been a decent response from Boavista. They've not done anything too over the top in terms of trying to grab a second goal. They've got to potentially weather a storm, but they can create one themselves here as the ball gets played through, but cleared away towards Baldi, and now one back. It's still been a pretty impressive performance so far from Boavista, even though they have conceded.
Yeah, you can see there doesn't really appear to be that much fear on them. When you're looking at them, they're heavily focused. They're challenging for every ball. They're making sure they get in there, as we've just seen there. It's just a case now of, can they execute under pressure?
Possibly AS Monaco might have underestimated them a little bit, because they've been a bit sloppy so far, a bit complacent, but we are on as even 1-1 as Bakayoko plays the ball forwards, blocked, and now it's in towards Tavares, and now Rafael Costa gives the ball away. Chance to counter again for AS Monaco. Maripan finds Baldi on this left-hand side, who's been ever-present in the Monaco breaks forward, and now a good challenge again. 36 minutes gone. Anything tactically you've seen, Wes?
Not overly heavy on tactics at the moment. It's
bit of a free-for-all.
It's scrappy. It's scrappy at the moment, and it's...
Whose hands does that play into, do you think?
I think it plays into Boavista's. I really do. I think it plays into Boavista's because Monaco are used to a rhythm. They're used to the way that they play. If you can knock them out of it, in whichever way, although there's
another
a bad
mistake, though. Slimani, it's in towards Augustine. Another chance to cross it in. Great defending in the end, but I mean, they are allowing a few mistakes to creep into their game, Boavista, and they've got to be very, very careful here.
Yeah, 100%. They need to be incredibly careful.
Cleared away. Only as far as Bakayoko on the turn. Can't get the shot away, hacked away. Chance to counter here for Tavares, and now Idris out towards the right-hand side. The pass was on, but he's gone the other way. What a switch that was. But his first touch was a sloppy one, and now the Monaco players get back in numbers, and they give the ball away. That was a chance, that was.
There was. It was, and it was a slight hesitation from Paulinho. There, as you can see, a long ball into Slimani.
Slimani's onside. Another child. Great defending there from Boavista. And they've got to be careful because that ball is on every single time, isn't it, Wes?
Yeah, they have to be very, very careful. We know the physical threat that Slimani possesses. A quick point on Boavista's makeup today. They've had Joker that's come into their ranks after being at the IESF finals last time. So, again, adds a different dynamic. It's a new debut, and it's adding a bit more of a free flow to the game.
It has indeed. So, honours even in this first half. Monaco 1, Boavista 1. Boavista taking the lead very early on against the, well, you'd have to say against the thoughts of everyone involved other than the guys in the Boavista ranks, which, let's be honest, will be more than confident with their own abilities, and rightly so. But most people on paper would have said that the current champions would have won this game, and we're on as even.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at there, it's on a knife edge. We keep using that expression, but it is on a knife edge at this point. It's anybody's, and I think if Boavista can ride out the storm probably in the first 15-20 minutes, I think they'll be on for at least a point.
If this score remains the same and we do have a 1-1 stalemate, that will be 1 point apiece, of course, and that will put AS Monaco joint top of the table with a game to play so far today as the ball gets played out of play for a corner. They will be on 7 points alongside Juventus, Bayern Munich and Manchester United, but they've got another 3 points at stake after this, and of course if they score again, they could be sat on 12 at the end of today. Idris in towards the danger area, turns, blocked off the line, turned home, and Boavista have scored a second goal. They scored a goal right at the start of the first half, right at the start of the second half, and what a performance, Wes.
That is such an intelligent set piece. If you look at the way they set that set piece up, they looked as though they were going to drill it into the box. Instead, it went along the floor. There was a manual pass that was in there. And granted, it doesn't go in at the first time of asking, but it was the fact they're alive to it. That's an intelligent ball. That's going to be severely underrated. It was a great block on the line from Badashile, but it doesn't matter.
I was going to say, if you're that man on the line, you've got to think, my luck's out today. But that's it. Like you said, it's not just playing the game. It's going deeper, isn't it? Yeah. That goal. It's. Do you think that's something they've worked on, possibly, in training, or do you think that's something they just thought of spur of the moment there?
I think that's reading the situation, because if you're attacking Monaco at a corner, you've got Naldo, Glick, Badashile, who are all incredibly tall, incredibly physical. You can't win an area ball against them, and Boavista seem to have learned what their positive points are. They know that Tavares is an out ball. They know that Idris will try and control their midfield. They're very, very well tuned to what they need, and that was just brilliant. It was almost improvisation of a set piece, because you could see they were lining up to potentially drill it into the box. Instead, they've gone, no, we know what we can do here, and it caught Monaco cold.
It did indeed. So, Juventus 1. No, sorry, that was the last game, of course. AS Monaco 1, Boavista 2, and it's all to do again for the champions, as Augustine now has the chance to win it back, but he's given it away. And as we tick towards the final third of the first game, we're looking at the first real shock of today.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the outpouring of emotion when that second goal goes in, there's an argument to suggest that it could easily be a negative to be that emotional, but as we see here,
Another chance here for Slimani, in towards Baldi.
Good block again.
Corner kick out on the far touchline. And it's an interesting corner, blocked and back out again. What do AS Monaco need to do now, Wes?
Ideally, I think they need to just find a way back into their rhythm. And if you're understanding why this corner keeps getting blocked here, where you're trying to drill the ball in, if you have the player at a particular point, which is what Boavista are doing, you can stop that ball. You can stop that ball from coming in at all times, and they've kind of read what Monaco do at that point, and it's nullifying any type of attacking threat they can have at set pieces.
Fascinating to watch here as the throw comes in for AS Monaco. They really need something here. A goal, of course, would not be the end result. It wouldn't be a terrible result to get a point out of this first game and then go again. They'll be still sat on 7 points, as we said, and they still have 3 to play as Maripan plays it forward towards Augustine. Potentially another chance here for the French side. Hacked away now. What do Boavista do, Wes, to see this game through?
Well, if you're Boavista and you believe in your defensive game plan, or you believe in your defensive kind of prowess, you tuck your tail and you hope that you can ride this out.
You tuck your tail.
You tuck your tail and you hope.
Love that. Love that.
You hope that it stays 2-1. But if you,
it's so difficult though with such great players on the field, the likes of Baldi, the likes of Slimani, the goal scorer already, and of course Augustine as well.
Yeah, and they've got weapons on the bench as well. There's Gelson Martins yet to appear. You've got Cesc Fabregas, who can unlock a door better than anybody.
Methinks you've been playing with AS Monaco on eFootball PES over the years.
Somebody may have done. But you look at it and you have those options.
You certainly do. As the ball gets played back towards the goalkeeper, and I mean, I know we keep harping on about it, but it's pure game management now from Boavista. They are more than happy just to keep things ticking over, and with the chance to catch them on the counter, because the more the game goes on, the longer we go towards the end, they're going to start leaving gaps at the back. AS Monaco with tied legs. This is another chance here in towards the danger area. Great challenge there. Struggling to see which player made that challenge. It was a vital one, and will, of course, go towards defensive points for the best defensive player of the season. We also have top goal scorers and top assist makers as the ball gets played towards Cassiano. Blocked behind for a corner, and Boavista, they could be more than 2-1 up here.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it and you look at the way that they're playing now. They've rode out that storm of a 10 or 15 minute period, and now they're looking like they're trying to go and score a third, which would probably be the best thing for them to do. It really would shore this game up. I mean, you're looking at the players that are coming off the bench here. You're looking at Gelson Martins, who's come on. You're looking at who else is coming off the bench here. You can see that Boavista are deep in thought whether they're going to bring on Mateus. They do bring him on in the end.
You mentioned how we were expecting them to be quite defensive, and then they kind of feel like they've gone again. In my head, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, are they being incredibly smart here and knowing that momentum is such a crucial thing, not only in so-called, in quotes, real football, but also in esports football? That momentum swing, they've realised that AS Monaco haven't been able to capitalise while they're on top, and that momentum swing might be in play now, and they could go again and get a third and kill the game.
Very much so. They certainly seem to be on top of things. The more time that this ball spends in the Monaco half, the less time it comes to actually spending time in the back of the Boavista net. So if that's the way they wish to attack it, if that's the way in which they choose to try and take this game on, then it's great for them. It'll be fantastic if they can come away with this with 3 points.
It'll be such a huge 3 points, and interestingly, it'd be interesting to see how Monaco deal with the defeat, because let's be honest, they would have thought going into this game, 6 points on the board, we could finish today with 12.
Well, it's a situation we don't really see them in.
Flicked on again. Oh, they've been, like you said, their set pieces today, very, very impressive.
Yeah, they're trying everything. They're trying to select their man before they deliver the ball. Again, if you can get a flick on it, it can sometimes lead to a very easy finish.
Speaking of flick-ons, we've got one there as Cassiano now has a chance to play it back. Lovely back heel in towards the danger area, just couldn't quite pull the trigger. The home fans wanted to see something there, and then anywhere will do. And as we tick into the final 15 minutes, this has been one of the most impressive performances so far we've seen in Season 2 of eFootball.Pro, but we still have 15 minutes. What do AS Monaco need to do now?
They need to change it up. And again, like we've said before, Plan A is great. Plan A is brilliant, but if Plan A doesn't work, where is Monaco's Plan B here? Do they have a switching formation? Do they have a switching personnel?
Do they have a Plan B? Have we seen a Plan B ever?
I've never seen them have to go to Plan B, which would suggest that they don't have one in the first place. But I'm very intrigued. I mean, they've put Mallegri on now. Again, a physical player to put on. And again,
same formation?
Yep, same formation. They've not switched formation. At least Boavista have. And they've switched it to kind of 2 wide players, and they're trying to get the ball out wide just to give themselves a bit of respite.
Good block there. Still, the pressure piles on for AS Monaco, searching for the equalising goal, and almost it's come back off the woodwork and tipped.
What a save.
What an unbelievable stop from the Boavista goalkeeper. You thought for all the world to see that was going to nestle into the back of the onion bag, but it's gone the wrong side of the post. How unlucky can you be? But there's 9 minutes to grab an equalising goal.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that passage of play, and these guys know how to block this corner that's coming in from Monaco. So, again, the more time the ball keeps going out, the more time that gets wasted. They need to come up with something else potentially.
Oh, it's done. Oh, we've got a goal. And just when we said, what answer have they got? They found one, Wes.
Yeah, and
Scrappy,
it's that,
but they won't care.
Yeah, no, they won't mind. And it's like we said, it's that set piece. If you can block it, it's great. If you don't block it and you can get a flick on, it's a very easy goal to score. I mean, he's completely unmarked there, Gelson Martins. It's easy enough. Boavista will be disappointed.
I was just going to say, it's so ironic because we've been singing their praises all afternoon about how good they are defensively from not only defensively but offensively from set pieces, and they've let themselves down there. They've allowed Monaco to get an easy flick on, and that is the equalising goal. The question is, this would be heartbreaking for Boavista if AS Monaco were to go and get a third now and win this game, which they might just do, because it's Pellegrini on the counter-attack, plays it in. Easy for the goalkeeper. That would have been a real sucker punch, Wes.
It would have been, yeah. I mean, you look at the performance and you look at how well Boavista have played, and dare I suggest that Monaco have played within themselves. Dare I suggest that they haven't been at the races as Tavares makes his way through.
It's another chance here though for Boavista to snatch it again.
Oh,
time and time again they've got him down that left-hand side. AS Monaco have not been able to deal with that threat, and they've got the ball back here. It's another chance right at the death to win it. It's in towards Cassiano, surely.
He's
the
offside.
Flags raised. I can't believe it. Hands on heads all around the studio, because it looked like that was going to be the winning goal deep into added on time, but the offside flag is raised. Heartbreak for Boavista. The question is now, is there one last chance for either of these two teams to go and snatch an unlikely winner? It's in towards Pellegrini. Now it's back to Martins. In towards Pellegrini again. Still in the danger area. Surely another chance here. Blocked by the defender and hacked away. Still 1 minute of added on time. Are we going to see a winning goal, or is it going to finish 2-2 here? It looks like that's going to happen, and honours even.
That'll feel like 3 points to Boavista. I'll tell you that for nothing. The performance they put in there was superb, and it's like you said, it's one set piece that goes the right way, and it's 2-2. I think Monaco will be bitterly disappointed with that.
You mentioned that, but on the other foot, Boavista was so close to getting all 3 points against probably the favourites of the whole competition.
Sure.
So they'll be disappointed as well, won't they?
Yeah, and if you look at it,
you can see that on his face there.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it from that perspective, yes, they'll be disappointed with the fashion that the draw came in. But when you look at it as well, if you said to Boavista at Saturday, we'll give you 1 point in the first game, we'll give you 1 point in the second, they'd have probably snapped your hand off.
They certainly would. You feel, we don't know. Of course, it'd be nice to hear their thoughts after the game with Harry in the mix zone, to see how they approached that game and how they're going to approach this game will be interesting to see, because there's inquests going on right across both teams.
Yeah.
You've got Uzmakabal, or Uzma as he's also known, very, very loud figure there when he needs to be, and when he's emotional, the frown on the Frenchman there, he's not happy with something. And equally, we've seen the captain from Boavista exactly the same, shouting words of maybe advice. My Portuguese possibly isn't quite what it should be. Be interesting to know what he's saying. I'm sure we can possibly get some word from Harry after the game, because he is fluent in Portuguese. Yeah, I mean, what are we going to see in this next game, Wes? Because for AS Monaco, you feel clearly there's things they could work on. For Boavista, same again?
Yeah, I think Boavista will look at that game and take a lot of positives from that. I think Monaco, they need to kind of up the ante. You know, they blew away Arsenal on Matchday 1. Matchday 2 is not really panning out the way that they had imagined. You know, Lotfi in his pre-match interview was saying, "Yep, we're here to win again. We're here, that's always the goal." They'll be disappointed the fact that they've dropped 2 points.
They will indeed, as we are just seconds away from that second game. Of course, this is the fourth game of today so far. We had Arsenal versus Manchester United billed as a huge game, and it was a little bit tactical. It was great to watch for that reason, but in terms of that free-flowing affair that we like to see, in terms of goals, it didn't quite deliver. 2 1-0s either side for 3 points apiece. The only real game with goals was the Juventus Schalke game. The Germans on the wrong foot there, and now we're into this game, and it's a really, really impressive performance from Boavista, and now a very, very important second game for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if they can somehow replicate that performance, I mean, it's a massive ask. You know, we talk about, you know, in real football, we talk about, you know, teams punching up against other teams that they shouldn't arguably take results from. This one here could be a massive result if they could end up getting something else out of this game.
And in terms of Monaco, we touted them as one of the potential champions, of course. They are one of the strongest sides for obvious reasons, 3 great players. But if this next game doesn't quite go according to plan, if there's a defeat on the cards or another draw, do you think other clubs in this competition will be looking at this game and saying, well, how have Boavista done that? And what can we do against Monaco in the next game?
100%. I feel there'll be a lot of teams watching this with great interest. And I think potentially if there's another shock result on, I think there'll be a lot of teams that will review the game footage and go, well, what did they do wrong? And what did Boavista do so right? But, you know, we're waxing lyrical about Boavista.
And they're sat with 1 point.
Yeah,
so it's not, you know,
they've got 1 point out of the match day. They've got 4 overall. It'll be interesting to see what happens now. If Monaco have a bad game, is it their worst game, or do they still end up coming out victors?
Yeah, we mentioned in the last game, Schalke versus Juventus, how important that potential match was in terms of the season ahead. Equally, you feel this for not so much Monaco, but certainly for Boavista. This is a key game now. Because imagine if they could get 3 points here, they would be sat on 7 points, and no one really at the start of the season would have gone, they could be potential champions. But this would send out a real message.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at it from here, here's Augustine, it's a Balde, it's a Silamani! And as quick as we were talking about them being potential champions, Monaco take the lead.
We were waxing lyrical about Boavista in that first game, and AS Monaco have shown time and time again throughout last season and this season, do not write these off, because they have the potential to hurt you at any occasion.
Yeah, we saw there, it was good work in there. It was fortunate that Augustine was backing Silamani up, but it's a great finish. It's a good ball in. As you can see there, they just worked it. You could see the rest of the Boavista defence trying to get across to it, but Silamani was just too quick. And as we said, he's such a focal point for this Monaco side. It's very hard to shift him.
The thing that's worrying now, Boavista led both times in the opening game. They now find themselves behind, and of course, AS Monaco, out of all the teams we have in this wonderful competition, they're probably the most dangerous on the counter-attack.
Yeah. You know, in terms of the choices of passes that they use, I mean, you can see their early pressure from
that high press coming in again.
Yeah.
As Augustine picks it up on the right-hand side and now has support from the goal scorer Slimani in towards Bakayoko, cleared away. Yeah, carry on. What
and you can just see that there is such a focal point for Monaco that, you know, it's very hard to shift him when he's on the ball. And like we said, Boavista were used to, you know, they had Matchday 1 where they went behind against FC Nantes. What are they going to do here? Is it the same again, or are they going to try and counteract it and score again? It's going to be difficult.
It will be difficult indeed as the ball gets hacked downfield and flicked on. Another chance here through the middle. And one thing I noticed last season, and they've definitely continued it this year, is how much AS Monaco like that early ball straight through the middle.
Yeah, and the fact is, you know, with having Silamani now in the Monaco team, they now have an extra option to go to. A lot of it used to be Pellegrini, and now they have a physical presence in Silamani who can hold people off at will, almost.
The ball gets played up towards the edge of the penalty area from Baldi, but it breaks down. It's been a bit of a bitty. A bit of alliteration, a bit of a bitty first opening 20 minutes here, but another chance here, this time for Boavista, in towards Costa! The touch was too heavy, the goal was gaping, the goalkeeper was down. A simple top corner finish would have been 1-1, but that poor touch again, is that, what's that down to? Is it just down to a player miscontrol?
It's just down to if you're holding the sprint button as you receive the ball, your player is more likely to take a heavy touch. If he takes a heavy touch, you can't then take the shot, you can't then take a pass. So, you know, you can run it very easily straight into the goalkeeper, which is exactly what happened there.
So, Boavista 0, AS Monaco 1. The first game, of course, finished 2-2 between these two great clubs. A point apiece. 3 points here for either side would be huge to finish match day 2 with 4 points from it, as Baldi twists and turns. And certainly for Monaco, you'd feel 4 points after not playing so well. I mean, we've only seen 25 minutes, but again, it's a similar pattern of play to the first game. Not playing the most elaborate or beautiful football, so to speak. It will be a huge result for them to get 4 points.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you look at it and, you know, again, if you'd have offered them 4 points at the start of the day, they'd probably take it, but they'd probably be asking where the 2 points were dropped. But again, I think that's ingrained by Monaco's used to being winning. It's a winning mentality. You know, they spoke about it in match day 1. They spoke about it in match day 2. They spoke about it in the previews of the season. They have spoken about it at all times, going, do you know what? We're just here to win. And I think that's what kind of shakes Monaco a little bit into. I think this is the response. It's the we've been shaken back into actually playing the way that we normally play.
Yeah, as Barbosa plays it out towards this left-hand side with Joker. Joker down the left-hand side for Gio, and then the good press there defensively from Monaco. I think it looked like Lotfi came across with that press, and now Slimani has the chance to counter here for Monaco. Lovely one-touch football. This is where they're so dangerous here. Quick one-touch football in towards Slimani, and the final pass just a bit behind where it needed to be, but that is why they are so dangerous.
It's a good defensive read there from Barbosa just to get in between the ball and the player. But again, you're talking set pieces. It's a gamble to take a player out the box and try and block it. The ball's into the box, keeper flaps at it.
Here. I mean, that was some punch to get nearly out towards the halfway line, as Paulinho now plays the ball down the left-hand side, and the referee brings a stop to the game. What's happened here, Wes?
Well, he called it back for a foul, but for my eyes, Tavares was through there.
Controversial
so he could have played advantage there.
5 minutes remaining in the first half here. Boavista 0, AS Monaco 1. Paulinho down the left-hand side finds Tavares, plays it across. Easy claim. Does the attacking player need to do more? I think it was Joker. Does he need to do more there?
No, I think he did very well to get the ball into the box. If you see where you see the orange bar, that's where it's showing that it was a manual pass.
There's another chance here, though. Sorry to cut you off, because Monaco are in, and that might just be already game, set, match in this second game. And we said time and time again, if you don't score when you're on top and you allow Monaco to take the lead, they are so dangerous on the counter-attack.
Yeah, they're potent. It's the only word you can use to describe them. It's the interplay that was there to get Bolde, I believe it was, who finished off the goal, to get him into that position. They're some of the best players on the planet to get them into that position. You'll see it again here. To knock down to Slimani. Slimani plays it on. And that's why we always talk about playing an extra pass before you play in your player. Because if you're playing a sideways pass as opposed to the forward pass, you're sucking in an extra defender to come and try and get the ball, which leaves Bolde the space to then go and put this away.
Yeah, it just seems every time Monaco go forwards, once they take the lead, they always feel like they've got a player over all the time. It's so difficult to defend against.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they've taken complete control of this second game. You know, I'm sure they'll be disappointed with it.
Such a killer goal just before our time as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You can see there they've just quickly gone to all defensive. So again, it's very much a mentality to see out the first half. So you know, you can see that they're thinking already as they keep switching mentalities.
Slimani finds Baldi, plays it through, blocked, and Fabiano now hacks it forwards towards Barbosa, who was controlling Cassiano there for Boavista, and it's not quite gone according to plan for the Portuguese team in this second game. Wes, what do they need to do to change things, to get back to doing what they were doing? Or is this game already gone because of how good they are on the counter-attack, Monaco?
I think they just need to be very careful of that counter-attack. The key stat, again, very similar to how we saw it with Schalke. Boavista haven't had a shot that first half. They've not had an opportunity to even test the goalkeeper. So I think, you know, if you look at the way that they've set up, if you look at it, they've looked to mirror very much Monaco's formation, where again I think it needs to be more down to what are Boavista's attributes, what are they good at, rather than trying to think, well, we need to play in a similar way or we need to play in a particular way. You need to find out what that team looks for. You know, do you use Mateus as a right winger who has a bit of pace? Do you use Tavares, you know, as an outball? You know, what are you? You know, you've got you've got all different types of players they can use. You've got Stojilkovic, who could be brought off the bench, who's a number 9. Could he be used as a focal point? They used him quite well in Matchday 1. It seems like they've gone away from that approach. Is that something they need to reconsider for Matchday 3?
Wise words there, Wes. Beautiful. As we are just about to get underway in the second half. Boavista with it all to do. 2 goals. Really, either side of the bulk of play have given the French side a 2-0 victory up to half-time, of course. We have 45 minutes to play as the ball gets played up towards Slimani. One back by Boavista, but it's another chance here for Monaco. A 3rd goal will definitely be all over. In towards the danger area. Good defending out for a corner to be taken by Naldo on the near touchline. But it looks like they're going to change that to Bakayoko. And once again, we see Fabiano coming across to block that near post. Didn't quite work, and almost actually was counterproductive there, Wes, but it's been pretty successful for them so far over the 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it that type of corner take routine from Monaco players within PES League last year. The typical trait tends to be you would put full power on your cross and then select to a player really quickly. So it's basically a drilled, controlled cross. So it allows you that opportunity to really control where that ball goes, as opposed to it just flying out of the stadium.
Yeah, as the ball gets played to Baldi. Now, Baldi looks up, of course, being controlled by Lotfi, and now Kilju joins the attack in towards us. Makabal back to Lotfi. Almost a big chance there. Snuffled away, if that's even a word. I probably just invented that one as well, as Idris plays it up towards the left-hand side. One back, though. Again, Monaco just suffocating the play here, Wes, and it seems like Boavista haven't been able to break out of that midfield battle.
Yeah, they seem to really be putting the pressure on them from the front. If we can see there, Boavista need to take care of the ball a little bit more. It's a cynical one from Naldo, but they just need to take care of it that touch more. You know, it's passes that are just going astray. It's passes that are not finding their targets. And when you're in a scenario like this, where it is you're being pressured, you need to kind of play around the pressure. Don't play into it, play around it. Try and force players to come out of positions. Try and make an advancing run with a player that doesn't normally advance the run. And at least then you can try and break the cycle of, we run forward, we lose the ball, it comes back. We run the forward, it loses, and we bring it back. You need to have something that breaks that cycle.
Is there anything tactically you can do when the game's not going so well for you? Talk about set pieces, etc. Is there anything you can do tactically to change things other than formations and personnel, i.e. play for set pieces, for example?
Yeah, well, if you look at it, you can hold off the player, you can hold off the player, you can use shielding. When you use shielding, you kind of force the person to draw a foul. So the only way you're getting that ball back is if you foul. Again, similarly here, you want to be playing passes that these guys now aren't used to. You've had a game and now a half, to really put it home. See,
it's a big chance here for Boavista. Wonderful fingertip save from the Monaco #1 there. That was probably the biggest chance of the match so far for Boavista, and now, unfortunately, it didn't go in, and they could be caught cold on the counter-attack if they can play the final ball right. Pellegrini just held up there now, finds Maripan. Good defending again, good hassling there from Rafael Costa. The danger seems to have been averted, but only momentarily. It's back with Martins, and then finally hacked away. But that was a big chance. That would have been 2-1, 25 minutes to play, all on.
Would have been a potential game changer for me if the goal goes in at that point. I think you'd very much put pressure on his Pellegrini into Sila, and Fabiano just comes away with it. Ball's deflected back into Gelson Martins. It's Pellegrini. Oh, it's a great save from the Boavista keeper.
An absolutely wonderful save there from the goalkeeper, because that would have been 3-0 all over Great reverse pass there, smashed towards the near post, fingertips again wide of the target.
See here, going to tactics again. Again, Boavista now looking for players to bring on. And again, it's interesting to see that there's a difference in personnel than what was there in Matchday 1. I think looking at, you've got Akai, who's on the bench there, who they're looking at bringing on, was actually the starter. You know, there's loads of different, little different nuances that we've, you know, it's interesting to see the comparisons between Matchday 2 and Matchday 1. It really is.
If you wonder why I went silent there, my headphone cable was pretty much wrapped like an anaconda around my chair, and I was nearly strangled. So I'm back live, don't worry. Wes, thanks for covering for me there. 2-0 still with 20 minutes remaining here for Boavista. Of course, now, we said how disappointed they may have been only drawing that first game. If they were to get 2-2 here, it would be a massive, massive result for them. But it doesn't really look likely, does it now, Wes?
It doesn't, no. They've only registered, I think it's that one shot that was the chance that was parried by the Monaco goalkeeper. They've only had one chance. You know, are their tactical changes a little bit too late in the day? Potentially. You know, you look at the Monaco players and they seem to have their tails up, but, you know, goal goes in the next couple of minutes. You could see, you know, panic stations be hit by Monaco, but again, the passes just seem to be falling shy, and as he just draws the foul against Gelson. Oh no, it was Akai that brought down Gelson there. It's looking as though Monaco are just in control and they've settled in there to take this.
Let's say this finishes 2-0. Have you seen enough from Boavista going forwards to think they could be a threat in this competition?
Yeah, I still think that it's there. I think any of the teams that are here and any of the players that are here, I think they have the abilities to challenge. I think if you looked at the way they played against Nantes in Matchday 1, granted they got blew away in the first game 4-0, but brought it back to 2-1 in the second. They have a game within them, and we saw it from the first game here as well. To earn a draw, you know, when they arguably should have won, they have a performance in the locker, and I think that they'll be okay in this season.
Up towards the halfway line, Naldo hacks it back, and anywhere will do for AS Monaco. Happy just to keep the ball up the other end of the field. Great challenge again from Naldo, who's been pretty superb defensively. And now Slimani finds Pellegrini. One back through to Slimani. Almost breaks for Pellegrini again. Easy save in the end for the Boavista goalkeeper, who's not really had a lot to do outside of the picking the ball out of the net twice.
Yeah, he's you know, Monaco have been clinical with their chances, as we see Cassiano, Akai breaking kindly, Cassiano trying to get it back, but Naldo just clears it away. And as we said in the beginning, Naldo, Glick, unfashionable centre-halves to have in your team, but when it comes to stat balance mode, they're two of the best.
And obviously with this stat balancing, does there need to be a certain amount of training going in beforehand to know which players to use?
Yeah, I would say you need to have it's a lovely ball into the box.
Great flick on. Oh, it's a big chance out again. And that again would have been very interesting to see if we could have got a second goal. But now the counter-attack is on for AS Monaco to well and truly seal this tie. Slimani, believe it or not, still has the pace, but finally the defender gets back. He's run a shift. He's put a shift in today, Slimani, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has, and he was key to their performance in Matchday 1. But you know, to get them back into into game 2, it's headed on towards Slimani. It's bouncing around in the box, and keeper comes out and gets it. Just to go back to your point in regards to training and research, I think it's massive. I think, you know, even for the likes of us, when we look at players, you know, I've gone away and looked at some of the traits that these players have, and I've gone, I didn't realise that player had that trait, and it kind of explains a little bit as to why some of these players are selected over other players. But I think it's massively important to know what you've got across your entire club. That's
lovely reverse pass from Silla, and it's in towards Martins. Right foot shot into the bottom corner. Game, set, match. Monaco 3, Boavista 0. And that is a stunning response from the French side after what most people thought was a bit of a shock first result. Stunning performance from the champions.
Yeah, it's a great combination again. It's Uzma Kabayel, it's into Kilzu. It's a lovely reverse ball from Uzma, and Kilzu, again, just very easy. Once you realise that manual goalkeeping is not being used, goals going into the near post are quite easy, and they very much made it look easy there.
So it's a tough pill to swallow for Boavista to lose this second game 3-0 after playing so well, and possibly, you'd have to say, shading that first game. To come away from today with just the 1 point must be hard, but they've probably had the hardest task today out of anyone up against the former champions, or the current champions actually, as Cassiano now plays it in, blocked by Glick, 5 forwards deep into the final minute of added on time. A fourth goal would be harsh on Boavista, hacked back downfield. It'd be interesting to hear from the guys in the mix zone after the game, and it has finished here. Monaco 3, Boavista 0 in the second game, 2-2 in the first game. So 4 points for Monaco, 1 point for Boavista. Wes, was it a fair result to have 4 points and 1, or do you think Boavista will feel a little bit hard done by?
Over the balance, or over the balance of both games, I think if you looked at it, that Monaco chance to make it 2-2 in the first game, that was the only other chance that I can recollect Monaco having. If that goal doesn't go in, it's 3 points to Boavista. So I think they can feel slightly aggrieved, but I think if you were to ask them at the start of the day, we'll give you 1 point. You know, you can take 1 point and run them close to a victory, or you can come away with nothing and have the type of results that Arsenal did. I think they'd be happy enough to take a point. But I think it bodes well for them going forward. You know, match day 3, you know, they come thick and fast. It'll be in a couple of weeks' time. And they'll have enough time to look over it and go, well, do we need to make, you know, adjustments? I mean, they've got Juventus match day 3, so it'll be interesting to see how they combat that.
Another huge task for them, but yeah, let us know at home, guys, if you think that Boavista were a little bit hard done by to only come away with a point. That's kind of the perception I've got here in the studio, that 3 points apiece probably would have been a fair result on the day, but is that the sign of champions, to go and get the points in the bag when you're not quite playing at 100%? As you're seeing some highlights of the game, Slimani key to pretty much everything good about AS Monaco, as Dybala was for Juventus in the previous match. And is there anything that, are you seeing specific players here in Lotfi and Kilju and Uzma, of course, utilising certain players themselves, or is it very much a mixed bag?
It's very much a mixed bag. You can see that when one player has the ball, they are waiting for runners and they wait for them to be delivered, and that at all times that you've got players making different runs. It's not just they're all running in the same direction. There's one going left, one going right, and then it's just a case of the person on the ball picking the right choice. And you know, their focal point is certainly Slimani, without a doubt.
It was indeed, as you just got the graphics of the goal scorers there. We do have a interview now coming from the guys from Boavista, and it's with Harry in the mix zone. Take it away, Harry.
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. I'm here with the Boavista players. Guys, 1 point from your 2 games against Monaco. On a normal day, maybe you would have taken that, but based on how the 2 games went, are you maybe a little bit disappointed?
Yeah, we are a little bit disappointed because we think we played a little bit better in the first game, and we are very unlucky in that corner, but it's the game. In the second one, they were very efficient. It's the game. We can do anything.
So talk to me about your next match day 3 in 2 weeks' time. You guys play against Juventus, who played tremendously today. How are you guys going to prepare to play against the Italian giants?
The same way we prepared every game. We are going to look to that game to win the 2 games and do our best.
Perfect. Boavista, unfortunate only to take 1 point away from the reigning champions AS Monaco, but alas, that is all they get. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much, Harry. Interesting to hear from the guys. They seemed a little bit disappointed, as we thought they might be. A real cauldron of fire now. They've got Juventus next.
Yeah,
Monaco, then Juventus.
Yeah, it's not.
It is the eFootball.Pro after all.
Yeah, that's not an easy game to go into now. What with the form of Juventus coming off the back of that. Yeah, I think they have an argument to say that they were a little bit better in the first game, but the second game, as they said, the perfect word for it, efficiency. They were Monaco were efficient throughout. And like I say, they'll come away from this, they'll be disappointed they've only got 4 points.
Yeah, they will indeed, and we'll shortly be going to those guys, the Monaco guys. Anything else that you saw? Oh, well, hearing we're ready. Let's go straight there now. Harry, how's the voice?
Thank you, Adam. I'll ask them for you. Guys, congratulations. 4 points. Are you a little disappointed maybe not to get all 6?
Yeah, sure. We were here to 6 points. Finally, it's 4. It's not so bad, but our target was 6, so yeah, a little disappointed.
Talk to me about Matchday 3 coming up in a couple of weeks' time. You guys play against FC Nantes. Are you guys going to prepare maybe differently than you would have for Boavista here today?
No, we will train like always. We will train much, and let's see what we will do against them.
Thank you guys very much. Monaco coming away with 4 points. Decent return for them after 6 points in match day 1. Guys, back over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Harry. Anything you picked out from that interview that, I mean, like we've said before, some of the guys who have been picking up points but not maximum points have been a bit disappointed. Do you feel that from Monaco?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to walk away from it. They're like I said, their winning mentality. Their winning mentality,
yeah,
even if I can get the word out, their winning mentality allows that, or at least gives them that kind of feeling that they should win every game. So
it's
I think
a good
any game,
mentality to
it's
have,
a good mentality to have.
Big prizes.
Yeah, and I think they will come away from today going, Joel, we should have had 6 points. And like I said, although Boavista have an argument to suggest that they should have come away with 3 points, there's arguments to suggest that Monaco could have come away with 6. But you know, I don't think that Monaco are going to go away and try and work as hard as Boavista, because I don't think that the Monaco game is as weak as Boavista's.
Yeah, and we are going to go to the next match now. We have Celtic versus FC Nantes. They keep coming thick and fast, don't they? Of course, for Celtic, we have Indojua, Indominator, and Yorka, who are on your screen now. Beautiful guys there. Lovely smiles across the board. And, of course, we've got FC Nantes as well, which comprises of AS Kepa, and Roska as well. And they are on your screen as well. And we are going to go to a quick VT of, we spoke to them earlier. Let's see what they had to say.
Well, our expectation is at least getting 3 points for today. It's going to be difficult. We're playing against 3 very strong individuals, but I believe that we can achieve a great result today as a team. If you're looking at the previous match day, we were a bit unlucky within losing the first match in the last minute, and hopefully we can push through the same style of playing today. So yeah, hopefully we can get at least 3 points, hopefully 6.
Today we play against Celtic. We're expecting hard games. They are a good team, but I think we can win. And today Kepa is with us, and we will try to win both games. Last round we one win, one lost, but today we try to win both games.
Yep, lovely to hear the guys there. Just seconds away from the final game of today. It's been pretty epic. Thanks for all of you who have been staying with us so far. And if you haven't been here, where have you been? You've missed a lot. You'll have to go back and watch it. But one thing that you've picked out from today that you think that will stick in your head from today so far? In terms of one moment, one match, one goal.
Oh,
I put you right on the spot.
Yeah, you put me right on the spot.
I like to
yeah, that's what's known as a hospital pass. I think it was it's the performance of Bayern Munich. It's to see them come back from what you could have described as a poor performance in match day 1. They came back and they've really put the cat amongst the pigeons with their performances and with their results today.
Yeah, it was a very strong performance from the Germans, but we now move on. We have Celtic versus FC Nantes. Let's go and find out what happens. So this is a very, very intriguing match, Wes, because from FC Nantes' point of view, we have AS who was, in their ranks last season, has different teammates, so has had to kind of start again. And likewise, Indominator was playing for Celtic and now has new teammates and has to go again. They've had a time, they've had a break to sort of work on things. How do you think this one's going to go?
Well, I think personally, first of all we need to see Celtic score. They were.
I mean, it helps.
It helps. I mean, they didn't score at all in the first match day. I think the way they were playing, it was possession orientated. They may have worked on it some more and made it a little bit more kind of intrusive on playing against other people's defences. From the Nantes point of view, they've got Kepa, who now comes in place of Zizou. Nantes were very good first match day. First game out the gate, it was 4-0. They were running the show. And then Boavista kind of showed up and put a spanner in the works and got a 2-1 victory. So it'll be interesting to see what Kepa adds to that mix. Him and Roxa are very well known as two very, very good Serbian players. AS Monaco, again, just as good, and proved it in match day 1. Was throwing out rainbow flicks just for the sheer hell of it.
Just for a laugh.
Just for a laugh. And but you know, I'd expect to see Celtic control the game, but I want them to be more intrusive with their possession. I don't want it to be, well, we've got 66% possession, that's what we're happy with. I want to see, well, we've got 66% possession, but we're winning 3-0. I don't want to see like a bit more of an attacking flow to their game rather than just being, you know, kind of just possession based. They need to have more about them than just attacking. Than just possession.
Prediction: Celtic, FC Nantes.
Draw first game, second game Nantes.
Second game.
Second game Nantes. I'm going to say Nantes will take the second game.
And that would be a pretty bitter pill to swallow for Celtic to finish match day 2 with just the 1 point.
Yeah,
from 2 match days.
Yeah, but I think it's more the responsibility now of Celtic to really kind of put their money where their mouth is and really get on with their games, because they had the whole chemistry argument beforehand, but now that we're past the festive period. Okay, you've had time
all
now.
eyes on.
You've had time now. Let's
no
see what
excuses.
you've got.
Yeah. And one thing I remember from last season, a lot of the players on the tour mentioned how good FC Nantes were after the stat balancing in terms of being probably one of the best, if not the best team in the competition. Is that the same this season, do you think?
Yeah, I'd still say that they have very good players in key parts of the pitch. They have Touré at defensive midfield. We know the capability of Koulibaly. We know Yuan. They've got Moses Simon, who is lightning down the wing. They have the opportunity to really press on and probably get further than what they did last year. But you know, this Celtic side, they will control the ball, as we've seen it from the very early going. They're looking to just play it around at this point. But they need to put some purchase on it and really make it count.
Yeah, remember, if you are watching this and want to be a part of this competition, there is actually... I'm going to interrupt myself because Johnson's in here off the foot of the post. And just when you need a lightning start after a miserable match day 1, it's come back off the foot of the post. And it's a real let-off for FC Nantes. And now Koulibaly, could he make it? A real sucker punch by scoring down the other end. Great challenge from Celtic, back in the danger area. Another chance, can't clear, finally do. And, well, that was a real blitz of an opening 5 minutes there. And really, where's Celtic should be in front.
Yeah, they should be. I mean, we called for them to be a bit more intrusive with their play, and it just goes to show they're now attacking in numbers and getting forward. But again, you have to be careful of that counter-attack. They were prolific in first match day with a counter-attack mentality. You've got to be careful. It's all well and good going attacking, but you need to keep the back door shut.
Indeed, and just to go back into what I was saying, if you do want to be a part of this competition, well, first of all, first step is eFootball Open, which is another tournament for players who aren't involved in the Pro League, and that is your best bet in order to make a name for yourself on the eFootball PES circuit. And remember, guys at home following, feel free to join the social media chat on all of our channels. Get involved. Let us know what you think about today's proceedings, who your favourites are for the tournament as a whole, and who you're rooting for in terms of players for the big prizes. Top goal scorer, top assist maker, top defence as well. I sounded like it was NFL then, defence. But there's some great prizes on show for all of these players. And we will have an MVP and a best goal of today's match, and we will announce that on match day 3. So big prizes in the pot for those as the ball gets played in towards the danger area. Another chance here for Celtic. What a challenge that was. Sliding in there at the death, and Celtic really putting the pressure on here, the squeeze.
Yeah, it's much better than it was in match day 1. They're pressing. They're like I said, they are making attacking chances. This wasn't the Celtic that we saw match day 1. You know, they had a couple of chances here and there that were gilt edge. This seems far, far improved.
They're passing the ball much quicker, aren't they? There's a much higher tempo to proceedings, and they're looking to break the lines a lot earlier, aren't they?
Yeah. It's not giving your player time. Oh, it's not giving your opponent time to recover and to get their players back in position. Instead, Celtic are taking the front foot here, which is kind of, I think, what a lot of people wanted to see.
In towards Bayo, chance to get that flick towards Johnson. Good challenge again. It's real. All hands on deck stuff here for FC Nantes as the ball gets played out. Thought it was a corner, just a goal kick, and a chance to breathe a sigh of relief, importantly. And we talked about momentum. Celtic haven't scored while they're on top, and they could be in trouble here as the ball gets played through towards Koulibaly. Good defending. They don't want to play around with it there. It was a real nervy moment, but they managed to clear their lines eventually. But back in the danger area, Koulibaly just starting to cause a few problems, Bez.
Yeah, he's starting to get himself into the game a little bit. The guys are getting him into positions where he can cause some damage. It's not necessarily him doing anything as
another chance.
Girotto, almost. But it's not necessarily him causing problems. It's him getting into positions and occupying space. So it's one more thing that Celtic have to worry about. It's, okay, if Koulibaly's not in the front, that's okay. We can kind of try and deal with it.
Almost taking their mind off the danger areas.
Yeah,
almost.
exactly. If you've got Simon and you've got Yuan that are providing cover or providing kind of assistance, they're players that you can kind of deal with. Koulibaly, however, is a totally different prospect.
So, of course, Celtic with Indojua and Indominator, obviously family. They have a long history of playing together. Yorker joins the crew this year for Celtic. What do you think he brings to the table?
I think he brings a bit of emotion to it. You know, we spoke about LG. Oh, Koulibaly is coming in. Oh, it's knocked out by Bitten, but he provides a bit of emotion and he provides a bit of quality. You know, to have a third player like Georgia in your team, it's a more of a positive than it is a negative.
And looking at FC Nantes, of course, we mentioned AS Monaco's been there before. They've added to the ranks this year. Again, as an outfit, what did you see from match day 1 that you thought was impressive and not so?
It was their counter-attacking ability that was their real kind of take-home trait that they had. You can see here, just to touch on Celtic, they keep working the ball to that right wing and then switching it across. The issue with that is that you're leaving yourself on for, you know, if and when players pick up that you're doing that as a trait, they'll work towards it and just cut the pass off. But just to go back to Nantes, I think negatively, they just switched off in that second game. It was their second. It was game 2 where they really switched off, and I think they need to eliminate the switching off as a trait in their.
It's difficult because it's such a high-profile event, and concentration is so key. And if, for example, obviously these players have travelled, you know, some of them many miles, and it's not easy to just shake off. But most of them are pretty used to it by now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's many different PES tournaments around the world, and I'm sure that most of the players playing here today will have some form of vested interest in them. And you know, it comes with the territory. If you're going to be a pro player, you're going to need to kind of take it on the chin that you've got to travel and go and play places. But looking at the first half, it's been 1 or 2 chances, if that.
Yeah, stalemate at the end of the first half. Celtic 0, FC Nantes 0, and well, you challenge Celtic to get a goal, and we're now another 45 minutes down, and still no breakthrough. What do they have to do?
I mean, to be fair, they were unlucky to not score in the first half. I mean, they're making all the right moves here. They're playing well, but you see there, Koulibaly into Simon.
Another real chance here. Oh, it's a great challenge. Brilliant recovery challenge there from the Celtic centre-back as the ball is played down this right-hand side and given away again. One back. The offside flag is raised, or is it given as a foul, I think, down on the near touchline. Chance to breathe here for well, I thought it'd gone in the way of Celtic, but actually it's a really dangerous position for FC Nantes. Whipped in towards the near post, cleared away, and now the counter's on here. Can they move the ball quickly enough? That's the question. They've been told they've been dallying and dillying, if that's a phrase, on the ball for far too long, and it seems like the attack might just be fizzling out again. They're just not being able to get the ball forward quick enough.
Yeah, they've gone from first half being, being in control of being a bit more proactive with their attacking, and now it's kind of going down that route of, again, possession. Whether it's a case that they're looking to just try and tire out the defence and cause an error.
Lovely turn here in towards Johnson. First real chance, they've got it. And there's the first goal of the tournament for Celtic. It's 1-0 to the Scottish Giants. And it looked from the celebrations that it's Indominator who's got it. We will, of course, clarify that after the event. But that might be a key turning point in eFootball.Pro.
Well, as we said, they've been more intrusive, they've been more positive. And again, it was working around the box. Are they looking to tire out the defence? They certainly did. Forest, again, it looked like the ball was going to Bayo. Instead, it goes to Mikey Johnson. And Celtic find themselves 1 goal ahead.
Lovely, intricate football. And again, we touched on how they need to break this deadlock. And it was simply a case of raising the tempo. Firing the balls in, making sure that first touch is on point, and then go from there. And that's exactly what happened. It was 4 passes, very quick, 1-0.
It looked like it was Indijara with the goal. Obviously, Indominator just very, very happy that they've gone 1 goal ahead. And again, it's one less thing to tick off now. You know, if you made a list of tasks that you had for eFootball.Pro at the start of the year, one of them is get your first goal.
The next one's 3 points.
The next one's 3 points.
Can they get it?
And there's a lot of, there's a lot of energy that goes into this. Is it a case that emotion helps you in scenarios like this, or is it a hindrance? Do you react emotionally to going 1 goal ahead, or do you try and stay calm and stay positive?
Simon picks it up, chance for an instant response here from FC Nantes. Whipped across the face, great defending there. That was a real chance for the French side, and I think it is going to be panic averted for Celtic unless there's a free kick in a dangerous position, which is exactly what has happened. And quite the reverse, because this could prove real dangerous as it whisks over the top of the crossbar. Just touching on Celtic, you mentioned how Indominator was so exuberant with the celebrations. The other two are fairly quiet characters. He's definitely the spokesperson from the team, the captain, if you will. Is it important in eFootball.Pro to have a player like that who takes the game by the scruff of the neck, who does the press conferences, who rallies the troops?
Yeah, I mean, it's important from a stance of you've got somebody there who is front of house, who knows that he's got to go and do it, he's got to go and, give interviews and give reactions and be the epicenter of everything that works well for these clubs. And it allows your 2 counterparts or your 2 co-op partners to just go and express themselves in the game. I'm looking at this here now, and the game is in Celtic's control. It's seemingly in their control. It's now a case of how do they keep hold of this lead.
And we also touched on the players who are obviously in certain formations between. Hang on, we're just going to interrupt because it's in towards Johan. Another chance blocked into Bamba. Saved by the goalkeeper, turned away. A real important save by the Celtic #1. Still the danger on. Finally cleared away. 60 minutes gone, and that was a real chance, Wes. But just going back to the players and where they're sat, is it important where, in terms of being in the middle, on the outside, do players have preferences, and why?
I don't know. I don't know whether it's that much of a kind of a point of note. I think sometimes it's better if you've got your captain on the outside, because at least then, rather than being in a kind of a cauldron almost, you can go.
You can look straight across.
You can go straight across.
Yeah.
You at least can look down the line there and see what your players are.
Well, we saw that with Monaco. Uzma was on one side, and we would probably see him as the most emotional player. Even though Lopfi does it's another chance. It's a mistake here, and Forest was nearly in. Fired away. 20 minutes remaining. 1-0 to the good Celtic. Are they on course for the first 3 points of eFootball.Pro, or can FC Nantes claim a equaliser at the death? It's in towards Kulabai. As a poor pass that Wes, wasn't it?
Should have gone to KMB first. If you look at it, when they watch this back, KMB had so much space to play in, And again, it would have presented a 2-on-1 opportunity, and it would have gave Celtic something really to think about.
Fine margins, as we keep saying here in eFootball.Pro. Just that one mental slip has allowed Celtic to clear their lines, but they have a corner down on the near touchline to be taken by Bamba, whipped in towards the near post, deflected, cleared away. Is this a chance to counter? No, one back, and FC Nantes come again. Kayambe. It's a brilliant challenge from Bitton, and now the counter's on. He's got Forrest up and Johnson ahead of him. Can't quite keep possession though, and once again the suffocating press from Nantes is still alive. 15 minutes to grab an equaliser here. Wes, are they going to do it? That's the question.
I think it's going to be difficult for them to really hold on to this. I'm really looking at it from a stance that if Nantes put the pressure on at the right moments and get the ball back, I think Celtic are looking a little bit
leggy,
nervous. They're looking nervous.
They've got no 3 points on the board.
Yeah, they're looking nervous, and they're looking that they're going to have to, like we said, game management, close it down, and really kind of close down the game. That's not a knock at them, but they need this monkey off the back. They really do. They need these 3 points just to get on the board and say, we've got 3 points as Bamba cuts it out.
In towards Kayambe, now out towards Bamba. 8 minutes is all that sits between Celtic and their first 3 points of the eFootball.Pro Season 2. But FC Nantes still on the counter-attack, and it's in, blocked away. And the French side are pushing and pushing and pushing. And if the game goes on much longer, surely at this rate, we're going to see an equalising goal. Chance to whip it into the danger area. Koulibaly's up, big header across. Forrest heads it away, and it is a case of all hands on deck for Celtic. Can they withstand this ridiculous amount of pressure, Wes?
It's a barrage. It's a barrage from Nantes. They've put the pressure on right at the right moment. They've only got 4 in-game minutes left plus stoppage. They have weaponry in the box. It's just whether they can find him.
Flicked on into Osore. The onslaught continues, but they can't get just one touch to direct it towards goal. They're not able to do it, and Bamba still has the possession. Celtic just can't get out at the moment. It's a siege in towards Koulibaly. Can't get any purchase on the header, and somehow Celtic survive again. This will be a huge 3 points for Celtic, but they can't get out. Nantes are camped inside the penalty area. Koulibaly saved by the goalkeeper, and somehow, it is still Celtic 1, FC Nantes 0, and we are deep into added on time, and surely now they have the 3 points in the bag. There will be one more chance, last chance saloon for the French side, headed away. This has been an incredible defensive performance in the last 10 minutes, but still they come forwards. It's in towards the danger area. It's Koulibaly, he puts it in. We've got an equalising goal. Heartbreak for Celtic, absolute heartbreak for Celtic. But what a moment of euphoria for FC Nantes right at the death. They've got an equalising goal, Wes, and I am exhausted in that final game.
I will take over from here for a moment or two. It was a barrage, like we said. Fraser Forster comes up with what looked like a game-saving throwing himself across the goal, and was a quality save. But it was resilience. It was working the ball back in. We saw it last match day with Barcelona. They worked the ball back into the box. These guys knew from here they got a real bit of fortune from a very tired touch, and again, even more fortune hitting off the post and going in. It, on any given day that hits the post and goes wide. It was I can't say much more.
Apologies to all of you at home who I may have broken eardrums for. It is just the magical excitement of eFootball.Pro, and we mentioned how difficult that's going to be for Celtic. They've had 3 points once again snatched from right under their noses. It's finished 1-1, and you'd have to say, on the basis of play, we said the longer this game goes on, they are going to get one final chance. It came ridiculously late in the 4th minute of stoppage time, but you'd have to say deserved at the end, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure they put on that back line, and like we mentioned, Celtic looked under pressure, and they looked like they were feeling that pressure, and it was defensive frailties that really brought home the fact that Nantes just get there with the slightest bit of luck from a very tired touch. They just take the draw.
I mean, this now, approaching this second game, I'd like to say I'm glad. As much as enjoyment I've had today, I'm almost glad this is the last game, because after that goal, I'm absolutely exhausted. But more importantly, these guys out there, mentally, this has got to be so difficult now for Celtic to get up for to G themselves back up for this game, because that was 3 points were there, weren't they? And
yeah,
it's been snatched away, and now they've got the prospect of ending today with 1 point over 2 match days, because FC Nantes, tails are up. We could easily see them go and win this game.
Yeah, easily, and that's the thing. It's that mental work that you've got to put in there. Like we spoke, today we've spoken so much about what's going on in the game and what's happening with the players. We've completely forgot the intangible qualities. You know, the resiliency, the mental fortitude, the kind of the grit and the determination to get yourself back into the game. Nantes could have easily turned around there and gone, okay, well, the game's gone. The game's gone. We'll leave it at 1-0. Instead, they pumped the ball back into the box. They knew what they needed to do, and Koulibaly was a constant threat.
Yeah, I mean, we kept harping on. That was my next point. We kept harping on about how unlucky Celtic were, or how heartbreaking that was. But equally, how impressive was that from FC Nantes to keep plugging away, keep going, knowing, or at least hoping, you're going to get that one last chance, and when it comes, to have the composure to take it, which they did.
Well, looking at it, I mean, they thought that chance had been and gone with the force to save. They thought that had been and gone, and to have that kind of mentality and that focus to be able to go, we need to get this ball back in. We'll know how we'll do it. Granted, they got a bit of fortune with the bad touch from the defender, but again, that goes back to fatigue, and it goes to bad touches, and bad touches in that type of game, and especially at that moment in the game, they are invaluable to take advantage of, and they're costly if they're on your if it's your bad touch, it's costly.
They are. Now this game, the second of Celtic versus FC Nantes. The first game finished 1-1, a 94th minute equaliser for the French side. Now we're into the final game of Matchday 2, and you know what? If Celtic go and win this game, hats off, quite possibly the best mental performance I've seen to be able to get yourselves up for this and go again and go and win. But it's a tall order, because FC Nantes tails are up. They haven't got 3 points yet. It's in towards Koulibaly. The French side have started on the front foot. It could be some difficult game for them.
Yeah, and I'd be right up there. The mental tasks that Celtic have got on them right now, it is a very, very tall order, because, like you said, if you are Nantes, you're coming out of that game going, well, there's a point that we shouldn't have had, and now we've got a fresh set of legs, we've got a fresh set of players, and we've got a fresh set of circumstances, so now we can go in and play the way that we want to.
Yeah, of course, you can see the winners of MVP and best goal in Matchday 2, as we've got another one here, and FC Nantes have started the second game like they ended the first. It's a brilliant start for them, and Celtic are on the rot right now. They just can't turn this around.
Yeah, we spoke again. We keep speaking about set pieces, and if you're watching at home and you're wondering, oh, how is that ball fizzing in that hard? It's quite simple. You can select a man at the corner, but before you do so, you power up the cross, and it goes in like a bullet. I mean, the goalkeeper comes out and punches it. Forster, who was great in the first game, real bad error, and Koulibaly, he's not missing from there with an open goal.
Yeah, unfortunate turn of events for Celtic. It was a poor save from the goalkeeper. Of what I was saying before that goal went in was, we will see Matchday 2 MVP and best goal will be announced in Matchday 3. Of course, Konami will be the deciding factor in who wins goal of the day. But for me, even though we've seen some incredible goals, and the goal in the last game was a bit scrappy in terms of the season as a whole and how important that goal was, for me, that has to take it.
Well, there's
obviously different people will have different opinions.
Yeah, of course. And if you're looking at the goals as a matter of importance, that goal obviously was vital. If you look at Bayern Munich's goal for creativity, the three goals,
which I think will probably, in my
there's loads of different ways you can look at this, which is why I'm so glad it's not my job anymore to give MVPs and goals of the day.
Indeed. 10 minutes gone. FC Nantes 1, Celtic 0. Lovely turn there from Johnson. Just can't quite pull the trigger. It's just a bit hit and miss right now. It's just that final moment in the attack that's breaking down for the Scottish outfitters. The ball is hacked upfield, and now they've got to be so careful, because you said before the game FC Nantes' biggest strength is the counter-attack, and they are looking pretty dangerous indeed at the moment. That's a stunning challenge, and the pressure is back on again in towards Kayembe, only as far as Johan. Now it's in towards Koulibaly. Is the offside flag going to be raised? No, the offside flag stayed down, and that is a hugely important stop from the Celtic number 1.
Now I'll try and put my own self into what the non-player was thinking there. He's thinking, well, I'll just hit the shoot button because I'm offside.
It's offside, yeah.
And had they have had the composure to take that touch instead of having Koulibaly slip over, that's 2-0.
We mentioned how important that goal was at the end of the first game, but that miss there could equally be so important if Celtic were able to get an equalising goal and then go on to possibly turn this game around. Still, the search goes on so far for Celtic to get off the mark. No, off the mark with 3 points as the ball gets played in towards, and the goalkeeper hacks it away. 20 minutes here, Celtic 0, FC Nantes 1. What do Nantes need to do now in terms of game management? Do they need to get a second goal?
I would say get a second just to make yourself comfortable, because as we've seen all of the day today and previous match day, anything is possible in eFootball PES.
Well, they look like getting the second goal right now, because Johan's in and they've got the second goal, and that might be a crucial goal in eFootball.Pro, because the pressure was starting to build again, and every time FC Nantes have had questions asked of them, they've responded today.
Yeah, and like we said, it's the pressure that's building. It's not just the pressure of the game, it's the pressure of the league standing now that is now kind of bearing down on Celtic. You're potentially going to come away with 1 point. You're potentially going to be at the foot of the table. It doesn't bode well. These are, you know, as Harry mentioned in Matchday 1, you can't get these points back. These games are final. There's no, oh, we get a do-over. It's these games are final.
Yeah, because we know that things can change. We know that swings can happen. We've seen it from Bayern Munich winning 6 points and finishing today with 7 after only getting 1 from Matchday 1. But the longer the season goes on and the more match days we've had, the more difficult it is to make that swing. And after 2 match days, having only 1 point could be crucial.
Yeah, I mean, it could be it's going to be absolutely massive. You know, it's. I feel bad for looking at Celtic, because you look at it and you just think, well, there are qualities there, but you know, they look so positive in the first game. They look so positive, and they look directer than they were before. But they've pushed.
Oh, he's in again here. It's the offside flag stays down, which it does. It's Koulibaly to kill the game inside the opening half an hour. He's put it wide. He had far too much time, and he's blown the chance to win the game, surely.
Well, that comes with there's 2 issues there. There's one manual goalkeeping, 2. Well, actually, there's 3 then. There's manual goalkeeping. There's forcing Koulibaly to make a decision. But look how high Celtic's line are. They've made an adjustment to try and put some more pressure on FC Nantes. But it's going to cause those types of issues where if you push forward a defensive line, you're giving opponents the opportunity to play that high up. And as we see there, Bayo to Johnson, looking back for Bayo again. But if you're putting a defensive line up that far, you've got to be sure that back line is covered. And at the moment, I don't really think it is.
No, we talked about best goal of the day, potentially. That might go down as the biggest miss of the day, because I'm pretty shell-shocked that we've not seen a third goal there, to be honest. It was a dead cert, wasn't it? He went through. It's Koulibaly. You just think he's just going to bag it, and he's put it wide of the target. As Bitter now finds Johnson. It might just be the galvanising factor that Celtic need to drag themselves back into the game.
You see they're not rushing. They're rushing their play going forward.
In towards Bayo. Chance here. Great defending again from FC Nantes, and it's another chance that comes and goes. Pass is completed. Celtic in the ascendancy. Possession. Celtic in the ascendancy. But the most important statistic right at the top left-hand side of the screen is Celtic 0, FC Nantes 2.
Yeah, it's exactly this. It's almost a carbon copy of Matchday 1, where, you know, possession and pass accuracy were key for Celtic, but it didn't result in a positive victory. It didn't result in a goal even on match day one.
Like you said, I'm a little bit concerned now for Celtic going the other way, because every time FC Nantes turn the ball over, like now, they're flying forwards in 3s and 4s, and if that pass is a little bit better, that's actually a missed. That's a poor touch that almost allowed them in. But if that pass was better, we've got another 2-on-1 again.
Yeah, and that's the gamble that you're playing into when you decide that that's the tactic you're going to go with. Going with a high line.
What else could they do? Because they need to chase the game. Well, is there another option?
Well, potentially, rather than pushing your attacking line forward, you could instead you can trigger an advanced instruction which is called attacking fullbacks. It allows your fullbacks to push on, although it provides a similar issue.
I thought that was going in. I'm not going to lie. It flew towards that top left-hand side. In actual fact, it was quite a long way wide of the target, but they just look a threat from all different positions, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and they're looking constantly a threat. I mean, as I was just about to point out there, you could go with attacking fullbacks. You could play gegenpress, which basically makes your players press the ball at kind of all opportunities. But again, if you know how to play out of the press, it doesn't really matter what tactics you're employing. So Celtic could go and press this ball all day long. If Nantes find the ball out, it doesn't matter. That you could have 2 or 3 players out of position, and you're in even worse of a spot than you are in there.
End of the first half of the second game between Celtic and FC Nantes, and the final game of match day 2 here in eFootball.Pro. It's been a day of pretty blistering action, and are we destined to see a remaining 45 minutes which matches or supersedes that? Let's wait and see, Wes.
Yeah, well, we'll see as Johnson goes trying to go in for it, and Toure again, as we pinpointed at the start of the match. Toure is ever present in that midfield.
Koulibaly picks the ball up. The offside flag is raised. You heard the groan from one of the FC Nantes players because, you know, that was a bit sloppy. Possession still with Celtic. Passes completed still with Celtic. Scoreline still with FC Nantes. And we've seen that you know, over the eFootball.Pro season last year and this year, that you know, possession isn't 9/10 of the law.
Yeah, no, and possession isn't always the key stat. I mean, as you quite rightly pointed out, it's only what's in the top left-hand corner of your screens is the most important stat. And as the other most important stat is the fact that timer just keeps ticking down, and the longer this game goes on, there's less and less opportunities for Celtic to actually get back into this game. So they're running out of time, and you can see that they're trying to play with a bit more urgency. They're trying to put more pressure on the ball. But ultimately, as they get a lucky break here, here's Forrest, goes around the back, and Sealer will get the clearance away, and Cham gets it back. It's back to Cham. Oh, it's a lovely finish from Cham. Makes it 2-1, and all of a sudden, the complexion of this game turns on its head.
Game well and truly on. Just when we were writing off Celtic for today, they are back with a bang. It is Celtic 1, FC Nantes 2, and Wes, is this a slight turn in momentum?
Well, it could easily change. It could easily change the game here. It's a great finish from Cham. It kind of got a little bit of topspin on it, makes it look even better. But I think there's another turn in this game. Whether it's for Nantes or whether it's for Celtic, we'll find out shortly. But it feels like there's a slight change in momentum here as Toure goes through.
Oh, it's a late challenge there, and now Johan has the chance to make it 3-1. This would probably kill the game off. Skips inside, deflected under the goalkeeper. It's a really poor goal to concede from a Celtic point of view, but FC Nantes conceded a goal. It didn't faze them. They went back on the front foot. It's 3-1.
It's that man again. It's Koulibaly that is the focal point once again. Again, little shimmy. He gets fortune by going under Fraser Forster. I think it comes off of the palm of Fraser Forster, but still goes in. But again, he's just physical. Julian can't deal with him, and it just clips off of the hand and then clips off a defender and goes in. But it's those bits of fortune you need when you're at this level.
Indeed it is. So, time running out for Celtic, and they've got a 2-goal swing that's needed, and that is a tough ask. What do they do now?
Well, they're going to have to like I said, or as we said earlier, the games are a final. Once these games are gone, they don't come back. So if you're Celtic, you might need to go a bit more expansive. You might need to switch to wingers as opposed to midfielders. When you're playing with 4-5-1 as opposed to a 4-3-3, your players are a bit more conservative in their approach. You might need to go a bit more aggressive.
Indeed they might. So, half an hour is all that stands in the way of 3 invaluable points for FC Nantes, taking them to 4 points for the day. They're in again here. It's Bamba. He shrugs off the challenge like a 30-year-old playing against a 4-year-old, just pushed him aside and slapped it into the back of the net. Off the pass, and they've got to take a long, hard look in the mirror, haven't they, Celtic, Wes?
Yeah, they honestly, they're employing attacking fullbacks. They're trying to push the issue to Nantes, but ultimately Nantes are just too good at finding the gaps. It's like we said. You can put as much pressure on as you want, but if you can find your way out of the pressure, you will find yourself in positions like Nantes have. They've found some space down the wing. Julian's been pulled out as a centre-back.
This is the moment here. This is the moment. Look how I'm
just hold him. And that's what we talk about the shielding. We talk about the shielding is that it would either force you to give away a penalty or it'll force you to...
Look at that strength.
It's great strength.
Pushes away the captain.
Yeah.
Little outside of the right boot pass and then turns it home. And this result, which, let's be honest, unless we see one of the biggest changes in form across the next 5 minutes, then we are going to see a table with Monaco sitting pretty at the top with 10 points. But then there's a glut of teams with 7. Juventus, FC Nantes, who are playing now, Manchester United, FC Bayern München, all on 7 points. And then obviously we'll go through the rest at the end of the show. But this is a huge, huge day potentially for FC Nantes. It's in again here.
Going to play an inside ball there. He had an inside ball on.
Are you seeing this? In this game, are you seeing a brilliant performance from FC Nantes, or are you seeing a bit of a disappointing one from Celtic, or a bit of both?
I think it's a bit of both. I think Nantes have just been kind of uncontrollable on the counter-attack. I think the tactics from Celtic have probably not lent themselves to getting back into the game. I think sometimes you can push too much, and I think that's where we're kind of at the moment. I think looking at Nantes, they've just came at this game and really put it to bed.
Bitton spins away. Now plays it forward towards Christie. Christie back towards Johnson, in towards the danger area. Good challenge away, and it's just not happening today for Celtic. And one of the best players in the world of PES over the last few years has been in Dominator, and collectively he has played with Endojua for one a lot, but they are struggling in eFootball.Pro Season 2. It's in towards Bamba, another chance for 5. Koulibaly hit the post, back down, and that really should have been the icing on the cake. It's a poor finish in the end, but hats off to the approach play, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4-on-3 at all times.
The goal was gaping to a goalkeeper's right.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the chance. Yes, that's a bad one.
In isolation.
In isolation, that's bad to miss. But when you look at the approach play, it's 4v3 at all times from Nantes against Celtic. Celtic have only got 3 defenders back, and it's causing problems because Nantes are able to just attack at will, and they don't need to score.
And the trouble is, if I'm looking at this from a Celtic point of view, it's not like they've been done twice the same. So in the first game, they took, because in this game you could say they went behind, and then you're always chasing the game. You're being hit on the counter-attack by a very strong counter-attacking outfit. But the first game they went 1-0 up, and they still didn't get the 3 points. So there's questions being asked kind of right across the board here.
Yeah, I think there's questions in regards to formation. There's questioning of ethos as well. Really, you know, we've seen it a lot from Celtic over the first 2 match days in terms of they're a possession-based outfit. That they're not of the attacking variety. I mean, I think the 2 golden chances that were in match day 1 came from their left back as being the guy that was the guy that got on the end of them. You know, we're not seeing a lot of Edouard, we're not seeing a lot of Bayo, and ultimately we're seeing a lot more of Nantes pressing Celtic rather than Celtic pressing Nantes.
4-1 to FC Nantes. 10 minutes remaining here in the final match of eFootball.Pro Match Day 2. We've seen some incredible performances, both individually and as a team. We've also seen some disappointing or underwhelming performances as well, and you'd have to say Celtic have to rank in that as the ball gets played forwards. We've seen some monumental goals in terms of how much importance they will sort of have in the season as we go forwards, and results as well. 3 points so crucial as Edouard plays it in. Christie, is there another chance here for Celtic? And that is a huge... Is that a big miss or is that a great save?
That's a great save. I mean, you see it here. You'll see it's Roxa with the save. He moves across. He spots that it's going left, and he just grabs hold of the keeper and says, nope, that's not happening today. And it's a great save from Roxa.
Yep. Sometimes those sort of moments go unnoticed because it's quite hard to see with the action going on at such a high pace, but well spotted from Wes, the old manual goalkeeper trick coming in again. But I mean, so often it gets slated, manual goalkeeping. Anytime there's a goal that comes of it due to a poor moment of judgment, but that's where it does work well, doesn't it?
Yeah, when it works very well. When it doesn't work, it's very obvious. I mean, the one thing that strikes me here is that with 6 minutes to go, now we see a formation change from Celtic. Could that have come earlier?
When it's 4-1.
When it's 4-1, the game's gone. So ultimately, could you have seen a better...
Is that a stubbornness from the guys, or just not forward thinking enough?
Well, I think it's... I don't know whether it's stubbornness. They certainly believe in the philosophy of possession football, but, you know, if you look at the results, it's
Numbers
definitely
over again. Bamber on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
All three Celtic players have come across. The space is there. The pass didn't come in.
Don't need to.
Either way, happy just to see a few seconds out because they don't need 5. I mean, goal difference might come into play, but certainly 4-1 is a resounding victory and will help on that front. But Toure picks it up again on the halfway line. Another sloppy pass from Celtic now. Poor touches, left, right and centre coming in as tired legs come into play into the final couple of minutes. Edouard challenged brilliantly there from FC Nantes centre-back, now back with Scott Sinclair. Wagyu comes across again to make another challenge, doesn't get it this time. Toure mops up deep into added on time, and this will go down as an incredibly impressive performance from FC Nantes, and they could finish with a flurry here. It's 2-on-2, it's not to be, but importantly it's finished here at the end of the second game of the final game here of the eFootball.Pro Matchday 2, and it's finished Celtic FC 1, FC Nantes 4. Wes, brilliant performance from the French outfit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you look at the resiliency they showed in the first game, and then it was just the all-out quality in the second. And again, I think there's questions to be asked of Celtic. I think that again they've got a long 2 weeks ahead of them to really figure out exactly what went wrong there. But whatever it was pretty catastrophic.
Was indeed a tough pill to swallow. We've said that quite a few times today because a lot of, actually quite a vast majority of teams will probably be a little bit disappointed. Even the teams who won games didn't win 6 points. There was a lot of 4s, and you know, so it seems like a lot of teams will be looking to improve quite a lot in Matchday 3.
Yeah, and I think with some teams and with the mentality of some players, 4 points isn't enough, which is, you know, it's bizarre when we say, well, you know, there are no easy games in eFootball.Pro, but that's because of the standard of the mentality of those players. Everybody wants to win every single game, and when they don't, they want to ask questions as to why they haven't. I think looking at Celtic today, there's questions definitely to be asked as to why that hasn't happened.
Yeah, and we're going to hear from the players shortly, but if you were a Celtic player now, what do you need to work on? Because we mentioned about this possessional style they have, not being potentially cutthroat enough or moving the ball forwards quick enough. The tempo side of the game, the pressing, is that any of those areas that you'd be working on, or is it a mentality thing?
I think I'd be working first on mentality in terms of being more progressive, because in the first game they certainly were. They were far more progressive, they were far more attacking. And then I think the second thing is, you look at your shape that you're setting up in the game. You know, is 4-2-3-1 a good formation to use? Is that the right formation for Celtic? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that is the right formation for Celtic to employ. Judging by the match days, I still don't think they've found the formation that they need to play.
Yeah, we are briefly going to go, or very shortly going to be going to the mix zone, but on your screen you can see the stats from that game, and Any standout plays in terms of goals or assists for you today from this this matchup?
Well, Kepa certainly announced himself as a debutant, got himself the equaliser in the first game, got himself the third goal in the second.
Crucial goal.
Yeah,
Huge goal.
Huge goals in terms of the story of the game. I think Roxa, again, showing his worth in terms of getting 2 goals. And I think it's just the all-round play of Nantes that has been heavily impressive. I think it'd be unfair to pinpoint one player and say they play better than the others.
I mean, we harped on about how important that goal was, but that game finishes 1-0 to Celtic. Go into the second game, they've got the 3 points, ghost, hoodoo, whatever you want to call it, off their back. They could easily then go and win a second game, finish today with 6 points. FC Nantes finished with none and sat with 1 point, and now they're on, is it still 7 or whatever? So it's like it's a huge swing, that goal, in terms of momentum in today, but also the season as a whole.
Yeah, I mean it's momentum for the match. It's momentum for the match day and also for the season. And we're sat here having a different conversation. We would be sat here going, do you know what? Celtic played really well in the first game. Second game they let themselves down. Instead now we're going, okay, they let themselves down by not getting it right. And we're having a different conversation. So I think that goal from Kepa changed everything.
Because they got so much right in that first game. They got the first goal. Then they definitely played well enough to probably, I mean, a draw was probably a fair result in the last 10 minutes, but they bossed large parts of that game. So it is a completely different question. That goal is such an important goal. Did they do enough defensively in that final 10 minutes? Could they have done more in terms of game management?
I'm not sure. Well, we'll certainly find out from them when we hear from them.
Yep, we're going to go straight to the stage now with Harry. Harry, what are they going to say?
Thank you very much. I'm struggling with my voice down here, but I'm keeping on like a trooper. I'm here with the Celtic players. Guys, such a disappointing result, only getting that 1 point. You do have your first point and your first goals on the board now, but obviously not the result you guys were expecting today.
Yeah, unfortunately, very unlucky, especially in the first match. We were playing quite dominant, forcing them to, defending very low. And luckily we scored the goal, and that was very important for us, for our confidence, especially after the first match day. And to concede a goal again in the last minute of this match was extremely painful, and still a mental breaker for the second match again. And I didn't know what happened in the second match. We didn't have the confidence, unfortunately. We keep giving sloppy passes, unfortunately, and that was the cause of losing this match. Too many sloppy passes.
Match day 3 in a couple of weeks' time. You guys play Manchester United, a rematch, I suppose, with your former teammate from Celtic last year, Eldridge O'Neill. Give me a bit of information. How are you guys going to try and exploit Manchester United in match day 3?
Yeah, the thing is, Manchester United is a team of 4 players, so they can always rotate the players. So we actually don't know which of the players are playing next week. We haven't taken a look at Manchester United yet. We will definitely analyze them in the next 2 weeks before playing them. And first we have to accept this loss and then focus on the next match day. Hopefully the next 2 weeks. So. Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. Celtic finishing match day 2 with just the 1 point. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks very much, Harry. Nice to hear the words there. Obviously, they'll be disappointed from today. Anything that they said that you can pick up on in terms of what they're going to do going forward?
It just seems like they don't really have an answer to why their game fell apart in the second game, which for me would
be a bit of a worry.
Yeah, that'd be alarm bells for me personally, but that's just me.
Maybe they need a chance to go away and look back at the footage to know that.
Yeah, and I think you have to have some wherewithal as to you should know within the game what is the problem, and it should be a case of do you know what, we didn't execute this, we didn't play this way, or we didn't play the way that we played in the first game. And to be fair, they were right. They were efficient in the first game. It was just second game, it just completely went out the window. And they did make a mention of Kepa's equaliser that took a mental knock at them.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to go to the mix zone, I believe, very, very soon. It'll probably come up on your screen now. Just waiting for confirmation on that to hear from the winners there, FC Nantes. There is Harry struggling on, soldiering on. You're a good lad. What have they got to say, Harry?
Well, let's find out. I'm here with FC Nantes. Guys, congratulations. 4 points today. You left it very, very late in that first game. Second game was way more clear-cut. Talk me through those 2 games against Celtic there.
Yeah, it was first game was very tough for us. They have more players in the middle, and they have possession there, and they scored a goal after we changed some formation, tried to play 4-4-2, and they scored a goal in the last minute for a draw. And the other game, we started the match 4-4-2, and I think we was the better. We had some miss, maybe we could score more goals, but it's really not easy. It's maybe 4-1, but it was a tough game.
So you guys play AS Monaco in match day 3. Do you think that 4-4-2 might be something you bring against Monaco, or is there something else you're looking to exploit against the Monegasque side?
We will training. We have 2 weeks to training. Before that game, Monaco is the best team here. Maybe one of favorite for the title, but I think maybe we will try 4-4-2. Who is it? Maybe 4-4-2, maybe some other formation.
Guys, congratulations for 4 points today. FC Nantes taking 4 points against Celtic FC.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. Very efficient post-match conversation there from FC Nantes. They said they struggled a little bit in the first game, but second game, we were just better, was kind of the words. Do you feel that was the case?
Yeah, I think so. I think with the tactical switch that they obviously put into the game and implemented, and the change that they referenced there, it made all the difference to how they played in the second game. And again, it's that approach that some teams are taking, that they understand that they need a plan B and they are willing to make a change. I think some players are rather stubborn, and they sometimes have issues with making changes. So I think sometimes that they maybe need to take that approach of, okay, this isn't working, we make a change, see if it works.
Yeah, so that is the end of proceedings in terms of games. Let's take a look at some of the best action from today. So a tremendous day's action. Where's Harry? Join us back on stage. Decided to join us for a change. Obviously struggling with your voice, I understand. What's talk us through the actual results from today then?
Well, if you missed match day 2 here, it was so good it took my voice from me. You can see the results here to my left. Match number 1, an all-English affair. Points shared, 1-0 wins for both sides. Down here in match number 2, a tremendous result really for Bayern Munich. 2-1 in game 1, then 1-0 in game 2 against FC Barcelona, who last week were looking so strong. Match 3, 6 points for Juventus. Schalke really struggling in that one. Match 4, Boavista surprisingly obtaining a point against reigning champions AS Monaco, who were on a flyer coming into this week. And then, as we just saw, 1-1 FC Nantes against Celtic, and then game 2 was really a bit more of a blowout. 4 points in the end for FC Nantes, just the one for Celtic FC.
Yeah, anything that stands out for you there, Wes? Any result?
Well, yeah, I mean, just looking at the Juventus performance, they certainly announced themselves in the eFootball.Pro League, so they definitely stand out for me.
Yeah, I think we're going to go to the live table as well after all of those results today, and sitting pretty, the last season's champions, Harry.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Monaco pretty much still on the top spot. They would be disappointed not to be on the maximum amount of points, but 10 is still enough to secure them right at the very top. FC Nantes on 7. In fact, there's 4 teams tied on 7. Juventus, Manchester United and Bayern München all separated by goal difference. A little bit further down, FC Schalke losing both today, but still in a playoff spot just about in 7th with 6 points. Boavista and Barcelona both on 4, and then Arsenal FC and Celtic nowhere near where they want to be, with just 3 and 1 points respectively. See them right down at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, in match day 3, of course, we will see the best goal and the best MVP from match day 2. That'll be announced, like I said, in next game week. But we have also the competition of MVP, best goal, golden boot winner, and assist maker, and best defence as well at the end of the season. So talk us through the tables now in terms of where we're at.
Yeah, you can see how today's fixtures have affected the goals tally. Kills and Uzmakabil right there up the top, thanks to their tremendous goal-scoring form, continuing that here in match day 2. Uzmakabil as well had a high amount of assists coming into today. Il Distruttore and Lo Scandalo, both with 4 goals from Juventus. The latter securing a match ball today with his 4 goals. Elsewhere, the likes of Roxa, Lotfi, Mestre, Osterbuch, Bob Boza and Alex GRD, all within the top 10 as well.
Yeah,
as well, that
absolutely.
was, in case you were wondering where my voice went.
It's made it brilliant today, listening to you, Harry. Assists, of course, we have Uzmakabil with number 7 on the scoreboard, and 4 across the board for the final 3 as well, Harry?
Yeah, Uzmakabil actually came into today with 6 assists, so just the 1 assist from all AS Monaco's goals today. But yeah, pretty well rounded. Still a lot of eFootball PES to play here in the eFootball.Pro League, so no doubt this will change before the end of the season.
Yeah, we'll give your voice a rest, Harry. Anything you see on the screen there, Wes, in terms of, well, we're going to go on to the defence points first. We'll come back to assists because it's been won by Uzmakabil so far. Defence, we've got AS Babisk at the top with 3,771 points. El Matador 3,679. We've got 2 players there in the FC Nantes outfit in the top 4. Does that say anything to you?
It just shows that they're in terms of recycling the ball and getting forward and getting it back off the opposition. They're very industrious with getting it back.
And also interesting, Uzmakabil bottom for defence, and he was so good going the opposite way. So do you think they've made a conscious decision, AS Monaco, to free him up going forwards?
Yeah, I mean, like we mentioned, you want your best players to be kind of, doing the kind of attacking work rather than the defensive work. But he's not shy of a defensive tackle every now and again, is Uzma. So it's not a surprise to see him further down. But knowing him in the way that he'll probably want to win every award, he'll probably want to get back up to number 1 pretty quick.
He will do indeed. And Harry, I think we've got next game week fixtures should be coming up as well. Any big ones that are standing out to you so far?
Well, let's take a look actually first of our top performers of the day. You can see AS Monaco, the statistics across the board absolutely fantastic, and it's not really surprising for me to see them continue their tremendous not only goal scoring form but also point acquiring form as well. When you look at these statistics, I mean, kills you double digits shots over the 2 match days. I mean, Truly a tremendous performance by all three of the AS Monaco boys.
Yeah, I was trying to rush on to the fixtures because I'm that excited, but of course it is worth...
trying to rest my voice.
I'm trying to rest your voice, exactly. I'm trying to be a team player, but there are the fixtures. Nice to see obviously the three AS Monaco lads pretty much dominating in large areas as well, which is why they're top of the table, let's be honest. Original question, any fixtures that stand out to you there?
I think that all-German affair in match number one, similar to how we had today with the all-English affair in match one, I think that's one to look out for. Bayern München really hitting their stride today. Elsewhere, Barcelona, they really almost disappointed me today. Certainly not the performance I expected out of them, so we will be seeing them try to bounce back against Arsenal. Celtic, their struggles continue. Manchester United, maybe a bit of a dip in form today as well. Boavista versus Juventus, the hard games just keep on coming for Boavista. We'll see if they can get anything out of that one. And FC Nantes, for me, have been a really, almost a dark horse in this entire league so far. Go up against AS Monaco, who are in fine form. Both those teams in tremendous form for match number 5.
Indeed. Very quickly, Wes, any game that stands out to you?
The Monaco-Nantes game.
Yep.
I'm very much looking forward to that.
Absolutely. So that pretty much brings us to the end of the show. Remember, you can follow us on all of the social media channels. We have content coming all month long, and join us for Match Day 3 in just 2 weeks' time. It promises to be equally, if not more epic than today. I've been Adam Butcher, Harry Channon, the Wesatron, the Wes Dog, the Wesmeister General. Thanks very much. See you soon.
Thank you.